Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku's Multiverse Was Revealed to Everyone. Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. What is this place? Izuku asked, his face turning bright red. I didn't think it would be this shocking, Momo admitted, having heard about the place from Jiru. Why were they wearing so little clothing? Nijire inquired, her expression calm, though a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. This, my dear ladies, is a club for adult entertainment, a paradise for men, Mineta proclaimed. There are male performers too, you know, Namuri chimed in, which sparked a realization among the group. Hours later, Asami went searching for Izuku. What are you doing in the corner? She asked. I saw a lot of women in revealing outfits. Yo, you were there too, he stammered. Asami sighed, understanding what he meant. You went outside, didn't you? He nodded. Listen, this place is meant for adults. That's why I had you working behind the scenes. He continued to tremble. Now that you know, I might as well introduce you to your coworkers. She took his hand and led him to the changing room. She peeked through the door to check if everyone was decent. Ladies, there's someone I want to introduce you to. She opened the door wide, revealing Izuku. Many girls cooed at the sight of the adorable Izuku, rushing over to hug him. Why him? Mineta cried, tears of jealousy in his eyes. Some girls felt a twinge of jealousy as they playfully pulled Izuku into their embraces. Mitsuki was about to joke about how Izuku was a ladies' man to Inko but found her fainted from the overwhelming scene. Curious, many girls began asking who he was and why he was there. Enough! Asami called out. This is Midoriya Izuku. Due to certain circumstances, he'll be working with us. Now that he knows about the nature of the place, I thought it was time to introduce him so he can help out more. The girls began introducing themselves, and Izuku did his best to remember their names. One of the dancers approached Asami directly. Why did you accept him here? She asked. Asami paused before responding. He's quirkless, she revealed, surprising the dancer. Is this because of your first boy? But she was cut off. No, Asami said firmly. His mother is ill, and his father is missing. He has no one else to rely on, and he needs the money. I see, the dancer replied, glancing back at Izuku. I know you're doing this out of guilt, she said softly, making Asami look down. But I keep telling you, no one knew. She left Asami to prepare for her turn on stage, leaving her to ponder her friend's words. Izuku was shy working with the other women, but after a year, he grew accustomed to their presence. He passed elementary school, but needing more hours to earn money, he opted for online schooling and studied medical knowledge to help his mother. He continued to work out, as his dream of becoming a hero remained strong. As time went on, he became like a little brother to the dancers, while Asami took on a maternal role, creating a sense of family for him. Even as he learned more about the medical field, he found ways to ease the dancers' stress through massages, using his knowledge of the human body, which made him even more popular. Maybe I should learn some massage techniques to impress the ladies, Mineta mused to himself. While I appreciate a good massage, that alone won't make you likable, Namuri replied, rolling her eyes at him. Having someone massage you would be amazing, Kirishima said, recalling how stiff he felt after workouts. If you want, I can give you a massage, Izuku offered, catching the attention of the other girls. You know how to massage? Kirishima asked, intrigued. Yeah. I give my mom and myself massages to relieve stress, Izuku explained, piquing the interest of many girls. Can you do one for my back? Kirishima requested, and Izuku nodded, moving over to help him. So manly, Kirishima exclaimed, feeling blissful. Many girls considered asking for a massage too but held back for the moment. As Izuku entered his teenage years and pursued a medical path, he noticed his body changing, which led to playful teasing from the girls who enjoyed his embarrassed reactions. He soon noticed Asami looking troubled in her office. Is something wrong? He asked. Since we are open every day, the ladies are becoming mentally exhausted. I can't afford to hire more dancers, And I can't shorten our hours without risking the club's future, she said, leaning back in her chair, visibly worn out. Izuku pondered a solution, brainstorming ways to attract new customers and support the dancers' well-being. After a month of preparation, the big announcement arrived. Monday through Thursday would be men's night, while Friday through Sunday would be ladies' night. It took time to find suitable dancers, but they managed. Izuku also volunteered to be a waiter since he was already part of the team. The first night was a resounding success, with many women showing interest. During his shift, Izuku noticed a familiar woman with dark purple hair, sky blue eyes, and a beauty mark near her left eye. "Excuse me, but are you the pro hero known as Midnight?" Izuku asked excitedly as he placed her cocktail in front of her. "What gave it away?" she smirked. "Don't tell me this is how you spend your breaks," Aizawa sighed nearby. "Not like I'm the only one who does it," Midnight replied with a playful grin. 13, Tatsumi, and Ryuko would sometimes accompany me to these events, she explained defensively. "You're into this?" Rumi asked, surprised that her friend frequented such places. "Not really, I was just too shy to say no," she admitted. "I didn't expect you to be the type to hang out with Kiyama," Vlad remarked too. "A girl needs something to take her mind off things," she replied, standing her ground. The WWPC didn't question Ryuko's choices. They were all too familiar with her determination to find a partner. "Your hair and eye color raised my suspicions, but your beauty mark gave it away," he said, excitement evident in his voice as he met a pro hero. He pulled out his notebook, flipped to his analysis of her, and bowed. "May I please have your autograph?" She giggled, impressed by his analysis, and wrote her autograph, adding her phone number. "We can chat more if you'd like. Your notebook is quite detailed." She handed it back, thinking she had gained an admirer. "Thanks," he said cheerfully. "But I'll be busy with schoolwork and my job here. We can chat a bit on the weekends since I'll be working as a server then, but I'm busy with other commitments on the weekdays." He walked off, thrilled to have received a hero's autograph. High school. I thought he was in his early 20s, Namuri thought, surprised to see someone so young working in this establishment. Despite knowing it was unusual for someone underage to work there, she decided to visit weekly to ensure everything was above board. However, she often found herself too tipsy to keep a clear head, venting about her work at UA. Izuku listened attentively, offering her solutions. He was excited to hear about other kids achieving their dreams, which motivated him even more. Namuri and Izuku became friends. He was a great listener and a skilled messer, which attracted many ladies who wanted to be served by him. On Izuku's 18th birthday, he celebrated with his coworkers, who felt like family to him. "Now that you're legally an adult, what do you want to do?" Asami asked, wondering if he might leave since he had been studying medicine and was instrumental in developing the establishment. She felt sad at the thought of him going but knew she couldn't hold him back. Izuku expressed his gratitude to Asami for her support during his time of need. "I'm planning to go to college to earn my degree in medicine," he announced, eliciting mixed emotions from his coworkers. They were happy for him but sad at the prospect of him leaving for one of the best colleges in Japan, which was far from their city. "But I may need money for that," he added, prompting questions from many of them. It was graduation night for Class 3A. A group of women walked through the streets, led by a pink-toned woman. "Mina, where are we going?" Chaco asked. "You'll see soon enough," Mina replied, leading them to a strip club. "A strip club?" the girls exclaimed. "What about our boyfriends?" Tsuyu questioned. "Boyfriends?" the girls echoed. "Boyfriend," Mineta repeated, excitement evident. "Yeah, in this universe, Momo is with Shoto, Mina with Kirishima, Hagakure with Ojiro, Ochako with Katsuki, Jiru with Kaminari, and Tsuyu with Tokoyami," JJ explained, causing Mina, Hagakure, and Jiru to blush along with their respective partners. "You traitor!" Mineta yelled at Kaminari, shaking him. "Dude, it's just another universe." "No way I would hang out with the queen of insults," Kaminari replied, trying to calm Mineta down. He then felt a sharp pain in his back and turned to see Jiru pouting, turning her head away. "Nice move, Dumbo," JJ thought. "Really?" Mina asked. "You want to bring up the boys who ditched us for guys' night?" She looked annoyed. If they're planning to have fun without us, we're going to have fun without them, she declared, marching toward the entrance, prompting the other girls to follow. How did you even find out about this place? Momo inquired. Namuri-sensei. She always talks about a guy here who's a better gentleman than anyone at UA, Mina replied as they entered to find ladies cheering for the men dancing on stage, causing the group to blush. Come on, Mina called, navigating through the crowd to find a table. Mina? A familiar voice called out. They turned to see Namuri with a martini in hand, sitting next to JJingJJong, waving for them to join. So glad you girls could make it. You're just in time for the performance, she said excitedly. Aren't there already people performing? JJingJJong asked. Just then, Asami announced over the speaker. Now it is time for the server to serve you some eye candy. She started blasting music for Izuku's entrance, who appeared in a playful police outfit. Many girls squealed in excitement, taking out their phones to capture the moment. Inko had just woken up, and the first thing she saw was her son in a playful outfit, causing her to faint again. This is highly inappropriate to show this kind of thing of a fellow classmate, Ida exclaimed, performing his karate chops. Where was that attitude when it was the girls? Mina asked, causing every girl to stare at him, thinking he was being hypocritical. Ida quietly sat back down, stunned into silence as he watched the performance, unable to process the amount of indecency on display. Izuku, overwhelmed with embarrassment, leaned on Ochako's shoulder, surprising her. She accepted it, allowing him to rest, which made other girls envious. Izuku was playfully dancing, moving to the rhythm and captivating the attention of the ladies. He was left with a handcuff in his mouth and his pants. It is now time to find the lucky lady, Asami announced, causing many girls to cheer even louder. What is she talking about? Tsuyu questioned. They're choosing who will receive a personal dance from him, JJingJJong answered, blushing at the memory of her own experience. A spotlight hit Momo as she tried to shield her eyes. You with the raven black hair. It's your lucky day, Asami announced, prompting Momo's friends to cheer for her to go up on stage. Momo was reluctant, but when she finally approached, she saw Izuku with a chair. Come have a seat, milady, he said, a towel draped over his shoulder. Nervously, Momo sat down, unsure of what to expect. Take it off. Take it off, the women chanted, encouraging him to move his hips playfully. He teased them before revealing a green thong, causing many girls to gasp in surprise. Master, are you all right? All Might asked Nana, who was frozen in shock at this sight of her grandson. Master? Kurohige asked AFO, uncertain of his reaction. That's right. Show off the body we gave you. Hisashi cheered, being supportive. That was unexpected, Dabi commented, receiving nods from the league. Tamaki looked around and noticed Tatsumi had fainted while Rumi held her nose shut, trying to stop the bleeding. This is too entertaining not to record, he thought, pulling out his phone to capture the reactions. JJingJJong, are you okay? Takami asked, noticing her leaning over her seat. I think this is too much STMLTN for her. Haha. Mirio said, adjusting her posture. Momo turned bright red as she caught a glimpse of Izuku's toned body. Sorry about this. I didn't know this performance would be such a big deal, he whispered, just as the crowd chanted for him to take it off again. He removed the towel, leaving only the thong, which sent the audience into a frenzy. Momo felt faint but fought to stay composed. Izuku began to scoot closer to her. Can you give my cheeks a little smack? They love it when they hear the clapping, he said, making her momentarily lose her focus. She raised her hand and playfully tapped his cheeks. Izuku continued the dance until he slipped back into his thong and tossed the towel into the crowd, which ignited more excitement. Among the ladies, he signaled for Momo to leave, but she was too dazed to notice, leading him to scoop her up in a princess carry and walk through the crowd to her friends. Hope you enjoy the rest of the show, he said to the group. Spotting Namuri and JJingJJong at the same table, he smiled and dashed back to the pole, cuffing himself to it and dancing around. So, how was it? Jiro asked, teasingly but genuinely curious. Momo was still in shock until she took a deep breath. Looking around, she realized she was back with her friends. So when's the next girls' night? I can't be the only one forced into this, she asked, seeking some revenge. They all laughed and called over a waiter to order drinks. Ochako returned to her shared apartment with her boyfriend. Where have you been? Katsuki asked, rushing to hug her, clearly worried. Just hanging out with the girls, she slurred, the smell of alcohol evident on her breath. Katsuki Princess carried her to the couch and prepared a glass of water. What did you even do? He questioned. There was a boy dancing for us. He had black hair with green highlights and emerald eyes, she said, her words slurring. Katsuki's expression shifted as he recognized the description of a friend he rarely saw anymore. Did he have freckles? He asked, to which she drunkenly nodded. Deku, he whispered to himself. Meanwhile, in an underground lab, a giant test tube opened, and a man inside took his first breath in a long time. Master! I'm so happy you're back, an older version of the doctor exclaimed, thrilled to see who emerged from the pod. How long was I out? The white-haired man asked. 10 years, the doctor replied, making the man's eyes widen in shock. What? He yelled as the screen turned black. Most of the female audience members were either unconscious, had a nosebleed, or were bright red. Now wasn't that exciting? JJ asked with a smirk. Was something, Toshinori replied, glancing at his master, who remained frozen in place. What's wrong with showing off a man's physique? AFO questioned Toshinori's hesitation. You parade around the city flaunting that muscular build in a tight suit, so what's the difference? AFO pointed out the hypocrisy in Toshinori's stance. There's a difference between tight and skin tight, Toshinori retorted. Not that you'd know. You don't have the physique of a hero, he added, teasing AFO about his lack of muscles. Many of the boys, lacking a muscular build, looked down at themselves, examining how skinny or flabby they appeared compared to their classmates like Katsuki, Sato, Mirio, and even Izuku, leading to sighs of disappointment. Gran Torino smacked Toshinori's head to get his attention. Muscles aren't everything, you worthless disciple, he yelled, confusing Toshinori until he noticed the disappointed expressions on many of his male students. Not that there's anything wrong with not having muscles, but they can complement certain quirks. Young Bakugo needs to train to handle the recoil from his explosions, and young Ida needs strength for long-distance runs and to manage the bursts from his engines. He rambled on, leaving many of them unsure if they should start working out as Gran Torino, Sasaki, Night Eye, and David shook their heads at Toshinori, unable to help him. Putting aside the question of whether muscles are important, which they're not, Mitsuki said, glaring at the former #1 hero for making her husband doubt himself. How long until they wake up? She asked, pointing to the women and girls who had fallen unconscious. Give or take a few minutes, probably around half an hour, JJ replied, thinking, or until I use my powers to wake them up. Speaking of waking up, I wonder if the kids are awake, he added, pressing a button to alert Koda and Eri that it was okay for them to come out now. As they walked down the aisle, they saw many women and girls had fallen unconscious. What happened? Eri asked, worry evident in her voice as she took in the scene. Nothing to worry about. They just had a little fun, that's all. Now, why don't you go to your respective guardians? JJ suggested. Koda ran toward Shino, noticing that Ryuko was passed out while Tomoko, Ragdoll, was blushing deeply. Eri approached Aizawa, who seemed to be acting strangely around the staff. Why is Ms. Emi as red as an apple? She asked, causing Aizawa to quickly turn to her, shocked to see Eri was right, which made him glare at Emi. It's not my fault this universe was designed for female entertainment, she argued back, but Aizawa continued to glare at her. Pondering for a moment, she leaned closer to his ear and whispered, but I like your body type way more, causing Aizawa to momentarily lose his composure, turning red himself, which made Emi laugh and left Eri confused about what was happening. After some time, all the girls and Izuku, who had been unconscious, finally woke up. What happened? Izuku asked, having forgotten the part where his other self was a performer. Kaminari wanted to explain, but Ida intervened to prevent Izuku from passing out again. The girls secretly formed a group chat to share pictures of Izuku they had taken from watching the universes, hoping to get better angles of him. So what's the next universe going to be about? Will it be another fun time for me? Takami asked, already preparing his phone for another gallery of embarrassing photos of his friends. This made Rumi angry and she grabbed his phone, crushing it with her bare hands. Takami looked down at his destroyed phone, shrugged it off, and pulled out a new one. JJ snapped his fingers, prompting the characters to start flipping through different scenes until the top of the screen displayed the word betrayal, which unsettled everyone, especially the UA staff, who were still unsure how the League of Villains had discovered the training camp. Unsure how to ease the tension surrounding the possibility of a traitor in their midst, JJ decided to let the universe unfold as it would. The screen opened to the UA staff in a meeting, a pile of folders in front of them. I know we've chosen to ignore this for a long time, but after this many incidents, it can no longer be a coincidence that one of our students is the traitor, Nizu said, opening the folders containing case files of villains who had been defeated and heroes who had been permanently disabled, alongside notes from all the times the students were present, the first dating back to the training camp. One of us is a traitor? Momo exclaimed, shocked. That can't be, Kirishima argued, defending his friends. Now, children, none of you are suspected of being a traitor. This is just another universe where most of these cases didn't happen for us, Nizu reassured them. What about the file on the training camp? It was said to be the first sign of a possible traitor, Shoto asked, making Nizu hesitate. Yes, there was talk of a mole since the training area wasn't disclosed to anyone besides the staff and students, but no one truly knows how they found out, Nizu explained, then had a bright idea. Would you like to elaborate on how you found the training camp? He asked, turning to the villains. Like we would give out that information so easily, Shigaraki replied, crossing his arms. I told you there was a mole, but none of you listened to me. Now we have body counts piling up, Hizashi began to rant, but Aizawa interrupted. Enough, he shouted, activating his quirk to silence him. Many of us didn't accept the possibility because it seemed crazy to suspect one of our students. Now that we have evidence, we can take proper precautions in sorting out who the mole or traitor is, one of the staff members said, prompting nods of agreement from the others as they began reviewing the case files. Meanwhile, in Class 1A, the students were given a study break, and many were feeling anxious about the upcoming exams. Ah man, why do exams always sneak up on us? Kaminari complained, struggling to grasp the material he was reading. Maybe if you paid attention in class and actually studied, you'd understand the lessons better, Jiraiya replied. But studying is boring. It's better to follow your passions and have fun, Kaminari shot back, earning nods of agreement from the Baku squad, minus Katsuki. The audience was still processing the revelation of the actual traitor, though not everyone seemed affected. Ha Baku bitch. That's a good one. Shigaraki laughed, genuinely amused for the first time by Izuku's actions. Has a nice ring to it, Dabi added, enjoying the idea of using that nickname for Katsuki. Like it does. Katsuki yelled in frustration, which only made Dabi relax in his chair. Whatever you say. Baku bitch, Dabi smirked, further infuriating Katsuki, who attempted to confront him but was held back by Kirishima and Siro. It's a good thing this universe isn't our own. Not only would they have to bear the burden of knowing some of their allies are traitors, but that you told that young boy he couldn't be a hero, Torino said to Tashinori, recalling how Tashinori had seen heroism in Izuku when he rushed to save his friend from the sludge monster without hesitation. Tashinori awkwardly looked away, unable to deny it. Nana shook her head, aware that the traitor Izuku's words held a painful truth, even if they weren't the best approach. Sasaki realized that All Might had crushed Izuku's dreams when he discovered he was quirkless, which angered him. He had seen the respect and admiration Izuku held for All Might, making it all the more painful. Though he felt ashamed to confront him, he knew Tashinori was trying to make amends. You foolish disciple! Gran Torino exclaimed, having pieced it together, and began tapping Tashinori with his cane, drawing the attention of everyone around. Master, please. It was for his safety, Tashinori pleaded, but Gran Torino was too consumed by anger to listen. So it was true, Mitsuki said in disbelief, knowing how much of an idol All Might was to Izuku. A shadowy figure flew over the audience, heading straight for All Might, stopping just as its blades grazed his neck. You liar! You're nothing but a fake, Just like the rest of them, Stain shouted, furious that the hero he admired had turned out to be a disappointment. Stain longed to strike All Might down, but without weapons, the blades he possessed had a strange effect that prevented them from cutting anything. And off you go to self-isolation, JJ said, snapping his fingers to make Stain vanish. All Might sighed in relief, but then felt a strange pressure in his chest. I wondered if what JJ said was true, Inko mused, her eyes closed as she cupped her cheek, her other hand extended as if grasping something. Now I have a test subject to experiment on, she said with a sinister tone, her eyelids opening to reveal a darker gaze as she began to pull her hand inward. All Might struggled to breathe, feeling as if he might collapse, until the sensation suddenly ceased. He glanced over to see Inko had lost consciousness. Must have taken a lot out of her to manipulate something unseen, JJ remarked, snapping his fingers to transport her to a place where she could rest. This is so wrong. Right, Kaminari? Zero asked, turning to his friend, only to find him leaning forward, hair obscuring his eyes. Kaminari then activated his quirk, electricity crackling around him. I'm getting tired of playing the fool, he declared, standing up and tying his hair back. This is not the time for jokes, Aizawa said, rising to prepare his scarf only to find himself encased in ice. Sorry, Sensei. Can't have you holding us back now that the secret is out, Shoto said, a trail of ice extending from his foot to Aizawa. Shoto, what are you doing? Endeavor asked in disbelief, only to be met with Shoto's eyes filled with determination. It's a good thing everyone is here, Momo said, standing up as she began to create something. Now we don't have to worry about anyone being left out. She revealed what looked like a powerful weapon. You can't be serious, Jairu said, concern etched on her face as she realized her best friend was on the opposing side. Aren't you going to stop this? Hizashi asked JJ. What for? JJ replied, a grin on his face. I enjoy entertainment. This is too much fun to interrupt. He leaned back in his chair, munching on jerky. Izuku remained silent, leaning forward in his seat. Deku? Uraraka asked hesitantly, fear creeping into her voice as she braced for what was about to unfold. Finally, Izuku stood up, activating his quirk, leaving everyone in shock at the turn of events. He then turned around to face All Might. This ends now, he said quietly before leaping towards All Might, who braced himself with all the strength he had in his muscular form. Izuku swung a right hook as he approached, but when he reached All Might, he unexpectedly grabbed him, causing All Might to brace for the worst. I'm sorry. Izuku cried out, tears streaming down his face as he hugged him tightly, leaving everyone around them confused about what was happening. Suddenly, laughter erupted from JJ and Kaminari. Man, that was an awesome prank, Kaminari said as he powered down. Momo giggled, setting down what turned out to be a confetti launcher. It was indeed fun to be a part of. You're kidding, Jairu said in disbelief. Shoto smiled, clearly enjoying the prank as he used his fire to free Aizawa from his icy prison. That was colder than I expected, Aizawa remarked, brushing off the shards of ice. You were in on it. Namuri and Hizashi exclaimed, surprised that he had agreed to join the prank, but Aizawa simply ignored them. I knew you had a good sense of humor, Emi said, wrapping her arm around him and laughing, which only annoyed Aizawa further. When did you guys plan this? Katsuki demanded. As soon as the Betrayal universe ended, JJ replied. I linked everyone involved to a group message and suggested this prank. Kaminari easily agreed, and Momo thought it would be fun to join in as well. Aizawa, Shoto, and Izuku needed a bit more convincing. What did you do? Tatsuma asked. I told Aizawa and Shoto it would be payback for those they wanted revenge on. As for Izuku, I had to use other means, JJ said, piquing the audience's curiosity. I didn't want to do it, but he threatened to, Izuku stammered, his tears making the audience worry and glare at J. Let him finish, JJ urged as Izuku struggled to speak through his sobs. He threatened to say that all my All Might merchandise was fake, he cried out, causing everyone to drop their jaws in shock. I promise it isn't true. I always buy merchandise that supports you, he added, finally letting it all out. There, young Midoriya. All is forgiven, All Might said, pulling him into a comforting hug. How were you able to pull off that much hatred in your eyes? Ida asked Shoto. I imagine the thing I hate the most, a ruined cold soba, Shoto replied. While nearly everyone felt relieved that they weren't traitors, one person was not pleased. And I thought he had given up on All Might, Fo thought in disappointment, wishing he could have been the replacement if All Might wasn't Izuku's #1 idol. Alright everyone, the fun is over. It's time to see what the next universe is about, JJ announced, snapping his fingers as everyone returned to their seats. The characters spun until it spelled out, Origins, which made Izuku grimace at what was about to unfold. Origins? Didn't we already have a good idea of his background from the other universes? Itsuka questioned. You're correct that you have an idea about Izuku's background, but you need to know where it all began, JJ explained, dimming the lights to brighten the screen. The screen opened to a man tying his tie in front of a mirror, the camera angle obscuring his face. Honey, is he all dressed? He called out. Almost. Just putting on his shorts, she replied. Why do the voices sound familiar? AFO wondered. But are you sure it's okay to leave our youngest with your parents? You know how fragile his body is, she said, poking her head out of the door. I'm sure. We promised him we'd see the movie when he improved his grades, and he kept his end of the deal by being at the top of his class. Now it's time to pay back the favor, the man said as the camera panned up to reveal his face. That woman is such a cutie, Mineta said creepily, causing everyone nearby to scoot away from him. What a cute couple. I wonder what their baby will be like. Mina mused aloud, imagining all the possibilities. But who are they? It can't be Midoriya since we know who his parents are, Momo said, prompting everyone else to ponder as well. Suddenly, a loud boom and thud startled everyone. They turned to see AFO using every strengthening quirk he had to punch JJ, but a barrier blocked his attack. Stop this now, he yelled, continuing to force his punch against the barrier. Sorry, this was random. Once it starts, I can't change it until it plays to the end, JJ smirked, further infuriating AFO. What is going on? Rumi asked, preparing to tackle AFO. AFO fell silent for a moment before deactivating his quirk and slowly walking back to his seat. Nothing, he muttered. Besides, it'll be good for him. He hasn't met his grandparents in a while, and my parents are excited to see their grandson again, the man continued, putting on a trench coat. Mommy, I'm ready, a boy called out as he shyly walked out of the room, showing off his attire. He is so adorable, Nemuri exclaimed, admiring the cuteness of the child. Why do I get the feeling that I know him? Nana wondered aloud. Okay, Hisashi. Wait a little longer until your grandparents arrive, then we can go see the movie, she said, and the young Hisashi timidly nodded. Hisashi, was the collective response from many audience members as they turned to AFO. Yeah, and AFO replied, clearly displeased that his past was being revealed. Who knew you were such a timid boy? All Might chuckled in his buff form. Where do you think Izuku got it from? AFO retorted, surprising everyone with the revelation that Izuku inherited his timidness from both his mother and father. Okay, he said sadly, which only made his mother's heart ache. How about you go check on Yoichi? I'm sure he'll feel better if he sees his cool older brother, she suggested, which got Hisashi excited. He decided to check on his 4-year-old brother, who was lying in bed, feeling weak. He sure is happy to have a younger brother, the father chuckled, watching Hisashi's excitement as he talked to Yoichi, who smiled back at his 8-year-old brother. What is this? Nana questioned. What's wrong with it? Defo asked. Why are you this close to your brother? She asked, clearly upset. What's wrong with two brothers getting along? Tsiyu chimed in, recalling her own good relationship with her siblings. It's the fact that he betrays him to take over the world, Nana replied, her words revealing the hurt that Hisashi's betrayal must have caused Yoichi, despite their bond. As if I had a choice, Fo grumbled. You did have a choice. All Might yelled. You had such great power, yet you used it for your own creed. Fo remained silent, listening to their heated discussion without retorting. The mother joined in, admiring the scene, but soon grew sullen and left the doorway, prompting her husband to follow her. He found her in the bathroom, where he heard her crying. "Honey," he asked, knocking on the door frame. "I'm sorry. I just can't handle it," she said between sobs. "It's my fault that Yoichi has such a weak body." She continued to cry over the sink. Her husband walked in and hugged her tightly to comfort her. "It's not your fault, it's no one's fault. We can't control life, we can only be present in the moment." He gently pushed her away to look into her eyes. He has a loving brother, a loving father, and a loving mother. Not once has he ever felt saddened by his condition, he said, wiping a tear from her face. He knows we love him no matter what, so let's continue loving him. He held her hand and kissed it. At least we know how he got his fatherly charms. I wonder where those went, Emmy said with a laugh, earning an eye roll from AFO. Really though, what happened? Nana asked, making AFO suspicious. Although I hate to admit it, you were a good husband and father, came from a loving family. What made you change? She questioned, but AFO remained silent, unwilling to discuss certain aspects of his past. Just continue watching. I'm sure you'll find the reason soon, JJ said, sipping his boba tea and relaxing in his chair. They heard a knock at the door, prompting the husband to leave the bathroom and answer it. When he opened the door, he saw his parents. "Mom, Dad," he exclaimed, hugging them tightly. "Thank you so much for coming. You two are lifesavers." He stepped back to let them in. "No problem. Anything to see my two little boys," the mother said delightedly. "It's no issue for us. Anything to get out of the neighborhood. There have been reports of quirk hooligans running amok, doing whatever they please. In my opinion, no matter what side they're on, there is always destruction that follows," his father said, agitated and wary of those with quirks. What an ironic twist. His grandpa despises quirks while the grandson's quirk is to store and steal them, Takami remarked, enjoying some chicken Alfredo. "Do you ever stop eating?" Rumi asked, disturbed by the amount of food he consumed. "What can I say? Flying and controlling my feathers takes a lot of work," he justified. "When have you ever used your wings?" she questioned, but Takami ignored her and continued eating. "Well, I'm just glad you're here. Yoichi is in his room with Hisashi. We'll tell him it's time to go and leave Yoichi to you." His parents nodded in agreement. He went to their room to find his wife already waiting for him. "They're here," he said. "Okay. Bye, Yoichi," Hisashi said to his brother as he got off his bed and waved. "Bye, son," the husband and wife said to Yoichi. "Bye, Yoichi replied, waving back. The three of them got into the car and drove off to the movie theater. The film showcased a detective trying to uncover the identity of a mysterious culprit behind a series of crimes. After the movie ended, they headed straight home. "So, how was the movie?" his mother asked. "It was so cool. I loved the twist where the killer was actually another personality of the detective. Too bad he turned himself in because he couldn't control his other self," Hisashi said excitedly. The parents laughed at his enthusiasm. "Well, if you keep up the good work, then maybe," but suddenly something appeared in front of the car, and the screen darkened with a loud crash. "What happened?" Kaminari asked, engrossed in the movie. "They crashed. But the question is, into what?" Jiraiya replied. "The start of my downfall," Fo answered, piquing everyone's curiosity. Hisashi struggled to open his eyes, feeling his mother on top of him. He tried to look forward and saw the car was on fire, with a trail of blood leading back to her. Where's Dad?" he asked worriedly. "Don't worry about him, just get out of here," she struggled to say, her voice strained. What about you?" Hisashi questioned, not wanting to leave her behind. "Don't worry. I'll be right behind you. Mommy just needs some rest," she reassured him. Hisashi hesitated, not wanting to leave her, but then he heard the sounds of a fight outside. He turned to see a man with metal skin facing off against another person who had a backpack emitting flames, allowing him to fly. "You won't get away with this," the metal man yelled. "Oh, but I will. And that skin of yours won't protect you. All metals have a melting point, I just need to find yours," the flying man replied, pulling out a hose that began spewing gasoline. With a snap of his fingers, he ignited the gasoline. Fear gripped Hisashi, and he tried to hide. The two continued their fierce battle, causing destruction around them. After a while, the flying man ran out of fuel and began to fall. The metal man caught him as he started to pummel him. "That isn't a hero," Setsuna remarked, noting the excessive force used on the so-called villain. "You're right about that. This was a time when quirks began to emerge, and there was no hero association yet. People with quirks thought they were invincible and used their powers however they wanted," JJ replied. "It was also a time of chaos," FO added, drawing many curious glances. "Help! Help!" Hisashi shouted as he rushed toward the man attacking the spark user. "My parents! They need help," he cried out. Before the metal man could respond, he heard sirens approaching. "I'm sorry, kid, but I can't get caught." He then leaped into the air, leaving a scene of destruction behind. The man with the flamethrower slowly turned his head in pain, causing Hisashi to panic and strike him, which only made the attacker groan. Police and ambulance personnel arrived on the scene and began to assess the situation. They found Hisashi in front of the attacker and rushed to his aid. They cuffed the assailant, placed Hisashi's mother on a stretcher, and led him to the ambulance. As he walked toward it, he overheard the paramedics assessing the situation. Male, mid-30s, deceased on impact. This made Hisashi try to run to his father to confirm what he had heard, but the police stopped him as he struggled to break free. Eventually, he was taken to the same hospital as his mother. He was found to have no injuries and was placed in the waiting room while the medical staff attended to his mother. While he waited, he heard a long sound coming from her room, prompting other doctors to rush in, filling him with worry. After a couple of minutes of frantic orders, the beeping continued. "Call it," the doctor instructed. They noted the time and marked the cause of death as blood loss. All of this left Hisashi traumatized, but the police needed to bring him to the station. They didn't want to, but he was the only witness to identify the vigilante. He hesitated to provide answers, still grappling with the loss of his parents, which made the officers feel frustrated. "We understand you've been through a lot. How about we call it a day? Do you have any relatives we could contact?" one officer asked. Hisashi slowly nodded and mentioned that his grandparents were at his house. They drove him there, where the officers sadly had to deliver the heartbreaking news to the elderly couple, bringing them to tears. His grandfather cursed and raged against the vigilantes and villains, declaring they were no different from one another. Hisashi went to Yoichi's room, curious about where their parents were. He told his brother that they would be gone for a while, which upset Yoichi. Hisashi reassured him, saying he would be there for him instead. The funeral was held a month later, with Yoichi staying home because they feared he wouldn't handle the news well. After the service, Hisashi entered his parents' room and climbed onto the bed, crying out his pain as he remembered the times they shared and how quirks had brought them nothing but trouble. "Now I understand why you take quirks away, so people don't have to suffer the same fate as your parents. But that was in the past. Things have changed," Shino said to him. "That was certainly the beginning, but it isn't what made me change," FO replied. "Then what did?" Nana asked, trying to understand him so she might find a way to forgive him. AFO remained silent, causing Nana to huff in frustration. Hisashi was busy packing boxes in his parents' room, preparing for him and his brother to live with their grandparents. He sorted through items, deciding what to keep as memorabilia, what to store, and what to donate. That's when he came across a box containing all of his parents' documents. As he sifted through them for anything important, he found one particular document. "A quirk document?" he said, opening it to discover it belonged to his mother. It stated that her quirk was called Savior and could heal all injuries on a person once a day. He began to question why she hadn't used it on herself. He recalled the pain in his chest, the feeling of blood leaving his body, the numbness, and then a soothing aura that helped him relax. "She used it on me," he said in shock, tears streaming down his face as he blamed himself for his mother's death, believing he was the reason she had to heal him, leading to their tragic fate. He collapsed on the floor, crying over his mother's quirk document, begging for things to change. Just then he heard a knock on the door. "Oniai-san?" Yoichi asked. "What are you doing in Mama's and Papa's room? They won't like it if you go through their stuff." He was unaware of the gravity of the situation. Hisashi held back his tears and put on a brave face for his brother. Just looking at these one last time. It'll be a long time before we can come back, he said. Yoichi looked down, sadness etched on his face. Why did Mama and Papa have to leave? He asked, breaking Hisashi's heart further. He got up from the floor and hugged his brother. Don't worry, you still have your big brother, he reassured him, which made Yoichi reluctantly agree. I swear that I'll protect you, he whispered to himself as small sparks flickered from his hand, unnoticed by either of them. The screen faded to black, displaying the words, End of Part 1. The audience members had finished watching Origins, and AFO was visibly displeased with his past being revealed. They're happy? AFO said, his tone flat. Will we get to see the other parts? Nana asked, surprising both All Might and Gran Torino with her eagerness to continue watching. Master, are you sure? All Might inquired, confusion evident in his voice. If we understand the past, perhaps we can put an end to these centuries of conflict, she replied, her expression serious. As if I would allow you to know more than what has already been shown, Fo retorted, irritation creeping into his voice. Why are you so against us learning about your past? Tsuyu asked cautiously. It's my past. My story. I decide who knows, and that will be nobody, he shouted, his anger intimidating Tsuyu. What is your problem? Izuku yelled back, upset with how his father was treating his friend. Fo froze, taken aback by his son's voice. He sat down silently, still unwilling to share details of his past, while grappling with his frustration over the situation. Izuku turned to Tsuyu, offering her comfort as he felt anger towards his father. Nana shook her head, weary of AFO's attitude. Well then, JJ said awkwardly, unsure of what to do. Why don't we head to the hallway of doors for a break? He suggested, sensing everyone needed a moment to regroup. At first, nobody responded, making JJ anxious about what to do next. Slowly, one by one, they made their way to the hallway of doors, prompting a sigh of relief from JJ. As the audience entered the hallway, their HGs appeared beside them, eager to guide their partners except for the one paired with Mineta. Great, another day of misery, she remarked, but Mineta remained unresponsive, and everyone else seemed either dazed or stoic. Hey, what's going on? She asked another HJJ. They just watched Origins, he replied, prompting her to nod in understanding of their feelings. There's no point in feeling bad for him. What's in the past is in the past. Instead, focus on what you're doing today, as every moment is a gift, hence why it's called the present, one of the HJJs exclaimed, trying to lighten the mood. You borrowed that last part from Kung Fu Panda, didn't you? Another HJJ whispered, causing the accused to whistle innocently as they walked towards their assigned partners. After the HJJ's speech, those who felt sympathy for AFO sighed, glancing towards the hall, uncertain of their next move. Is there anything you all want to do? Inji asked his family, appearing unfazed by AFO's past. Natsuo expressed his discontent by huffing and turning away, crossing his arms. Fuyumi stood there, contemplating what they could do together as a family, while Shoto remained silent, unsure of what a typical family outing entailed. How about we visit one of the simulators to recreate a camping trip? Ray suggested, recalling the time when they all went camping together during one of Endeavor's rare days off. The kids considered it for a moment, reminiscing about past camping trips, Tuya and Enji's adventures, Natsuo's antics with small animals, and Fuyumi's efforts to keep him in check, while Shoto, being younger, stayed close to Ray. I'm okay with it, Shoto said, stepping forward. Natsuo and Fuyumi exchanged surprised glances before nodding at Enji, who returned the gesture and began leading the group in silence. In the distance, a certain scarred boy watched them, wishing to join but held back by his resentment towards Endeavor. Gradually, everyone began to disperse to pursue their own activities while Izuku allowed Tsuyu some space. Phew, that would have been a disaster if they were that unenthusiastic, JJ commented behind a screen, munching on popcorn. Everyone engaged in their own ways to unwind. Miruko, Kirishima, and Katsuki were in the training room, channeling their emotions into workouts. Kaminari challenged Shigaraki to a video game tournament, which Shigaraki initially refused until Kaminari dangled the secrets he knew about their classmates as a prize. Shigaraki quickly accepted the challenge, intrigued. JJ observed, pleased to see everyone enjoying themselves and momentarily forgetting about AFO. He scrolled through the cameras connected to each HJJ and spotted Aizawa in the pet room, peacefully napping with cats curled up around him. JJ smirked, snapping a picture to send to Hizashi, Nemuri, and Emi. They'll know what to do, he said with a hint of satisfaction as he continued watching everyone. Hours later, everyone was summoned back to the theater. What good is that information? Shigaraki complained to Kaminari, frustrated after learning that Kirishima secretly dyes his hair. There's no point in winning if you're giving me useless information. What are you talking about? I just broke a sacred trust between brothers. This is a serious loss for me, Kaminari replied, upset over his tournament loss. Don't you have any useful information? Like secrets to defeating you? Shigaraki asked, exasperated. What are you talking about? We'll never lose because we're that good, Kaminari said proudly, which only irritated Shigaraki further, causing him to storm off in anger. The Todorokis returned in silence. They had enjoyed their camping trip, but it felt awkward for everyone. No one knew what to do since everything had changed, resulting in mostly silence and the basics of a standard camping experience. Oh, Shota! Nemuri exclaimed playfully as she ran beside him, followed closely by Hizashi and Emi, who surrounded him with enthusiasm. Did Cat Daddy have a nice nap? She teased playfully. Aizawa furrowed his brow, confused by the nickname. I did have a nice dream where none of you were in it, he replied, glaring at them. But why are you calling me Cat Daddy? Emi pulled out her phone, giggling as she showed the image that JJ had sent to the three of them. Aizawa's face flushed with embarrassment and irritation. Where did you get this? He exclaimed. Hizashi pointed at JJ, who was on his podium, giving them a thumbs up with a smirk. Aizawa's anger flared as he activated his quirk, but JJ remained unfazed, knowing it wouldn't affect him. With a tired sigh, Aizawa deactivated his quirk and returned to his seat. Gradually, everyone settled down. Alright, now that everyone has had a chance to clear their heads, let's move on to the next universe. JJ snapped his fingers, flipping through different characters until it landed on Elements of Life. Is this going to be a boring documentary? Mina complained, the title sounding too much like a science textbook. No, it won't. This universe is loosely based on another where people can manipulate different elements, but it's not exactly the same, JJ explained, quickly snapping his fingers to start the presentation. The screen displayed Earth from a distance as a female voice began to narrate. Hundreds of years ago, humanity had just achieved peace and was exploring innovative technologies that could revolutionize the world. Suddenly, an earthquake erupted, shaking the ground and causing destruction across cities, towns, and villages, resulting in countless casualties. Just when humanity thought it was over, a new danger emerged. Monsters emerged from the cracks, each possessing unique attributes, triggering natural disasters. Thus, time for some monster-slaying action. Katsuki shouted, eager for a break from the emotional turmoil of earlier. What a cliché fantasy backstory. There are literally hundreds of mangas that do this, Kaminari grumbled, tired of the same old fantasy tropes. Shut it. This is one thing that actually looks good to watch. Shigaraki retorted, munching on popcorn with a pinky raised. Many governments sent military forces to combat these threats, but the monsters were resistant to conventional methods. Humanity lost half its population in just 10 years. When all hope seemed lost, a new generation emerged with the ability to control one type of element: fire, water, air, and earth. They proved effective against these creatures, reigniting hope for humanity. As years passed, more controllers appeared, further bolstering that hope. A century later, people's control over their elements evolved, allowing them to manipulate lightning, lava, metal, and more. However, they remained limited to one specific type of element. As the number of controllers grew, humanity reclaimed much of their land, pushing the creatures to the edges of the world. What a load of nonsense, both Shigaraki and Katsuki shouted in unison. Where's all the action? Katsuki complained. Chill, Bakubro. There are kids here, Kirishima pointed out, noticing Eri and Koda sitting on their guardians' laps with their ears plugged. Nijire, Aizawa, and Shino shot glares at the two, while Mirio looked displeased with their language. Izuku turned away, which only made them quieter as they settled back down. Meanwhile, Izuku's ears were blocked from surrounding sounds, connected only to the audio of the screen thanks to JJ's interference. Not yet. I still need those kids to learn some colorful vocabulary so they can use it around Izuku, JJ thought mischievously, eagerly anticipating Izuku's reaction when he confronted Katsuki. As the controllers made one final push to eliminate the remaining creatures, a new force appeared before them. He appeared human, but his aura was unlike any they had encountered. He could make many fall to their knees with just his presence, and those who stood their ground found themselves unable to use their elements. Within a week of their battle, they had lost over half their forces, rekindling the fear they thought they had overcome. I guess it's safe to assume who this guy is in this universe, Rumi remarked, glancing at Hisashi. Why is it that whenever a villain shows up who can stop people from using their abilities, it always seems to lead back to me? He asked, visibly annoyed. The early controllers unleashed their full elemental power to defeat this being, but he surprised them by using multiple elements simultaneously, effectively blocking their attacks. You were saying how this couldn't be you, Rumi pointed out, raising an eyebrow. Hisashi grumbled under his breath, clearly frustrated. The new threat proved to be more dangerous than they had anticipated, causing panic and chaos among the controllers as he seemed impossible to defeat. Suddenly, a single being arrived to save the day. He wielded all the basic elements with ease and possessed greater power over them. The two beings clashed for 4 days straight until the dark entity declared he would return before collapsing to the ground. The crowd cheered for their savior, but the being vanished, leaving many questioning their identity. And I wonder who that person is, Hisashi said mockingly, glancing back at Nana and Toshinori. A loser can't accept defeat? Toshinori replied smugly. I'm just tired of heroes always getting their way, Hisashi retorted, exasperated by the constant foiling of his plans by the government and heroes. After a century of fighting, humanity managed to reclaim their world and celebrated their savior. With the emergence of controllers, they accelerated the rebuilding process. However, not all controllers had noble intentions. Some sought to fulfill their own desires, causing fear among the non-controller populace. To ease the people's minds, a new organization was established to stop these criminals, and they were called the Guardians. What a boring ending, Minona complained. It didn't even include the main star of the show me. Aoyama added. Relax, it's not over yet, JJ reassured them as the screen continued to roll. Read it again, Mommy, a little boy asked. The screen panned out from what appeared to be a storybook for kids, revealing a young Inko who was reading it. This is a storybook, Uraraka exclaimed in surprise. Isn't this a bit too intense for kids? Tomoko questioned. First off, it's not a storybook but more of a history book. Secondly, this has been toned down significantly for children since the war was much more brutal than what has been told, JJ explained. Inko looked at Izuku and laughed as she closed the book. Don't you think it's past your bedtime? She asked, ruffling his hair and making him giggle. All right, he said sadly, looking down. What element do you think I'll get to control? He asked, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Well, your father can breathe fire, and I can use air to push objects toward me, so who knows what you'll be able to do? She replied, patting his head. Now get some sleep. We have a big day tomorrow. She kissed him goodnight before turning off the lights. Izuku snuggled into his bed, eager to discover his powers the next day. The war had ended decades ago, and people had started to become more diverse in controlling different aspects of life. However, during this time of peace, the abilities people possessed had diminished significantly. Nowadays, while many could control a single aspect of life, most chose normal career paths, believing their usefulness lay elsewhere. The screen then darkened, displaying 10 years later. Izuku was at the stadium, watching Mina fight against Aoyama. Aoyama looked away, feeling overshadowed. Is that me? I look amazing. Mina shouted in excitement, admiring how she would have looked without a quirk. Maybe if I looked like that, I wouldn't have been rejected so many times, she whispered to herself, feeling dejected. I think you're great no matter how you look, Kirishima said, surprising her momentarily before she giggled. Thanks, Kirishima, she replied with a bright smile, making him blush. Kaminari, witnessing this, nudged Kirishima and pretended to make exaggerated kissing noises. Be quiet, Kirishima said, embarrassed, not wanting Mina to find out yet. Come on, just ask her out, Kaminari encouraged, but Kirishima was too shy. Instead, he changed the topic. What about you and Jairu? This made Kaminari freeze, and he started whistling, playing the ignorant card, which only made Kirishima shake his head as he looked back at the screen. Mina created acid from her body, using it to disable Aoyama's regulator, causing his pants to slip. While Aoyama struggled to pull them back up, Mina seized the opportunity to push him out of the ring. And it appears, young listeners, that the Queen of Dance has taken down King Fabulous. Present Mike announced, his voice amplified. The crowd cheered, enjoying the excitement of seeing Guardians in training compete. Now next up. He began, but suddenly an earthquake shook the stadium, causing panic among the non-Guardian citizens. Everyone, please calm down. We have Earth controllers to stabilize the shaking, Aizawa started, but cracks began to appear at the center of the stadium. It can't be, Aizawa said in shock as he witnessed creatures breaking through the ground. The sudden appearance of these terrifying creatures sent shivers down the spines of the audience, who thought they were rid of such horrors. Panic ensued as everyone tried to flee the stadium, while the Guardians jumped into the arena to face an unknown foe. Izuku watched from the stands, witnessing the chaos unfold. Deku, let's go! Uraraka yelled, trying to pull him away. While being dragged, he couldn't tear his eyes away from the scene. He saw many people frozen in fear, the tension in the air thick with the sounds of distress from young children. And here we go. The cliché protagonist will suddenly reveal his true power, bringing a whole new perspective. He was interrupted by a playful whack from Jairu. Just because you choose to stay in your room doesn't mean everyone knows this plot, Jairu scolded him. Sorry for being so cultured in this aspect, Kaminari shot back. Jairu smirked. I'm sorry you're knowledgeable about these things, she teased, causing those nearby to snicker, which made Kaminari cross his arms, unhappy about being teased. Don't worry, man. I also read over 1,000 manga and webtoons. It's a problem, and I'm proud of it, JJ thought to himself. Izuku then had a flashback to when he first discovered his abilities. He was just a 10-year-old boy, categorized as a non-controller, hiding in an alleyway from bullies. While resting, a tall figure wearing an overcoat and a fedora approached him. You, the figure said ominously, pointing at him, which startled Izuku. You're one of the few spirit controllers. Confused, Izuku replied, I don't know what you're talking about. I was born without an element to control. The figure shook his head. Although people can control elements, what they're truly controlling is life itself. And you, my young protege, possess the strongest ability any controller could have, the control over spirits. If I have such an ability, why can't I control anything? Izuku questioned. Simple. There can only be one person who can freely control spirits, the figure explained, leaving Izuku feeling disappointed. Tell me, what would you do if you had such power? Izuku thought long and hard about what he truly wanted. I want to join the Guardians so I can be like the savior in the Book of Heroes. I want to protect everyone I care about, he said confidently. I see, the figure replied, scratching his chin. Stick out your hand. Izuku gave him a questioning look but hesitantly extended his arm. The figure grasped it firmly, and a glow began to form between their palms, strong gusts of wind swirling around them. What are you doing? Izuku asked, trying to pull away. I'm giving you a power that will draw the attention of every villain and creature, a power that will inspire envy. It's both a blessing and a curse. The wind blew off the figure's hat, and Izuku's eyes widened as he recognized him. A torch cultivated over many years. I'm giving you everything. The camera panned out to reveal an older version of the savior, a legendary figure known as All Might. Izuku felt disoriented and slowly lost consciousness during the process. When he woke up, he found himself in the same alleyway, resting on some nearby trash bags. He searched for the man who had given him powers but found no trace of him. Believing it was all a dream, he headed home, unaware that he was already controlling the winds around him, a discovery he would make in the future. Back in the present, as Izuku witnessed the chaos, he felt a sense of duty stirring within him. He shook off Uraraka's grip and ran toward the arena. "Stop. What are you?" she began, but stopped mid-sentence as she saw Izuku surrounded by fire and water. "Isn't his element from the air category?" she wondered. Izuku leaped from the stands into the arena, where many guardians lay overwhelmed by the creatures. He first summoned a wave of water to lift all the guardians out of danger. Then he used the ground to immobilize the creatures for as long as he could while planning his next move. Focusing all the air in the area, he unleashed a wave of fire upon the creatures. The additional oxygen intensified the flames, causing the creatures to burn longer. After 10 minutes, all the fire-vulnerable creatures had been defeated. Izuku then struck the remaining creatures with spikes from the ground and launched water shots from above. Soon, the arena was left in ruins, littered with the remnants of the defeated creatures. "Are my eyes deceiving me?" one of the guardians exclaimed as they rose. "Not only do we have a dual elementalist, but one who is spoken of only in legends," another guardian said, excitement evident in their voice. "Are we sure he's the savior and not a dark being?" questioned another guardian. The stadium buzzed with speculation about Izuku, with opinions ranging from admiration to doubt. "So this is what he meant by it being a curse," Izuku whispered to himself as more audience members returned to see the commotion, only to find him standing in the arena. "It was fascinating to learn about a life we never knew," Tsuyu remarked, and the other girls nodded in agreement, mainly eager to see more baby Izuku pictures. "Right, family," JJ thought to himself, momentarily forgetting about Inko. He discreetly snapped his fingers, bringing her back to her original seat, surprising Mitsuki, who was next to her, but she was glad to have her back. "I should let Stain cool off a bit longer," JJ mused as he prepared for the wheel of randomness. "I'm more excited about the memes. I've been promised memes, but it feels like an eternity since I last saw any," Kaminari complained, hanging upside down in his chair. "I'm more interested in the fan art. It's intriguing to see how other Celestials view our universe and portray us in their own styles," Momo added, appreciating the various artistic interpretations. "Whatever it is, it better not be," Katsuki began, but he jinxed himself as the wheel slowed down and landed on embarrassing images. "Great," he muttered. Nervous excitement filled the room. "All right, since Katsuki seems the least excited about this, he'll be featured in half of the images," JJ announced. "What kind of nonsense is this?" Katsuki protested, standing up as if ready to confront the situation. "Relax, I'm just joking," JJ said, trying to calm him down. "You'll be the minority of the images here," he thought to himself, chuckling. Tatsuma blushed deeply while Rumi appeared unfazed. "Yes, queens." Mina cheered, thrilled for both of them. "We're not in that kind of relationship," Tatsuma and Rumi replied in unison, leaving Mina slightly disappointed as she had hoped for a ship. "Why is this supposed to be embarrassing?" "Passion or not, it's still a moment," Momo questioned. "Trust me, there was definitely passion in that kiss," Rumi said proudly, making Tatsuma blush even more. "It was embarrassing because so many people were watching us," Tatsuma admitted shyly. "I'd love to hear the full story," Mineta said, his curiosity evident, earning him a slight burn from Mina's acid. "Sure, little man. We were out with friends and had a bit too much to drink. Then we decided to play the king's game. Someone drew the king and ordered us to kiss," Rumi explained, glancing at Namuri. "What? The game needed a little excitement. It was your choice to go for the full kiss." Namuri defended herself as a few boys turned red, recalling the night. "Hey, if I'm challenged, I won't back down. I go all in," Rumi declared, her enthusiasm evident. Meanwhile, Tatsuma fainted from embarrassment, giving Takami the opportunity to snap a picture. Inko was still a bit disoriented, but when she saw the screen, she turned crimson, followed by Izuku. Toshinori also blushed as he attempted to capture a photo of Inko, who looked flustered. Hisashi crept closer to the screen, trying to get a better look, and noticed the pink blouse she wore. "Is that the pink blouse I got you when we first got married?" Hisashi asked suspiciously. "Seems to be the case. But is that a problem?" Mitsuki replied. "Was she cheating on me with you?" Hisashi's anger began to rise, alarming the League of Villains and nearby heroes. "No. I was just teasing her. She's adorable when she's embarrassed. Don't tell me you've never done that in your life." Mitsuki challenged him. Hisashi's anger gradually subsided as he recalled the times he had teased her too, realizing why someone like Mitsuki would enjoy it as well. Besides, that was in the past. "We're just great friends now," she said, hugging Inko tightly, making her blush even more as everyone stared in surprise at their closeness. Masaru remained unfazed, already aware of the truth since they had attended the same high school, but Hisashi suddenly felt threatened. "She's more formidable than I thought," he mused, considering Mitsuki a potential rival. Speaking of romance, JJ announced as the next image appeared. Although the earlier shock was greater, the new image still surprised everyone. Who knew the stoic hero had such a side to him? "So manly!" Kirishima exclaimed, shedding a single tear. Shoto, Natsuo, Fuyumi, and Dabi were the most astonished by this revelation, turning to Enji for answers. Enji averted his gaze, not wanting to meet their eyes. "I'm not really good with romance or relationships," Enji admitted, his voice carrying a hint of regret. "I know you weren't the best husband or father before, but I held on because I believed the man I loved was still there," she whispered, reaching out to turn his face toward her. "And look at you now, trying to be a better person," she said with a gentle smile. Enji remained silent as he stood up and walked to the back room, disappointing Rei and confusing everyone else who wondered what had just happened. Meanwhile, JJ observed Enji against the wall, noticing tears in his eyes. "If only you showed your vulnerable side more, people might be more understanding," JJ thought as he switched the image. The Baku squad, minus Katsuki, burst into laughter. "How does it feel to be frozen in your own iceberg?" Zero teased, relishing the moment. "Is it just me, or is he smiling?" Tsuyu asked, prompting the Baku squad to stop laughing and examine the image closely. "Quick! This is as rare as seeing a meteor shower," Mina exclaimed, pulling out her phone to capture the moment. "What movie is that?" "It seems a bit dated based on the graphics," Izuku questioned. "Just some movie I found in my mom's box of old stuff," he replied in a monotone voice. "It's a movie called Frozen, released and I'm glad you liked it so much," Rei said to Shoto with a smile. JJ slowly turned to the audience, his expression unchanged. "That's right, feeling old yet?" "I am," he thought sadly, despite being a being as old as time itself. His existence was relatively young compared to other celestial beings. Many people were concerned about All Might's condition, knowing that his fall could not have been good for his back. "Funny how the one person to take down All Might was his own students," Shigaraki said mockingly. Katsuki was furious, not only because he had been caught smiling but also because he had slipped accidentally. Shoto felt embarrassed, though he didn't show it physically. Toshinori was too ashamed to face his mentors after such a blunder. "Well, they did it by accident. I wonder how many times you tried to take him down on purpose, only to fail." JJ teased, provoking Shigaraki, who attempted to get up from his seat and retaliate, but Spinner and Dabi held him back. "Woo, that's a burn. I can't wait to see you in flames later," Twice and his split personality chimed in together. "I count that takedown as a failure since there was no blood," Toga commented. "Trust me, when he fell, he coughed up a lot of blood," JJ said, which delighted Toga while Shoto grimaced at the thought of Toshinori's hospitalization. "It's all right, young Todoroki. I should have been more careful walking on ice," Toshinori reassured Shoto, trying to ease his guilt. The image of Nana trying to hug Toshinori made Gran Torino chuckle, as he found it amusing how his friend misjudged the height difference between them. Suddenly, he received a playful smack on the head. "What was that for?" Gran Torino exclaimed, rubbing his head. "What's so funny, Shorty?" Nana yelled down at him, towering over him. My question is, how do people in anime shows get shorter with age? JJ pondered, as it defied the scientific concepts of his world. I find it funny how the student who was once your shoulder height can now tower over you, he remarked with a smirk. This caused Nana to fume, and they spiraled into a playful argument while everyone watched. Meanwhile, Toshinori observed with a smile. Aren't you going to stop them? Izuku asked as he approached. It's been a long time since Sir and Master had these kinds of arguments. I'm so happy to see them like this again, he said, shedding a few tears as he wiped them away with his sleeves. Izuku stood by, trying to comfort him. The argument between Nana and Gran Torino continued, growing louder until many covered their ears. When it finally ended, Nana hugged Gran Torino tightly, lifting him from his chair. I missed these moments, Nana said in a semi-sad tone. Me too. But you're crushing my back, Gran Torino replied, and she quickly let go, apologizing. When a picture was shown, the mothers in the audience cooed at the sight of a young Katsuki peacefully sleeping with his mom. Kaminari, Mina, and Shiro took the opportunity to snap photos for later embarrassment, but Katsuki instantly tried to wrestle the phones from their hands, with Kirishima holding him back. To be sleeping on those beautiful mounds, Mineta blurted out, causing a sudden silence as everyone stared at him. Realizing his mistake, he looked around, embarrassed. It seems you didn't learn your lesson, Masaru said as he stood up, his glare silencing everyone. I guess it's time for some father-son bonding, Katsuki declared, grabbing Mineta by the head and dragging him to the back while Mineta struggled to escape. Don't worry. The pain will be so intense that you'll pass out from shock, Katsuki said, crouching down to Mineta with a smile that only made the situation more terrifying. Mineta screamed louder. Once they reached the back, silence enveloped the room. Never mess with a cinnamon roll again, many audience members thought, as Izuku, Inko, and Masaru all displayed their fierce sides when pushed to their limits. He was such a cute baby. Too bad he got his fiery nature from me, Mitsuki remarked, ignoring the earlier commotion. He also got his physique from, Kaminari began, intending to joke about Katsuki's build, but Shiro quickly taped his mouth shut. We don't want the body count to increase, he said, already resigned to the fact that Mineta was in serious trouble. As JJ noted that Katsuki was no longer in the room, a mischievous smile spread across his face. I guess it's time for the remaining Katsuki photos, he announced as the next image appeared. Oh, that time. Where did he even learn the word Satan? Mitsuki whispered to herself, questioning why her son would write to Satan instead of Santa. I guess he's been so naughty that instead of writing to Santa, he had to write to the devil to get something, Kaminari joked, prompting laughter from his friends. Toshinori scolded him, saying, Now, young Kaminari, that isn't a nice thing to say about a classmate behind their backs, which made Kaminari sulk until he heard All Might laughing unexpectedly. Come on now. That was a good joke. Don't ruin the kid's chance at laughter, Emmy chimed in, using her quirk to make him laugh. Hey, Eraser. Do you mind if I take your little student over there for a little internship? I believe I can teach him to be a master of jokes, she said, which excited Kaminari for a moment until Aizawa's stern response cut through the air. No, he said firmly, unable to bear the thought of another version of Emmy, causing her to pout. She soon received a message on her phone announcing that Hizashi would be the substitute mentor, and her eyes widened with excitement. She quickly texted back that she would send in all the lesson plans, marking the beginning of a new challenge for Aizawa. This is adorable, Itsuka remarked, noting a recent image of Katsuki that showed him acting somewhat like a normal person. However, Mitsuki's expression darkened as she gazed at the photo. You have a dog? I didn't know, Inko said, surprised as she turned to her best friend, only to notice the sorrowful look on her face. We had a dog. Katsuki found him injured in an alley and brought him home. It took weeks for Shiloh to recover fully. Katsuki became really attached, but after a few months, a terminal illness appeared. The doctors said it could have been treated if the previous owners had brought him in sooner, as there were clear signs of distress. He passed away a week later, and Katsuki locked himself in his room for days. All we heard was the sound of weights being lifted and punches being thrown, Mitsuki explained, her voice growing sadder. Inko felt a wave of sympathy and apologized for bringing it up. Others around them, including Izuku, were also taken aback, having been unaware of what Katsuki had gone through. When Katsuki emerged from the panic room, the Baku squad rushed to him and enveloped him in a hug. "What are you doing?" he shouted, bewildered. "We're so sorry for your loss," Mina said, which only confused him further until he glanced at the screen and saw a memory of Shiloh. He forcefully pushed everyone away and marched to his seat. "I don't need your pity. He wasn't that important to me," he yelled, though his eyes betrayed him, glistening with unshed tears as he turned back to the screen, prompting his friends to want to comfort him even more. JJ hesitated, unsure whether to change the images since the mood was already heavy. "Change the photo. We don't need this nonsense on screen." Katsuki shouted at JJ, fighting back tears. Nodding, JJ quickly switched the images. "Who's that?" Toga asked, not recalling anyone who looked like her, as she had been focused on the League of Villains, Izuku, Uraraka, and Tsuyu. Hisashi's face turned pale as he recognized the photo, which Nemuri noticed. "Do you know this woman?" she asked with a teasing smile. "No, I don't," Hisashi stammered, beads of sweat forming on his brow as Nemuri leaned closer. "You know, she has the same hair color and length as you," she teased, making him sweat even more. "The eye color and glasses look familiar too," she continued, "and the piercings. They seem so familiar." "All right. That woman is me," he finally shouted, unable to withstand the pressure from Nemuri any longer. "Why?" Aizawa asked, concern etched on his face. "I needed money," Hisashi replied. "But you have the salary of a pro hero and a teacher," Aizawa remarked. "I was out of commission for a month and couldn't do any hero work or schoolwork. I needed to make money somehow. Then I heard people say how girls make tons of money on a site called Soul Supporters. So, I dressed up as a girl and sold photos online for cash," he explained, earning shocked stares from everyone around him. "How much did you make?" Nizu asked, intrigued. "Enough to cover my living expenses for 6 months," he replied, causing everyone's eyes to widen in disbelief at how well his plan had worked. Eri, overhearing this, wanted to earn some money too to repay all the kindness she had received. "Do you think I'll make a lot of money if I join Soul Supporters?" she asked innocently, unaware of the site's true nature. Mirio quickly dismissed the idea, knowing the website's implications, which only made Eri more curious about why she couldn't join. "Yikes, that's going to be one long explanation," JJ thought to himself as he turned to the audience, signaling the end of the segment. The audience had just finished watching Embarrassing Images PT2. Masaru had finished lecturing Mineta about how he should never speak about anyone's wives inappropriately, while Mineta trailed behind him, looking terrified. Mirio was trying to explain to Eri why she should stay away from Soul Supporters. "And that's why you should never go on Soul Supporters," Mirio emphasized, doing his best to explain without revealing too much. Nijire and Tamaki stood in the background, holding signs, even though Nijire had no idea what the site was about. She just knew it was bad based on Mirio's reactions and decided to ask him later. "How did they get those signs?" JJ wondered, realizing he only had a snack bar in the theater and the only way they could have gotten supplies was from the hallway of doors. "So I can't do it since I'm too young?" Eri asked, her face a picture of confusion. Mirio nodded vigorously, and Nijire joined in, while Tamaki slowly nodded behind her. Eri pondered for a moment before her eyes lit up with excitement. "Does that mean I can join when I'm old enough?" she asked eagerly. Wanting to repay Miro, Nijire, Tamaki, Izuku, and Aizawa for everything they had done for her. However, Miro's smile faltered as she still didn't quite grasp the implications. Aizawa, frustrated, playfully wrapped his scarf around Hisashi's neck for suggesting the idea to Eri, while Izuku looked on in confusion, unsure of what was so concerning about Soul Supporters, thinking it was just a platform for sharing pictures for money. "I wonder what the pictures would," Mineta began, seemingly recovering from his earlier shock, but suddenly everything around him froze, turning gray as time itself came to a halt. Confused, he looked around for JJ, but the podium was empty. Panic set in as he searched frantically for his friend. Just then, a cold, eerie hand touched his shoulder, sending a chill down his spine. He was too frightened to look back. "Look at me," a voice thundered, dark and menacing, shaking Mineta to his core. Trembling, he slowly turned to face the source of the voice. What he saw made his heart race, a towering creature resembling a werewolf, but with 3 heads and glowing white eyes. Its immense shadow loomed over him, enveloping him in darkness. "If you dare to speak another word about Eri or any other child, I will find you and consume your soul," the creature bellowed, its final words echoing ominously, causing Mineta to faint in sheer terror. As he collapsed back into his chair, the creature stepped away, and the darkness began to dissipate, revealing JJ, who looked far from pleased. "It's been a while since I had to use that form," Jay muttered to himself as he returned to his seat. "I'll need to erase his memory of this. Hopefully, the shock will deter him from his inappropriate thoughts." With a snap of his fingers, the audience resumed their activities as if nothing had happened. "Dude, what just happened?" Kaminari exclaimed, noticing Mineta slumped over, foaming at the mouth. "What did you do to him?" Mitsuki asked Masaru, concern etched on her face, though he appeared equally surprised. "I just gave him a lesson in respecting women, but I didn't expect it to affect him this much," Masaru replied, glancing at Mineta while Kaminari tried to rouse him. "That little brat had it coming. I can't stand guys like that," Rumi said, taking a bite of her carrot. "Then why did you entertain him with the idea in the first place?" Tatsuma asked, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Rumi smirked, shifting her gaze to Tatsuma. "It's just fun to see you get all flustered," she teased, pointing her half-eaten carrot at her, which made Tatsuma sigh. "You never change," Tatsuma muttered under her breath, but Rumi's keen ears caught it, and she smiled, enjoying the moment with her friend. "Why do Rumi and Tatsuma remind me of Mitsuki and Inko?" JJ wondered internally, questioning his own writing skills for not giving them more distinct personalities. "What did I miss?" NG asked Ray as he returned from the panic room, puzzled by the scene before him. "Just someone stopping another from doing something terrible and another punishing someone for a bad deed," Ray replied vaguely, but it was enough for NG to understand as he took his seat. JJ was about to continue when he noticed Momo raising her hand from the audience. He called on her. "What's so bad about Soul Supporters? If it allows people to make money from skills like videography and photography, what's the issue?" she asked, surprising her friends with her innocence. Nijire nodded enthusiastically, curious about the topic, while Mirio looked at her with confusion, wondering why she was siding with him when she didn't fully understand. I'd like to know too," Izuku added nervously. "Well, you see," Hizashi began, but Aizawa quickly interrupted him, putting him to sleep with Midnight's quirk. "Ooh, I know," Toga chimed in cheerfully. "It's because people don't appreciate the beauty of what's being sold. Like the photos of a hero in distress," she said with a gleeful tone, which unsettled many in the audience, except for Eri and Koda, who had plugged their ears. No," JJ replied, stretching the word out. "Let's just say some of the content there caters to Mineta's interests." Momo and Izuku exchanged knowing glances, while Nijire began to grasp the implications, realizing how inappropriate it was. "Anyways, let's move on to the next universe," JJ exclaimed cheerfully, snapping his fingers. The characters above the screen cycled through until they spelled out "Final Mission," causing JJ's smile to fade as he anticipated the challenges ahead. "Koda, Eri, head to the playroom. There are treats shaped like Deku," JJ instructed, eager to get them out of the room, and they perked up at the mention of sweets. "What's wrong?" Shino asked, concern evident in her voice, sensing JJ's unease about the upcoming universe. "Just watch and see," JJ replied, snapping his fingers again. The screen displayed a devastated Mizudafu, leaving the audience in stunned silence. Many buildings lay in ruins, craters dotted the streets and sidewalks, remnants of battles fought were evident, with signs of struggle remaining from the chaos that had unfolded. The audience members were in shock, initially unable to comprehend that what they were witnessing was Mizudafu until the camera panned over to the dilapidated remains of Yue. "What happened?" Inko asked, horrified. "Let's just say the villains triumphed," JJ replied bluntly, leaving the heroes stunned by the realization of their defeat, while the villains were amazed by their unexpected victory in this universe. JJ shook his head, sensing they were misunderstanding the situation. From an aerial view, the camera captured a small group of individuals navigating through the devastation of what was once Mizudafu. The focus shifted to an older version of Katsuki, Shoto, Shinso, Momo, Kirishima, Jairu, and Kaminari. They appeared worn out and exhausted, their hero costumes showing signs of upgrades but also damage from the numerous battles they had endured. Kaminari leaned heavily on Jairu for support, struggling to stay upright. "Where are the others?" Momo asked, worry etched on her face, a sentiment echoed by her classmates. JJ met her gaze but offered no answer. The UA teachers felt uneasy witnessing the destruction of their beloved school, and seeing their students grown up in such dire circumstances only deepened their concern. Katsuki scanned the area, deeming it safe enough for his group to rest. While the others took a break, he remained vigilant, keeping watch. "Bakubro, take a break. We haven't seen any Nomis around for a while," Kirishima called out, but Katsuki ignored him, continuing his surveillance. Kirishima sighed and pulled out a canteen of water. "Hello. Is anyone there? We have found a safe point. I repeat, is anyone there? We have found a safe point." Momo spoke into a radio, hoping to reach any remaining members. Silence filled the air, heightening her anxiety until she finally caught a signal from one of the groups. "This is Uravity," Uraraka said breathlessly, struggling to communicate. "Uravity? What's your team's status?" Momo asked, flipping through her notebook filled with names, most of which were crossed out. Uraraka fell silent again, prompting Momo to call out urgently, "Uravity! What's your team's status?" She dropped her pen and notebook, focusing entirely on the radio, but the expressions on her teammates' faces revealed the grim reality they all feared. Confusion and worry spread among the students, but Class 1B, knowing their teacher's military background and the drills they had undergone, had a vague understanding of the situation. "War. I never thought I would see this again," Ken said in disbelief, unable to fathom that his home country had become the epicenter of such destruction. "I hoped this kind of thing would never happen to us," Emi said seriously, her concern palpable. Takami stared intently at the screen, piecing together the information in hopes of preventing such devastation in the future. Rumi tapped her foot in frustration, while Tatsuma looked distraught by the scene unfolding before them. The radio crackled back to life, Uraraka's voice sounding weaker than before. "Team Pink is down," she reported, and the camera zoomed in on her face, then panned out to reveal Mina with severe injuries, Hakigure in a dire state, Hatsum charred, and Komori tragically lost. Many students felt nausea wash over them, unaccustomed to such sights, while those depicted as casualties were horrified. All Might had faced many foes in his lifetime, FO being the most notorious, but what he witnessed now was not the work of an enemy, but the result of madness. "What is this?" Shigaraki questioned, disturbed by the scene. Despite his desire for heroes to fall, this was beyond anything he had anticipated. Even Toga was unsettled. While she had a penchant for chaos, this level of brutality was too much. Twice oscillated between being unfazed and nearly losing his composure. The only ones unaffected were AFO and Nizu, who stared at the screen, deep in thought, having grown accustomed to such horrors. Momo bit her lip, refusing to surrender. "What about the other teams? If we can regroup, we can," but Uraraka interrupted her. "They're gone," she replied, causing Momo to drop to her knees, the weight of the truth hitting her hard, though they had expected it. Hearing it confirmed was even more painful. "What about you? If you can give us your location, we can," Momo urged, her voice faltering as she clung to hope, desperate to save at least one more person. But Uraraka had more grim news. "I don't think I can hold on much longer. I'm losing too much blood," she said, the camera zooming out to show her leaning against debris, one arm severely injured, leaving her barely able to use her quirk. Momo's expression twisted in pain as she absorbed the reality of the situation. Even with countless comrades lost, it never became easier. "Listen. The Nomis that were here will be coming for you. They have a high-end Nomu with a tracking ability. You need to run, Uraraka warned, hearing the ominous footsteps approaching. Please end this, she shouted into the radio before dropping it and activating her quirk with her remaining strength. The Nomus surged forward, lunging at her from a distance. Come and get some, she yells as they all start to overwhelm her. Momo, on the other end, heard the screams and the sound of chaos before a loud boom echoed on the radio, followed by another distant explosion. It became clear that Uraraka had used the last of her strength to lift the building, sacrificing herself along with the Nomus as they crashed to the ground. Uraraka was in tears, witnessing her own demise in such a harrowing way. Tsuyu did her best to comfort her, just as Uraraka had once done for Tsuyu. Izuku's heart felt heavy as he struggled to bear the pain of watching his friends suffer. He knew he couldn't hold on to that pain for long. Tatsuma and Nijire were equally distressed, rushing to Uraraka's side to offer their support. If only I could consider this the worst way to go, JJ thought, feeling unsettled by the audience's reactions, knowing there were even worse fates. Momo was left sobbing on the ground, mourning her fallen friends, while Jiru sat Kaminari down before rushing to Momo's side to lift her spirits. How many of us are left now? Shinso asked gloomily, grappling with the weight of being labeled a villain with no chance to redeem himself. 7. Katsuki replied, looking away from his friends, the gravity of their situation weighing heavily on them. We need to move. If what Uraraka said is true, this is no longer a safe spot for us. His words shocked Kirishima and Kaminari, who were taken aback by his lack of visible grief, but Shinso and Shoto stood up, understanding the urgency of their mission. Gee guys! Momo cried out from the ground, I don't think I can go on. It's too much. The pain of losing so many friends was overwhelming. Jiru, in disbelief, urged Momo to look her in the eyes. You can't give up. We have a mission to fulfill. Don't let their sacrifices be in vain. Jiru shouted, trying to motivate her. But Momo began, but then a sharp sound pierced the air as metal struck the ground, sending a jolt of pain through her. Jiru gasped as she realized Momo had been injured right before her eyes. She watched as the light faded from Momo's gaze, her body going limp. Momo, she cried out, desperately trying to help but finding it impossible. Sheet! They found us, Katsuki shouted, spotting a large group of high-end Nomus approaching, ready to attack. We need to go. Icy Hot, put up a wall to block any projectiles, he commanded, and Shoto nodded, creating a tall ice barrier to slow them down. Come on, Jiru. We need to move, Kaminari urged, limping toward her. Remember our mission. His words finally broke through, and Jiru helped him catch up with the others. The group ran, unable to take a moment to mourn Momo as the high-end Nomus pursued them relentlessly. Make it, you bastards! Katsuki yelled at the screen, determined not to let another friend fall while he was watching. Momo, still in shock, witnessed her own demise, prompting Jiru to rise from her seat in an attempt to comfort her. When will this end? Izuku asked, feeling overwhelmed at the thought of losing another friend. We're almost at the end of the screen, JJ replied, aware that this universe was particularly difficult to watch. The group did their best to escape, but the high-end Nomus were relentless, tracking them down no matter which way they turned. If we don't do something about those Nomus, we're done for. Katsuki shouted, noticing Kaminari struggling to keep up. Just go without me. I can handle them, Kaminari insisted, causing the group to stop and turn back. What are you saying, you fool? We're getting out of here together, Katsuki said, stepping closer, but Kaminari shook his head. I was used as a power source to create these guys. It's time for them to meet their end, he said with determination, though Jiru's worry deepened. You'll die, she cried out. Hey, you know me best. I always find a way out of tough situations, he replied with a reassuring smile, wiping a tear from her face with his thumb. Jiru knew there was no escape for him this time, but she wanted to believe in him. You better. You still have a promise to keep, she said, her voice trembling. He nodded in response before she returned to Kirishima, who embraced her, understanding the weight of the moment. Kaminari turned to Katsuki, delivering his parting words, protect her. You know she's tough. She won't fall easily too, Katsuki started, But Kaminari interrupted. Not from the enemies, but from herself. This caught Katsuki off guard, but he nodded in agreement, a smile breaking through Kaminari's serious demeanor. Come on. Let's not waste this opportunity, Katsuki shouted to the group as they continued their escape. Kaminari watched as his friends ran away, leaving him alone. He turned back to face the approaching high-end nomes, who were closing in. This is how it's meant to be. The class clown always ends up alone. He activated his quirk, electric energy crackling around him as the nomes drew nearer. I wonder what promise I made with Jairu, Kaminari pondered, struggling to recall the details. The high-end nomes were now just a few meters away, within range of his attack. Self-energy source, indiscriminate shocks, he called out, channeling his own life energy to unleash a powerful surge of electricity, reducing the nomes to nothing but ash. As he felt his strength waning, his body deteriorating from the exertion, a flashback struck him, a memory of the promise he had made with Jairu. It was before the war had begun. Jairu was backstage after her first performance as a singer-hero, and Kaminari was there, celebrating their success. That was amazing. At this rate, we might become bigger stars as a band than as heroes, he joked, grinning widely. What do you mean? I'll be the bigger star, Jairu shot back, raising an eyebrow as she put away her guitar. Then I guess we'll be stars together, Kaminari replied cheerfully, his smile making Jairu blush. She raised her right pinky finger, sealing their promise with a smile. You've got yourself a deal, she said, and Kaminari, surprised at first, locked his pinky with hers. Just then, Katsuki interrupted, boasting that he would be the biggest star in both the hero world and the rock scene, causing laughter among their bandmates. In the present, Kaminari reflected, well, it looks like I broke the promise. I'm becoming a star before you. With a bittersweet smile, he felt his entire being dissolve into nothingness. Far off in the distance, as the group managed to escape, a brilliant beam of yellow light erupted from where Kaminari had been, lasting for 15 seconds before fading away. Jairu shed a single tear, realizing she would never see Kaminari again. Overcome with grief, she cried into Katsuki's chest as he did his best to comfort her, honoring the promise he had made to Kaminari. Most audience members were shocked and shaken after witnessing the events of the final mission, grappling with the loss of friends, classmates, and loved ones. Kurojairi, are you okay? You seem unfazed by this, Vo said, his voice low. Even I'm feeling a bit queasy. It's not that I'm unfazed, I'm just used to it, Ho replied, the last part barely a whisper. He felt a flicker of something, but it was fleeting as he had no real attachments to Izuku's classmates. He braced himself, fearing the worst for Inko, Izuku, and Tenko, but thankfully, they had not met a similar fate. Besides, I'm not the only one accustomed to this. That little mouse over there is likely lost in thought about how this could have happened. He pointed towards Nizu, who was hunched over, contemplating how he could have prevented the tragedy. Meanwhile, Uraraka was comforted by Nijier, Tsuyu, and Ryukyu. Kaminari attempted to act tough, claiming he went out like a hero, but he soon crumbled, tears streaming down his face. The Baku squad, minus Katsuki, rallied around him, while Katsuki merely clicked his tongue, not out of disdain for his friend's breakdown, but out of frustration for his other self's inability to protect his companions. Momo felt a wave of sadness as she recalled her own breakdown, but she remained strong, knowing someone needed her. She glanced at Jairu, who was staring at the ground, refusing to meet anyone's gaze. Without a word, Momo pulled Jairu into a comforting embrace. What are you doing, Yamamo? Jairu asked weakly, still avoiding eye contact. I understand how you feel about him, Momo replied gently, causing Jairu to tense. You don't always have to be the tough girl. We're friends, right? That means we can be ourselves when it matters most. Jairu's tears flowed freely as she clutched Momo tighter. Why did that idiot have to die like that? She cried, her voice breaking. On the teachers and pro-heroes side, Hizashi and Nemuri were visibly upset. That won't happen to our kids, right? Hizashi asked Aizawa, blowing his nose into a handkerchief. Not if I have anything to say about it, Aizawa replied fiercely, his gaze fixed on AFO, the only one capable of creating nomes. All Might, Nana, Gran Torino, and Sasaki stared at AFO, aware of his capabilities. AFO sensed their scrutiny and felt compelled to defend himself. I know what you're thinking, but it can't be me, he insisted, feeling offended by their assumptions. You're the only one who can create such monstrosities, All Might countered. I may be evil, but I want control over Japan, not its destruction. What good is a country if there are no people left? AFO defended, locking eyes with the group. All right. JJ interjected before tensions escalated. I know things look bad, so how about I show some images to lighten the mood? Is it like the Wheel of Randomness? Itsuka asked. Similar, but these are from my private collection and are much shorter. It won't cut into our viewing time for the universe. Just a heads up, once it starts, I can't stop it the usual way. Now then, JJ shouted as he scrolled through his console filled with various files. He tapped on a folder labeled Feel Good, knowing that these images always lifted his spirits. He selected one at random and, when prompted to confirm, quickly hit yes without checking the contents. The console announced in a feminine robotic voice, JJ's Feel Good folder, drawing curious stares from the audience. Relax, it's not what you JJ began, but the console continued, Simp Edition, strong, causing the audience to stare even harder. JJ's face went pale as he suddenly remembered that folder's existence. He rushed to cancel the presentation, but the console denied his request. In a panic, he grabbed his phone to call Celestial Tech Support for help. When the first image appeared, gasps filled the room as it displayed Nana, which infuriated All Might. What nerve do you have to disgrace my master like this? You know she is married. All Might exclaimed in his muscular form. Nana was about to reassure him, but JJ had other thoughts. Like you're one to talk. You had a crush on her first, and it turned into love as a son and student, Jia retorted, causing All Might to blush in embarrassment. And don't get me started on how you said she was married. She's a widow, which is much different from you pursuing her daughter, who is currently separated from her husband. JJ's frustration grew as he waited for tech support to respond. All Might deflated, feeling both defeated and embarrassed, while Nana remained silent. She appreciated being one of his crushes but couldn't ignore the awkwardness of his interest in her daughter. Meanwhile, FO could be heard laughing heartily at All Might's humiliation. Looks like you have a fan, Takami joked, knowing how intense her fans could be. At least he has good taste, Rumi added, though she had her own affections for Izuku. But I already have someone in mind. Oh, who? Numri, Ryuko, Bobcat, and Emi eagerly chimed in, causing Rumi to tense slightly. Like I'll tell you, Rumi replied defiantly, crossing her arms and puffing out her chest, making the trio look slightly disappointed. Takami leaned in closer with a smirk. Does it involve a certain green-haired, he started, but before he could finish, Rumi swiftly knocked him to the ground, leaving a bump on his head as she whistled nonchalantly. Finally, JJ managed to reach Celestial Tech Support, who guided him on how to shut off the screen to prevent the audience from seeing the entire slideshow. And done, JJ announced, emerging from beneath the console as the theater screen turned black, letting out a sigh of relief. He quickly scrolled through the slideshow on his console, feeling embarrassed as he realized the images were mostly from the MHA universe, with a few from other worlds mixed in. After a moment, JJ calmed down and faced the audience again. Now that disaster is out of the way, let's move on to the next universe. He snapped his fingers, not giving them time to question the previous slideshow. The characters on the screen changed rapidly until it finally settled on Experiment. JJ hesitated, unsure if this was where things would take a dark turn. Play it, FO commanded, surprising many in the audience. Why would you want to see your son go through such terrible things again? Nana exclaimed. I said play it, FO repeated, his focus unwavering as he anticipated the fate of the scientist responsible for his son's suffering. Reluctantly, JJ complied with AFO's demand and snapped his fingers to start the universe. The screen opened to reveal Izuku sitting in a dark, confined metallic room, blankly staring at a bloodied plushie with one good eye, the other covered by a headband like an eye patch. He was reminded of a grave mistake. Though he could have been placed in a better room, he preferred this one, as it minimized the chance of encountering another subject. A year had passed since the organization entered Phase 2. Izuku had lost all hope of escaping to the outside world, believing no one cared about him or the thousands of other missing children. He felt needed within the organization, despite his deep-seated hatred for them, as it was the only place he felt wanted. The door to his room opened, flooding the space with light, but Izuku didn't flinch. He knew what was coming and waited for orders, believing that following them would prevent unnecessary harm. What kind of logic is that? Katsuki shouted, furious at Izuku's mindset. The human mind is a mysterious place. Humanity was already a questionable existence, and the emergence of quirks has only added to the confusion, Nizu remarked, unaware of the implications of his words. Oops. Pardon my manners, he added, bowing apologetically before turning back to the screen. Yeah, the human mind can be questionable, Fo thought dismissively, agreeing with the rodent-like creature. It's time for your daily appointment, the guard said firmly to Izuku, who slowly rose and stood before him, his eyes devoid of life. Try not to harm your psychologist this time. I like this one a lot. The guard wore a smirk that made Izuku remain still, his expression blank. After Izuku's performance during his first assignment, the head scientist wanted to assess his current mental state to determine if he could still be of use or if he was too far gone. The initial days of questioning by one of the organization's psychologists yielded little progress, as Izuku rarely spoke. They relied on his actions with the playsets in front of him to gauge his state. However, to truly understand Izuku, verbal answers were necessary, so the psychologist persisted in his questioning, hoping for better results and a higher paycheck. One fateful day, the psychologist asked a question that struck a nerve. Do you remember your parents? Izuku froze, a fuzzy memory surfacing in his mind, a glimpse of his mother's tragic fate. This triggered a frenzied response, activating his quirks, even though they were weakened by the collar. In a moment of chaos, he lashed out, leaving the psychologist incapacitated, the room now a scene of turmoil. Toga watched in delight, thrilled to see her crush in such a dramatic situation, though she felt a twinge of disappointment that it wasn't his own blood. The sight of dismemberment was unsettling, but the fact that it was Izuku who had done it made it bearable for her. At least he's taking care of one of them, all for one mused, slightly disturbed that his other self had yet to locate Izuku, revealing the organization's limitations. I'm not okay with this, Izuku admitted, feeling unsettled by his transformation into a creature capable of such violence. If you want, you can go to the panic room until you feel better, JJ suggested, but Izuku shook his head. I need to know what happens, he replied with determination, prompting a smile from JJ as he allowed Izuku to continue watching. After hearing the news, the head scientist assumed it was a one-time incident, still fueled by the aftermath of Izuku's first outburst. He assigned another psychologist, but over the course of a month, 5 psychologists had met unfortunate ends. Frustrated by the losses, he instructed a subordinate to find psychologists desperate for money and without connections, ensuring that their disappearances wouldn't raise alarms. Yet, even after a year, certain phrases continued to trigger Izuku, leading to more chaotic incidents. Once the guards snapped back to reality, he led Izuku to the room where his new psychologist awaited. As the door slid open, Izuku's eyes widened at the sight of her. The scene shifted to a rundown apartment, where a woman was seen from the neck down, murmuring to herself as she calculated her finances. I have to pay the loan for this place and that one and this one, she said, jotting notes at the table. Her mother had passed away when she was young, leaving her father to struggle with alcoholism and gambling. His debts to loan sharks had cost them most of their possessions, and after he was diagnosed with liver cancer, he died, leaving her to shoulder the burden of his debts. Mirio, Nijire, Tamaki, Tsuyu, Uraraka, Kirishima, Tatsuma, and Sasaki grimaced at the mention of Chisaki's Yakuza empire. They were haunted by memories of their friends in danger and the horrors inflicted by the organization. What kind of nonsense is this? Yakuza shouldn't be this prevalent with heroes around, Katsuki remarked, noting how rare such groups were in his time, even if some still lingered. Overhaul, Izuku added sadly, recalling the pain he felt regarding Eri, which startled Katsuki. He realized his earlier comment had been thoughtless and crossed his arms, unwilling to admit it. As she sorted through her debts, an envelope slipped through her door, piquing her curiosity. She stood to investigate and was shocked to find a job proposal inside. The salary and benefits were enticing, but the requirement to live on-site and the high pay raised her suspicions. However, desperate to clear her debts, she accepted the offer and began packing. It took her a day to gather her belongings, as she had little to begin with and no farewells to make. A knock at the door interrupted her, and when she opened it, she was swiftly knocked unconscious. When she regained consciousness, she found herself in a tidy, metallic room with her luggage. The door slid open to reveal a man in a lab coat holding a clipboard, ready to explain her new role. He informed her that she would have freedom within her room, equipped with necessary facilities, and her job would involve analyzing a single individual. She nodded in understanding, though her face remained unseen. The man informed her that her work would commence in an hour, catching her off guard as she hurried to prepare, then was escorted to her workroom. She waited patiently, preparing herself for her first and only patient. When the door slid open, she turned around and was taken aback to see a young boy standing before her, one of his eyes obscured by a dirty headband. As the camera panned upward, her expression shifted into a warm smile, realizing that the boy truly needed someone like her. Back in the present, Izuku stared at his new psychologist, astonished by her presence. "Nice to meet you. I'm Fumiko Akimura, but you can call me Fumiko. I'll be your psychologist from now on," she said with a bright smile, and the camera finally revealed her features. When Izuku first saw her, his instincts kicked in. A memory of his mother flashed through his mind, triggering an aggressive reaction. He lunged forward, ready to confront her, while the guard attempted to intervene with the collar's shocking feature. However, as Izuku drew closer, Fumiko's smile began to calm him. He recalled fuzzy memories of someone with her face and smile, which helped him regain control and halt his advance. Fumiko took a step back, initially frightened by his sudden aggression and subsequent pause. "That's strange," the guard remarked. "The fact that he almost attacked me?" Fumiko exclaimed, still shaken by the encounter. "It's the fact that you're still standing," he replied, causing her to pale as she glanced back at Izuku. "Well, good luck," he said before shutting the door, leaving her feeling trapped and regretting her decision to take the job. "What have I gotten myself into?" she wondered, turning to see Izuku still watching her intently with his one good eye. With a sigh, she took a seat. "Well then, where do we begin?" she asked, pulling out a notepad and pencil, ready to start their session while still feeling a twinge of concern for her own safety. After finishing up Experiment 597 Part 3, many audience members appeared either relieved or indifferent to what they had witnessed. "That was tamer than I expected," Ida remarked, glad he didn't have to see his friend endure more hardships. "That was boring. I wanted to see more action. Where's the excitement?" "I expected more than this," Dabi complained, wishing to see the organization crumble, as it reminded him of his past where children were subjected to harsh training. It was satisfying to see them get what they deserved. Toga chimed in, pleased to see the psychologists face consequences, even if it was only them. "Did anyone else think that new lady looked a lot like Midoriya's mom?" Kaminari asked. "Of course. That was the point," Jiraiya pointed out. "If she resembles his mother, he wouldn't want to harm her. She's likely his only reminder of her." Kaminari's eyes widened in realization, prompting a facepalm from Jiraiya as she questioned her feelings for him. "Excuse me. Sorry to interrupt, but does that lady really exist in our universe?" "I'd love to meet her," Inko said, surprised by the resemblance and eager to connect with her doppelganger. "Sorry, but it's a multiverse theory. She can exist in that universe but not in yours," JJ explained, fabricating the concept to clarify why not everyone exists in every reality. Inko nodded, somewhat disappointed that her lookalike didn't exist in her world. Meanwhile, Mineta wore a creepy grin. "So, did you have more images of those ladies in your folder?" Mineta stammered, drooling slightly. "While I appreciate your interest, why do you have images of us?" Nana asked, causing all the girls to turn their attention to JJ, who began to sweat, fearing he might become an enemy of women like Mineta. Can I just say I'm a fan? JJ suggested, only to be met with a chorus of no from the women. He sighed. I find them attractive, all right. This response elicited irritation from many of the women. I keep those images to imagine what it would be like to be with them, even though I know it will never happen. It's nice to dream, he added, which brought tears to Kaminari and Mineta's eyes as they related to him. I know what you mean. Mineta cried, feeling a connection, which only earned him disgust from the surrounding women who knew his tendencies. Not like you, Mineta. JJ shouted, surprising him. I mean what it would be like to actually go on dates with them, to see a different, adorable side of them that only a partner gets to see. What it's truly like to love someone and be loved back, JJ said, his tone turning somber as he curled up in his chair, prompting sympathy from the audience who realized they might have touched on a sensitive topic for him. There's nothing to be sad about. Love will come your way eventually, FO said, standing up and addressing everyone. I never thought I would be loved again or that I could love someone after everything I've been through. He glanced briefly at Inko, who was also listening intently. Love is a powerful force that can bind two people for life in unexpected ways. Even if you can't love yourself right now, there may be someone who loves you for who you are. Sooner or later, you'll learn to love yourself again and will do anything for those who helped you along the way. AFO concluded his speech, receiving applause from Kurogyri, followed by the League of Villains, and eventually, everyone joined in. Beautiful speech, Master, Kurogyri complimented, continuing to applaud. Thank you, Kurogyri, FO replied as he took his seat. Although I dislike him, I can't deny the truth in what he just said, Nana smiled, also applauding. AFO's speech had lifted JJ's spirits slightly, prompting him to stand up with a smile on his face. Thanks for that, JJ said, tilting his head, causing dog ears and a tail to appear, which left many in the audience puzzled. Why do you have dog ears and a tail? Itsuka asked, making JJ glance up and slightly behind him. Oh, it must be that time of year again, JJ explained, which only confused the audience further. For 1 month in my time, my powers weaken, causing my transformation to be slightly undone. The human persona you're seeing is something I created. This revelation surprised many in the audience. Well, this is awkward, JJ admitted, rubbing the back of his neck in embarrassment. He then snapped his fingers, creating a puff of smoke around Izuku, who suddenly found himself with dog ears and a tail as well. "Why me?" Izuku exclaimed, looking at his unexpected transformation, unaware of the many girls admiring how cute he looked. I mean, you are the main character in these universes, so it makes sense for the star of the show to have a different appearance, especially since we're seeing various versions of you, JJ explained, making Izuku sigh as his ears drooped, giving him an adorably sad look that made many girls coo at his cuteness. Anyways, time to move on with the series, JJ declared, snapping his fingers to see what was in store for them today. The characters displayed on the screen began to change rapidly until they settled on spelling out survival, which brought an excited grin to JJ's face, his tail wagging energetically. Oh, that reminds me, would Koda's guardian be okay with him seeing some zombie action? JJ asked, which immediately got Kaminari excited at the mention of zombies. I'm not. I think it would be better for Koda to stay in the playroom. Both Shino and Izuku replied simultaneously, causing Shino to glance at Izuku, who blushed at the thought of being Koda's guardian, making Shino giggle. And what about Eri? JJ added. Over my dead body. No way. She shouldn't have to see something like this, Aizawa, Mirio, and Izuku said in unison, leading to a tense stare down as they each considered themselves Eri's protector. I'm just going to start the universe, JJ said quietly as he dimmed the lights and began the screen. The sound of crunching leaves echoed in the distance as the screen revealed a forest floor covered in dead leaves. A black combat boot stepped into view as the figure continued walking. The camera panned up to reveal dirty, ripped jeans held together by a black belt that secured a machete and a pistol. It continued upwards to show a black leather jacket with a military backpack strapped to it, a crossbow at one side and bolts on the other, finally revealing a somewhat older Izuku with a serious expression. He looks good in leather, Nemuri commented, receiving a playful smack on the head from Hisashi's rolled-up newspaper. Oh, what was that for? She asked, rubbing the spot. You know why, Hisashi replied, looking disappointed, which made Nemuri pause to think. Is it because I never complimented you on your leather outfit? Nemuri asked, to which Hisashi remained silent for a moment. Maybe, he admitted quickly, a hint of jealousy in his voice for not receiving compliments on his hero costume. Nemuri giggled at his silliness and quickly listed all the things she liked about his leather outfit, which brightened his mood slightly. Aizawa rolled his eyes, enduring their banter, while Emi laughed at Aizawa's unenthusiastic demeanor. In the distance, the sound of rustling leaves grew louder, heading toward Izuku. He readied his machete, anticipating what was coming. When the figure finally broke through the bushes, Izuku pointed his machete, causing the being to halt just inches from the blade. Whoa, whoa, whoa! I'm a human! I'm a human! A familiar voice shouted in panic. Kaminari? Izuku asked, as the camera revealed a slightly older Kaminari, equipped with a slingshot, a sniper rifle, and a dagger. Izuku! Kaminari exclaimed, tilting his head to confirm it was his friend. Upon recognizing him, he rushed forward to give Izuku a hug, attempting to lift him off the ground. Man, I'm so glad to see you! Kaminari cheered, having not seen anyone he knew for about a week, while for Izuku's group, it had been about a month and a half. Good to see you too, Izuku replied, trying to gently pry Kaminari off of him. Why were you running? Izuku asked, causing Kaminari's eyes to widen as he quickly turned around. Whoa! He exclaimed as 5 zombies burst through the bushes, snarling at them. Izuku swiftly raised his machete, slashing at the zombies while Kaminari provided backup with his slingshot. Awesome! Kaminari shouted, thrilled to see real zombies and impressed by how well Izuku was handling them. Keep it down, you fool! Not like you're doing any of the work yourself. If I were there, I could take on 50 of them, Katsuki remarked, finding the zombies amusing to deal with since they were already gone. I guess you can finally fulfill your promise when you say, die, to your enemies, JJ added. Absolutely I can, Katsuki replied, pumped up at the thought of taking down some low-life zombies. Why did he inherit my aggressive tendencies? Mitsuki wondered, displeased to see her son acting so fiercely. The two managed to handle the group of zombies fairly easily, having survived in this apocalypse for about 3 years, which began right around the time they were first-year high school students. Phew. Thanks for the help, Kaminari said to Izuku, raising his hand for a high five, which Izuku returned. So, where are the others? He asked, heading back to the zombie remains to collect his shaped rocks. Separated. They got cornered by a horde in Tokyo and had to split up. Haven't seen them in a month, Izuku replied, which raised alarms for Kaminari. A month? You know the chances of them surviving are low, Kaminari commented, making Izuku grimace as he understood that not hearing from them in a month was not a good sign. Sorry I brought that up, Kaminari began to apologize, but Izuku interrupted. No, I believe in them. Kachan and Yaoyorozu are leading them. Their survival is guaranteed with their leadership, Izuku said optimistically. Of course I'm going to survive the zombie apocalypse. And anyone who sides with me will definitely survive because of me, Katsuki boasted. I thought the loud ones would be the first to go in a zombie apocalypse, Jairu retorted, prompting Katsuki to turn and glare at her. Please. With my leadership, my class would have a better chance of surviving the zombie apocalypse than yours, Monoma chimed in, and Itsuka refrained from knocking him out since he hadn't said anything too offensive. Also, why aren't they using their quirks? Wouldn't people be able to easily take down zombies with their quirks? He questioned. Fortunately, this universe doesn't have quirks, JJ answered. Fortunately? Uraraka asked. What would happen if someone like Present Mike, Midnight, 13, or even All Might and AFO got infected while still having their quirks? Not only would they be hard to defeat, but they could also attack from a distance, easily spreading the infection, which sent shivers through the group at the thought of zombies with quirks and how lucky they were that their universe lacked them. Izuku and Kaminari began walking together, catching up on what they had missed. As they walked, they heard distant gunshots, causing them to stop and exchange glances. They nodded and headed toward the sound. They reached a hill and saw 4 people surrounded by at least 50 zombies, with more approaching due to the noise, standing atop a truck. There were 2 guys and 2 girls, one of whom was quite young compared to the others. One guy had blonde hair and a cartoonish appearance, firing into the crowd, seemingly at random, but mostly aiming for the heads. The other guy looked frightened as he pushed off zombies trying to climb the truck with a large piece of metal, using a spear to fend them off. The girl with periwinkle hair was shooting arrows at the zombies while a girl with white hair stood right behind her. "Look, it's us!" JJingJJong shouted, shaking Tamaki with excitement, making him feel a bit queasy. "I see we still have Eri in our care," Mirio declared, pleased to be Eri's current guardian, which made Aizawa and Izuku a little envious. "Their teamwork seems strong," Nizu commented, appreciating how people had to collaborate to survive in such an apocalypse. He began to think of a new training simulation where students would have to work together in dire situations, chuckling to himself. "It looks like they're running out of energy and supplies," Izuku observed, noting the discarded magazines, empty water bottles, and cans piled on the truck. "Come on. Let's go help them," Kaminari yelled, eager to charge in. "Wait," Izuku said, grabbing him by the collar and pulling him back, causing Kaminari to land on his rear. "What's your problem? You would never hesitate to save," Kaminari started, but Izuku covered his mouth to quiet him. "We're going to save them, but with those numbers we can't just rush in." Kaminari, frustrated, pushed Izuku's hand away. "Then what are we supposed to do?" he asked angrily. Izuku pointed to a gas station a few blocks away from the group under attack. "You see that?" he asked. Kaminari turned to see what Izuku was pointing at, initially shocked, but then smirking as he understood the plan. He got down on the ground and set up his sniper rifle, aiming at one of the gas pumps before firing. The bullet penetrated the tank, igniting the gasoline inside and creating a massive explosion. The sudden blast attracted all nearby zombies, including those near the truck. As the area cleared, Izuku jumped up and down to get the attention of their friends. Mirio noticed them and nodded back, signaling to his companions as he climbed down from the truck. He held out his hands so Eri could be lowered into his arms before his friends joined them. They then ran toward where Izuku and Kaminari were waiting. Despite their exhaustion, they pressed on, knowing they needed to escape the area. When they reached Izuku and Kaminari, they collapsed to the ground, drained both physically and of supplies. Izuku handed over a large flask of water, and they quickly took turns sipping from it. "So how did you guys get stuck there?" Kaminari asked, prompting JJingJJong to begin recounting their long story. Mirio quietly stepped away from the group and signaled for Izuku to follow him. "Thanks for saving my friends," Mirio said, bowing slightly. "Hey, we have to save as many lives as we can since there are so few left," Izuku replied, which brought a smile to Mirio's face. "All right, I've made a decision. You'll be in charge of my group for the mission we've been trying to accomplish," he suddenly declared, surprising Izuku. "Echa? What mission?" Izuku asked. "Simple. That little girl over there with the pale blue-gray hair has the key to the vaccine for the zombie virus in her blood." Izuku's eyes widened. He never thought there would be a cure. Before he could ask further, Mirio continued, "She is naturally immune to the virus, so it's crucial that she gets to a facility where her blood can be researched." Izuku felt a pang of concern, knowing that many facilities nowadays didn't prioritize human lives. "I know what you're thinking, but the one we're going to is a trusted facility. It will take some time to get there." "How do you know all of this?" Izuku inquired. Her stepbrother, Sasaki, was protecting her until his last moment. He left a diary detailing his observations of Eri, leading to the conclusion that she's immune to the zombie infection. This revelation was hard for Izuku to process. "But why me? Why not you? It seemed like you handled yourself well," Izuku started, but Mirio adjusted his pants slightly, drawing Izuku's attention and making him grimace at the implication. One of the zombies got me while Tamaki and I were distracted on top of the truck. I'm surprised I've lasted this long without turning. He lowered his pants back down. So, will you accept my dying wish? He asked. Izuku hesitated at first, wanting to find his friends to ensure they were okay, but the mission was too important to ignore. He nodded, and a smile spread across Mirio's face. Now then. Mirio pulled out a revolver from his back pocket. Will you do the honors? He handed it to Izuku, who stared at the gun, knowing he would never get used to taking a life. Nijire was still recounting how they got stuck on top of the truck when they heard rustling from a distance. Everyone readied themselves, and Eri hid behind them. Izuku emerged from the bushes with the revolver in hand, some blood on his face. Did he? Tamaki began, hoping his childhood friend was still alive, but Izuku shook his head. Tamaki was engulfed in grief as Nijire clung to him, crying for their lost friend. Where's Mr. Mirio? Eri asked. Kaminari knelt down and told her, he went on a journey before us. But I'm sure we'll meet him again, doing his best to offer a reassuring smile. I hope so. He promised to celebrate my birthday next year with an actual cake, she said, her expression a mix of hope and sadness. Kaminari patted her head, smiling while hiding the truth that she might never see Mirio again. Izuku stood apart, contemplating his new group and the mission he had been given. The audience had finished a new mission, and Nijire had tears in her eyes while Tamaki sank into a deeper sadness. Izuku was in shock, his ears and tail drooping, not wanting to witness another close friend die, especially since it felt like it was his doing. Sasaki remained silent, proud of his student for sacrificing everything, but it felt too soon for such a sacrifice. Where's Mirio? JJ asked, noticing only his clothes on his seat. Suddenly, he felt something pass through him, realizing it was an arm. So you wanted Eri to see this? Mirio asked, looking unfazed and speaking in his usual tone. I may have forgotten that you died in this, JJ replied, feeling a wave of guilt for overlooking such a traumatic moment in their universe. She has already endured more than anyone should in a lifetime. Please don't add to that. I know you mean no harm by showing this, he said as he slowly pulled his arm back and sank into the ground again, returning to his seat, prompting a sigh of relief from JJ. Is it just me, or does it feel like our screen time has been getting shorter? Aoyama asked aloud, leaving everyone puzzled. What are you talking about? Siro replied, looking confused. Oh, you know. Aoyama glanced toward the audience, his eyes sparkling as if he could sense their presence, causing the others to look in the same direction but see nothing, deepening their confusion about Aoyama's eccentricities. Stop breaking the fourth wall. JJ thought to himself, frustrated as he rested his head against the console. Are you all right, young JJ? All Might asked, concern etched on his face. I'm older than your grandpa over there, multiplied by 10,000, JJ retorted. What did you call me? Gran Torino exclaimed, visibly irritated as he attempted to rise from his seat. All Might quickly moved to restrain him, while Nana laughed, trying to hold back her friend as well. Sorry, was Grandpa too much? JJ teased, which only fueled Gran Torino's irritation. Well, maybe you would have been a grandpa if you had followed through before, he added, leaving both All Might and Nana puzzled by JJ's words. What do you mean by that? Gran Torino asked, slightly annoyed that JJ might know something. Of course, I mean your confession to Chio, or recovery girl, if you will. The revelation shocked many in the room. All Might was having a mini panic attack. The thought of those two becoming a couple was something he dreaded. This is surprising news to me. Who knew my friend had such a crush? Nana said smugly, proud that her friend had found someone special. Why do I feel like they'd make a sweet couple if they were together? Mina mused, already imagining the peaceful dates they could share. Gran Torino turned red and flustered as the conversation continued about his feelings for Chio. Enough. I'm right here, he shouted at the audience, silencing them. And you, he pointed at Jay, stop making up lies. There's no way I would ever get together with her, which led to murmurs among the crowd, questioning JJ's honesty. What are you talking about? JJ snapped his fingers. You're telling me you didn't have a crush on her? JJ asked, surprising those who were unaware of how Chiyo looked in her younger days, causing them to exchange doubtful glances. Wow, I can see why they called you the youthful hero, Namuri said, impressed, only to be playfully hit on the head by Chiyo's cane. Quiet. I only dressed like that because I was foolish back then. When you get older, you'll regret it, Chiyo said, shaking her head at her past hero costume. Now back to Gran Torino, JJ continued. I admit she is beautiful, but there's no proof that I had a crush on her, Gran Torino argued, causing JJ to raise an eyebrow as he snapped his fingers to change the photos. Now isn't this you practicing your lines in front of a mirror for when you confess to her? JJ smirked, making Gran Torino flustered as he covered himself with his cape, clearly giving up. There, Nana said, trying to comfort him while stifling her laughter at his nervousness. You must have been quite the popular nurse back then, Hizashi chuckled, finding humor in the fact that All Might's greatest fear was sitting further away, trying to hide his embarrassment. I did receive many confessions, but I was too focused on my work to like anyone, Chiyo replied confidently, prompting JJ to raise an eyebrow as he prepared to snap his fingers again. Are you sure you didn't have a treasured photo of someone who was a frequent patient? JJ teased, making Chiyo realize what he was implying. You better not, Sonny, or I will, but JJ interrupted her by snapping his fingers, revealing another photo. Chiyo turned red as one of her cherished photos was displayed. Wow, he looks pretty handsome, Setsuna exclaimed, causing Itsuka to slap her floating head, which had detached from her body. Ow, she yelped, rubbing her injury. That's disrespectful to say about a teacher, Itsuka scolded, gesturing for Setsuna to return. I was only speaking the truth, Setsuna replied gloomily as her head floated back to her body. Gran Torino looked up, curious about the commotion, only to see a young man enjoying taiyaki. Isn't that the time you took a picture of me eating in your office and threatened to show it to the principal if I didn't leave? Gran Torino asked, causing Chiyo to panic slightly. Well, I kept it just in case you did it again, she stammered, trying to cover up her own feelings. JJ sighed, thinking to himself, two people who can't be honest with each other only lead to loneliness. He snapped his fingers to see what universe they would be watching today. The characters changed rapidly until it spelled out, let's play a game. Ooh, games. I wonder what kinds of games we are going to see. Kaminari shouted excitedly, his eyes sparkling. Since it's just a game, I think it should be fine for Eri and Koda to, Emi began suggesting, but JJ interrupted. No! JJ suddenly shouted, slamming his hands against the console, startling many audience members. He quickly turned to them, realizing his outburst was abrupt, and cleared his throat, straightening himself. Sorry about that. I wouldn't recommend Koda and Eri to come back yet since the title isn't what you think it is. This statement left many people puzzled about JJ's meaning, but he simply snapped his fingers to start the universe. The scene opened up to Class 1A, who were on a bus trip with Aizawa, enjoying the ride and having fun. However, one particular student was noticeably absent. Where's Midoriya? Tsuyu asked, tilting her head in curiosity. I bet that nerd didn't pass the exams, Katsuki remarked, leaning back with his hands behind his head. Why am I here instead? Shinso questioned, noticing his own purple hair from above. Oh right, you're here, JJ thought to himself, having forgotten who was present in the audience. This is after the sports festival. Since you demonstrated clear use of your quirk and didn't get knocked out in the first round, you moved up from the general class to Class 1A. But that still doesn't answer where Midoriya is, Itsuka pointed out, raising her hand. Isn't it obvious? He clearly failed the exams because he doesn't have what it takes, unlike my class, who will be taking over the spotlight, Monoma shouted, earning disapproving looks from his classmates. Just watch the universe, JJ complained as everyone turned back to the screen. While the class was having fun, the bus driver pressed a hidden button on the wheel, activating the AC. It took a few minutes before anyone noticed something was off. When we meet the pro heroes, I'm going to, Mina began cheerfully before suddenly yawning. Did you not sleep at all, Raccoon Eyes? Katsuki questioned before he too started yawning. One by one, everyone began to feel drowsy, with Aizawa being the first to succumb to sleep after a long day. Soon, the entire class was asleep, dropping off like flies. The bus driver stood up, and his form seemed to shift, revealing a blonde high school girl with messy buns wearing a gas mask. "Toga!" Some members of Class 1A shouted, turning to see their classmate. Toga looked at them with a puzzled expression before smiling and waving, prompting them to quickly look back at the screen. Toga pouted, feeling ignored. "I just wanted to be friends with them," she complained. "You don't want to be friends with us anymore?" Twice asked, worry evident in his voice. "What are you talking about? Of course, I'll never leave you behind." She jumped from her seat and hugged him, easing his concerns. Toga then returned to the driver's seat, dragging Aizawa from the bus and onto the street. She drove away with everyone still inside. The students awoke in individual cells, each wearing cork-canceling collars and various contraptions on different body parts. The cells looked rusty, surrounded by metal walls with no apparent escape except for a hatch in the ceiling that was too far to reach. A metal box attached to the wall had 2 buttons, one green and one red, along with a security camera in one corner and an old TV in another. The students tried using their quirks, but nothing worked. They began exploring their rooms for any possible escape. "This place looks creepy," Hagakure commented, clinging to Ojiro, who blushed at her touch. "What do you make of this?" Vlad King asked Nizu, who was trying to piece together what was happening. "Although Toga was involved, it's unlikely that this is the work of the League of Villains," Nizu mused, concealing a piece of information from the others, hoping it wasn't true. "And what makes you say that?" Shigaraki asked, offended, feeling insulted by Nizu's implication. "First, the way the students were captured. While it was a sneak attack, it isn't the usual method of the League of Villains. You typically power your way in, using fighters as pawns. This tactic required no fighting at all and was more underhanded. Secondly, there's no reason to take all the students to their own rooms, indicating a larger plan than just ending or converting the class." Nizu concluded, leaving Shigaraki baffled and angry that Nizu believed he had figured it all out. An hour passed, and the students reacted in various ways. Some banged on the walls for help, others waited calmly, and a few tried to devise an escape plan, each coping with being trapped in an unknown room without their quirks. Suddenly, the TV flickered to life, startling many of them. The screen adjusted to reveal a figure wearing a creepy rabbit mask. "Is this person related to Usajiyama-san?" Takami joked, causing Rumi to glare at him, annoyed by the association since she was a rabbit and the figure wore a rabbit mask. "Come on, it's just a joke," he said, but Rumi crossed her arms, still peeved. "Not like I called you a bunny," he whispered, but Rumi heard him thanks to her keen ears and flicked him on the face. "Ow," he yelped, rubbing the spot where she flicked him. "Never mention the word bunny in front of me again," Rumi warned, keeping her eyes on the screen. "Hello there," the masked figure said in a deep, modulated voice that sent chills down their spines. "I want to play a game," he said, causing many students to tense up at the unsettling tone of his voice. "I want to find out how people react when they discover there is an imposter among them." This statement sparked murmurs among the group as they speculated about its meaning. The screen then shifted to reveal 2 individuals trapped in glass boxes, each wearing collars that suppressed their quirks. One was Katsuki, and the other was Shigaraki. "What is going on here?" Shigaraki complained, confused about why he was in this predicament. "Aren't I on your side?" He leaned toward Toga, who looked back at him with a puzzled expression. "Didn't the person say it was just a game? So you should be fine," she replied with a smile before turning her attention back to the screen. Nana thought to herself, "Why does my grandson speak like that?" She sighed and refocused on the unfolding events. The modulated voice continued, "You get to choose who gets released. The red button is for Shigaraki, and the green is for Bakugo." Instantly, many students pressed the green button, while none chose red. "Wow. So heroic of them," Spinner remarked sarcastically, rolling his eyes. "Great job picking your hero instead of trying to save both. Would you try to save the other person, even if they were trying to harm you?" Mina asked. "No. But it's a hero's duty to save both, no matter how villainous they are, came the surprising response from a villain, leaving several students taken aback by the truth in his words. This is why I dislike Hero Society, AFO muttered to himself, reflecting on how the Hero Association had shaped the current generation of heroes. As many attempted to press the button, nothing happened. The voice continued, each room will have a time to vote when the buzzer light is on. You can choose not to vote to save both, but when the buzzer light is off, it may impact your career. This left many confused. So let's begin the voting, shall we? Ida's buzzer light activated first. He had the first choice, but wanting to save both, he reluctantly decided to wait until his time ran out. 10 minutes passed, and when his buzzer light turned off, he became curious about the consequences of not voting. Suddenly, he heard the ominous sound of a drill below. Unfortunately, Ida was the one who had to learn the meaning behind the figure's words. A strange device attached to his leg began to drill into him, causing him immense pain. He lost consciousness from the shock and blood loss, leaving him vulnerable. The camera panned over the security feed in Ida's room, showing the horror of what happened when he didn't vote, sending chills through Class 1A. I guess I was wrong. Not all of you are bad, Spinner said, attempting to compliment them, but he was too focused on the screen, watching his other self endure suffering and the possibility of never walking again, jeopardizing his dream of becoming a pro hero. I see, Nizu remarked, sipping his tea. What? Aizawa asked, irritated as he watched one of his students in pain while Nizu seemed unfazed. It's the tactic this person is using. We can see how the rooms are arranged. They appear random but seem to be planned, indicating they intend to do something to each row. They anticipated that some would try to save both, but then they broadcasted the consequences of not choosing, instilling fear and forcing a decision. Nizu chuckled slightly before continuing, they're employing psychological tactics to manipulate them into compliance. He laughed again, a bit maniacally, spilling tea on the floor, leaving the staff both scared and confused. Many in Class 1A were traumatized by the sight of Ida's suffering. When the focus shifted to Hagikure's room, she quickly pressed the button for Katsuki, followed by Ojiro, Mineta, and Aoyama, all choosing Katsuki. It seems the first row has been decided. But before we move on, here's some background to help you decide. Shigaraki, also known as Tenko Shimura, was born with a cursed quirk that led to the accidental death of his family, leaving him traumatized and alone until AFO took him in, revealing the darker side of society. On the other hand, Katsuki Bakugo was born with a powerful quirk and was proud of it, but that pride led him to bully others, including his friend who had no quirk. You can decide what to believe. The transmission then cut off. The audience felt a wave of gloom as they were reminded of Katsuki's past bullying of Izuku, who had been labeled quirkless. You won't get away with this, Mitsuki shouted at the screen, to which AFO responded with an irritated, yeah, knowing he had made mistakes. Is that how you should respond? AFO yelled, his frustration boiling over. You think this can just be brushed aside? You tormented my son for years, he exclaimed, furious. I'm sorry for what I did, and Deku has already forgiven, but AFO's anger intensified, cutting him off. I bet you're only sorry because the truth came out. You thought you could bury it, but that's not something that can be easily hidden. It will resurface and haunt you, making you regret your actions every day for as long as you live. I know that. Which is why I can barely call you a friend. Anymore. He may have forgiven me, but I can't forgive myself, he shouted, tears streaming down his face as he confronted AFO's accusations, shocking those around him. Why you can't forgive yourself? Izuku asked, prompting Katsuki to realize the weight of his words. I know you did it to protect me, and you should understand that by now. But why can't you forgive yourself? Did you forget what I said when we got our papers back, when we were asked about our futures? He replied, staring at the ceiling, his forearm shielding his eyes. Izuku struggled to recall that moment, his memory hazy, primarily because he had buried it deep within himself. Forget it then. If you can't remember, you won't understand. Katsuki took a seat, his friends trying to pry answers from him, but he remained silent. We should discuss this when we return to our world, Aizawa suggested to Nizu, who nodded in agreement. Shoji's room lit up, signaling it was his turn to vote. Unlike those before him, he hesitated, weighing JJ's words and deciding between Katsuki and Shigaraki. Ultimately, he chose not to vote, willing to sacrifice one limb to save both of them. As his buzzer turned off, the drill activated, piercing his flesh. Though it was painful, he managed to endure it for a time. Next was Shoto. Despite their rocky relationship, he still considered Katsuki an ally and voted for him. Satu, while not close to Katsuki, felt that the story he heard, whether true or not, resonated with his personality, so he voted for Shigaraki. Mina and Kaminari, close friends of Katsuki, refused to believe the figure's claims and voted for him as well. This concluded the second round of voting. Even though I know it's true, I would still vote for Bakugo since he saved me many times while Shigaraki tried to kill me, Kaminari said, thinking he was being supportive. However, to the League of Villains, it sounded like a declaration that all villains should die, which infuriated them, and they wanted to retaliate against Kaminari, but AFO intervened. He's just acting like any regular person, but that also shows how he is not a hero, AFO remarked, surprisingly calming the League as they settled down. The polls stood at 7 for Katsuki and 1 for Shigaraki. The masked figure returned to the screen for the next voting round. It seems you really trust your friend. That's your choice. But for the next round, let me show you something. The figure displayed a report about a teenager who had jumped off a building. This is Isizuku Midoriya, who died at the age of, and do you want to know one of the last things he heard from Bakugo? The figure paused dramatically. If you think you'll have a quirk in your next life, go take a swan dive off a roof. This revelation shocked everyone in Class 1A. The audience was equally stunned as Katsuki looked down, overwhelmed with shame. Why you didn't really say that to him, did you? Mitsuki questioned in disbelief, struggling to process the idea that her son had bullied Izuku, but this was too much to bear. Katsuki remained silent, and that silence spoke volumes, horrifying her. Monoma jumped up, ready to confront Katsuki, but Itsuka held him back. Let me go. That person doesn't even deserve to be in the hero class. How did he get away with this? He shouted, anger boiling over as he thought he had come to terms with the bullying, only to discover it was worse than he imagined. Many others shared his outrage. AFO charged toward Katsuki, but All Might and Nana intercepted him, blocking his path. What are you doing? Don't get in my way, he yelled, trying to push past them. No matter how much I want to confront that brat myself, I can't let you hurt him, Nana replied, her voice laced with anger, clearly displeased with Katsuki's actions. All Might remained silent, his smile replaced by a frown. Izuku was in shock as memories flooded back, the repression he had subconsciously maintained shattered by those words, causing him to faint. Others rushed to his side, but JJ snapped his fingers, teleporting Izuku's body. He's just in shock right now. I placed him in one of the recovery rooms until he stabilizes, he explained. We're really going to discuss this further when we return, Aizawa said to Katsuki, who slowly nodded in response. Everyone around Katsuki kept their distance, anger simmering over his past actions, which Katsuki accepted as he awaited his punishment. After the masked figure finished speaking, it was time for Tsuyu, Momo, Uraraka, Tokoyami, and Kuda to vote. Unlike the previous group, they felt less inclined to support Katsuki, deliberating on whether to save him or not. In the end, all 5 voted for Shigaraki, believing he at least had a reason for his actions, while Katsuki appeared to bully the weak. As the next group prepared to vote, the masked figure appeared again. Before you begin, let's interview the one on trial, he said, startling them as the screen switched to Shigaraki and Katsuki, a scoreboard behind them showing 7 for Katsuki and 6 for Shigaraki. Hello there, the figure said, catching their attention. I have a question for you, Bakugo. Well, I have a few of my own. Why am I here with him? What's up with the scoreboard? Where are the extras? He shouted, frustration evident in his voice. You are here to test the human mind, to see if others would still accept you after learning the truth of your past. The scoreboard behind you shows how many of your classmates have chosen to be released, the being explained. Katsuki glanced back at the scoreboard, realizing how close the numbers were. "Why are people voting for him?" he exclaimed, anger rising as he noticed he didn't have much of a lead. "I don't know, you tell me. Why did you tell Midoriya to jump off a roof, hoping for a quirk in his next life?" The question hit Katsuki hard, freezing him in place as regret washed over him upon remembering his childhood friend. "He never listens to me," he yelled, but the masked figure pressed on, because he wanted to be a hero even though he was quirkless. The being continued to question him until, eventually, Katsuki broke down. "He never listens to me, so why did he have to listen to that? I kept telling him he couldn't be a pro hero. Doesn't he know how easily he could die without a quirk? Why was that the only way to end his dreams?" Tears filled his eyes as he curled into a corner of the glass cage. The last row of voters, which included Jairu, Shiro, Shinso, and Kirishima, were taken aback by Katsuki's emotional breakdown. When it was Jairu's turn to vote, she struggled to choose between them, believing both were equally flawed. However, she recognized that Shigaraki's actions stemmed from how others had treated him, while Katsuki showed genuine regret for his decisions. Ultimately, she hesitantly voted for Shigaraki. Next was Shiro, who, despite being shocked by Katsuki's revelation, chose to vote for him, understanding the depth of his remorse. Shinso took a moment before making his decision. Even after hearing Katsuki's words, he voted for Shigaraki, having experienced bullying himself and feeling there was no excuse for anyone to mistreat others, especially in such a cruel manner. The score was tied, leaving the tiebreaker to Kirishima. He felt torn between his choices. Shigaraki had become a villain due to his circumstances, while Katsuki had acted like a hero but had made harmful choices. In the end, he chose not to vote at all, and suddenly he felt a sharp pain as if something had pierced his arm, leaving it numb. The masked figure reappeared on the screen, announcing, "It seems there is a tie," indicating that you both want them to be released. The screen shifted to show both Katsuki and Shigaraki, and the ground beneath them opened up, revealing a terrifying abyss. Class 1A gasped in shock as the glass floor gave way, sending them into the darkness below. The audience was left in stunned silence, confused as to why both were condemned. Why were they both killed? Doesn't the tie mean they get to live? Mina questioned, bewildered. Did he lie? Shino asked, uncertainty in his voice. They didn't, Takami interjected. He said he would release them, but that doesn't mean he would let them live. Releasing them could mean sending them into danger. He hunched over, analyzing the game they were trapped in. Out of the frying pan and into the fire, Tokoyami murmured under his breath. Does that mean there was no way for both of them to survive? Kaminari wondered aloud. Not necessarily. If nobody voted, they wouldn't have been released to their deaths because no one would want to save one over the other, Momo explained. Meaning it was doomed from the start when my other self voted, she said, horrified that her choice had set off this chain of events. What about the punishment for not voting? Wouldn't that ruin their lives? Inko asked. This was a test of heroism. To see if they were willing to sacrifice themselves to save both rather than choosing one over the other, Niza replied. I also noticed where they were injured. None of the spots would cause permanent damage, but they would still be painful and take time to heal. With quirks and technology, it's possible to fix them, he added, impressed by the complexity of the situation. As the walls between Class 1A fell away, their collars deactivated. A robotic voice instructed them to leave before the place exploded, prompting everyone to flee. They reached a safe distance just as the building detonated. The screen faded to black before returning to the figure in the bunny mask, who stretched their arms. They stood up and approached a bulletin board filled with pictures of various individuals, including Endeavor, Dabi, Stain, and All Might. They picked up All Might's photo, staring at it intently. Hey, I got the supplies for the next batch. Did you remember to record what I missed, Midoriya-kun? Toga shouted. Don't call me that. The masked figure snapped, their voice modulated. They pressed a button, removing the mask to reveal Izuku, his face marred with scars and his eyes devoid of life. After all, I've been reborn after that fall. The screen flashed back to a moment when Izuku lay critically injured, on the brink of death. A tall figure entered, wearing a mask and suit, hovering their hand over Izuku's body, activating their quirk. "Call me Deku," he said with a sinister smile as dark energy crackled around him before the screen faded to black, signaling the end. "Now wasn't that something?" JJ asked the audience as they finished watching. "Let's play a game." "Why did I have to die?" Shigaraki yelled, frustrated that his character met such an unfortunate end. "You were a good motivator for people to choose who they wanted to save. Many from the League of Villains aren't evil, they've just been broken down by society, making it hard for them to let you go," JJ explained, causing many in the League to tense up, reminded of their painful pasts. "Crushed? I never went through that. Forget society." Twice shouted, his personality shifting between his two selves. JJ gave him a sympathetic look, understanding the complexity of his character but knowing it was necessary for his development. "Well then," JJ said cheerfully, picking himself up from his slump. "It's been 4 universes so far, so I guess I can let the children out now." Speaking of children, he snapped his fingers, and 2 small glowing figures appeared in the aisle next to Izuku, materializing into the Shimano twins. "Where are we?" Katsuma asked nervously, suddenly teleported to a strange place filled with people. "Is that Deku?" Mahoro exclaimed cheerfully, looking back at her brother, allowing him to see Izuku nearby. "Deku!" he yelled in excitement, rushing toward Izuku with Mahoro to give him a big hug. More great-grandkids. Both Nana and Inko thought excitedly at the sight of more kids who saw Izuku as a father figure. Eri and Koda, alerted that they could leave the playroom, spotted Izuku being hugged by the Shimano twins. Eri felt both confused and excited, thinking it was her turn to hug Izuku, so she joined in. Koda pouted, not liking the idea of sharing Izuku, but he didn't want to be left out, so he joined the group hug as well. Many girls watched the adorable scene unfold, their hearts warming at the sight. "He'll really make a great dad," they thought fondly, admiring his caring nature. "It's so great to see you guys," Izuku said, returning the hug. "But where will you sit?" he asked the Shimano twins. "The student section is already crowded, which might make them uncomfortable. Villains are definitely a no-go. The teachers section could work, but I'm not sure if they'll be comfortable there. Maybe if Izuku began to mutter, trying to figure out the best seating arrangement for the twins. While Izuku was focused on the seating chart, Katsuma sat on his lap, ignoring his rambling, and Mahoro shyly followed suit, sitting on his other lap. Eri and Koda wanted to join them but saw there was no room. However, Achiko and Kirishima volunteered to give up their seats next to Izuku, choosing another spot, which excited the kids as they settled beside him. "Well, it looks like the seating arrangement has been sorted out," JJ announced, pulling Izuku from his thoughts. He was surprised to find himself surrounded by the kids. Before he could ask what happened, JJ continued, "Now that everyone is here," intentionally ignoring Stain's absence, "it's time for the Wheel of Randomness." A colorful wheel appeared on the screen, spinning until it slowed and stopped at memes. "Yes. Finally. My memes are back," Kaminari shouted, jumping up in excitement after months of missing them, but the rest of the audience remained silent, staring at his enthusiasm. "Not all of us are as excited as you about memes," Jairu remarked, causing Kaminari to slump back down in disappointment. "You didn't have to be that harsh," Momo whispered to Jairu. "His yelling made me partially deaf," Jairu replied, her hearing sharper than others, especially since she was seated near Kaminari. "First, meme," JJ yelled, clapping between pauses. "What? I'm a guy. I don't have," Katsuki protested, only to be interrupted. "Are you sure about that? You have a larger chest size than some girls in our class," Mineta commented, but was quickly silenced by Jairu, who couldn't stand the comparison. "I wonder if it's true?" Mina mused, earning a sharp glare from Katsuki. "You better not," he warned her in a threatening tone. "Get him," she shouted to her friends, who found the idea amusing. Siro quickly used his tape to wrap Katsuki, but he blew it away in frustration. Kaminari attempted to sneak up behind him, only to be blown back as Katsuki noticed him. "Guys, why don't we just—" Kirishima tried to calm them down, but they all felt a chill as they turned to see Aizawa activating his quirk. Sit down, he commanded, and they hurriedly complied, quieting down. I'm not even on the clock, he thought, slouching back in his seat, tired of Class 1A's energy. Many in the audience looked on in confusion, unsure of what had just happened, but they heard JJ chuckling, redirecting their attention to him. What's so funny? Shino asked, puzzled. Generally speaking, most remakes of universes like yours that are turned into live-action versions tend to be so poorly done that they aren't even considered part of the franchise, JJ explained, but the audience remained confused, prompting a sigh from him. I wish they understood, JJ thought to himself, feeling a sense of sadness that they didn't get it. Nemuri burst out laughing, finding it relatable, but her laughter faded into a more somber mood, realizing that the only reason she engaged with that kind of content was due to her less-than-stellar love life. What's that term? Nijire asked, drawing everyone's attention in surprise that she didn't know. Is it a texture of some sort since it's compared to fluff? But the word read suggests it's a noun and not an adjective, Momo added thoughtfully. It's probably a more awkward version of fluff, Izuku commented. Many audience members were shocked that these three, excluding the younger ones, were unaware of what that term meant. Can you explain what it is? Inko asked, which surprised everyone even more. Hisashi clasped his hands together, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath, thinking to himself, too pure, momentarily forgetting that she was a gang member who could be quite intimidating at times. The room fell silent as no one wanted to answer. You'll learn when you spend more time online. I have, JJ said, whispering the last part as the next meme was brought up. Concern spread through the room when the meme was revealed. Is this supposed to be a joke? FO asked, visibly upset that his son's life was being treated as a punchline. Why am I being depicted like that? Izuku asked nervously, trying to shield the younger kid's eyes. This may have been in poor taste, but it fits since you often put yourself in dangerous situations that leave you in critical conditions, JJ replied, while Izuku looked down, feeling sad about being called out for his injuries, wishing the jokes about them were finally over. This is still not an acceptable way for my friend to be portrayed, Ida commented, finding it very disrespectful. Sorry, I'm not the one making these, but I'll change it if it's really that upsetting, JJ said, switching to another meme. Many people admired Aizawa's physique, noting how slim he looked in his hero costume. Alright, you guys haven't been to the beach parties, Hisashi remarked, not surprised to see Aizawa's muscular build, similar to other staff members. There was a beach party where Eraser. Emi exclaimed, grabbing Hisashi's arms in excitement when she heard about the beach party that included Aizawa, stopping herself from using the nickname. Yeah, it was a teacher retreat for us. It's too bad Shota just slept through it all, Nemuri said, glancing at Aizawa, who appeared to be napping. Rumi whistled, impressed by Aizawa's muscles and respecting him for his dedication. That's to be expected from someone without physical quirks. Using that scarf to pull and lift opponents heavier than himself and to pull himself up requires a lot of strength, Takami commented, familiar with Aizawa's work. Too bad he's an underground hero. If more people knew that someone without a physical quirk could achieve as much as any other hero, maybe even more, it might inspire others to become heroes as well. Like Shinso, JJ added, catching everyone's attention. Shinso, who often felt overlooked, was surprised to hear his name. If he knew someone like Aizawa was a hero, maybe he would have been more motivated to improve himself instead of relying solely on his quirk. Aizawa, though appearing to be asleep, was actually listening and considering the possibility of going public if it could change public perception. I don't think this is the right way for our classes to be represented, Kaminari commented, familiar with the show. I think it fits perfectly, Monoma interjected, also familiar with the show. Your class gets all the attention because of a few perks, and you enjoy it. Meanwhile, my class is viewed unfavorably in comparison, leaving all the spotlight on you. Sorry, I just meant, why aren't we represented as the same type of heroes? We're both heroes, right? What's the difference? Kaminari added, surprising Monoma with his comment. He's another exception, Monoma thought to himself, trying to figure out which members of Class 1A he could tolerate. I lost a game? I was definitely going easy, Mei remarked, her inquisitive nature making her analyze the controls and mechanics, enabling her to learn all the hacks and cheats. I don't understand the point of winning. It's just a game, Shinso said, indifferent to the outcome. Everything. Both Kamakiri and Setsuna shouted. What's the point of a game if there are no winners? If there are, it's going to be me, Kamakiri proclaimed, while Setsuna's floating head nodded in agreement. Games are fun either way, Pony chimed in, causing Kamakiri and Setsuna to exchange disappointed glances, frustrated that they didn't grasp the concept of winning. I'll just be upset that I let myself down, Tetsu commented. I don't want anyone to get hurt, Tamaki complained, uneasy about the group he was in. That must be me joking around, Mirio said, often making darkly humorous comments. I don't wish harm upon anyone, Mei protested, prompting Power Loader to raise an eyebrow, questioning if she realized the chaos her inventions caused. It's not my fault if people get hurt because of my creations, she added, making Power Loader sigh, relieved that she was aware of the damage. Oh yeah, in the group with the girls, Mineta said smugly, having recovered from his earlier defeat thanks to JJ's enhancements. Too bad no one would actually say that to you, Jiraiya retorted, displeased with how quickly he bounced back, causing Mineta to sulk. Everyone loves me, Katsuki said confidently, smirking as he leaned back in his chair, relaxed. You have no idea the lengths people will go for you, JJ thought, recalling the fervor of the Bakugo fans. Show of hands to prove him wrong? Kaminari suggested with a grin, prompting everyone in classes 1A and 1B, along with Mei and Shinso, to raise their hands, everyone except Izuku. Stop lying, you monkeys, Katsuki shot back. Why am I saying I'm sorry? Momo questioned, wishing Izuku had confessed to her. Probably because you never noticed before? JJ guessed, surprising Momo as she pondered the possibility that Izuku might have liked her. Jiraiya glanced at the screen and noticed herself in the bottom right corner. She left, amused by the thought of Kaminari confessing to her and how she might tease him in response. However, she was slightly annoyed by Kaminari's image saying yeet, which seemed out of context. Look at me. Like a boss, Mineta declared, pointing to himself in an image where he was doing finger guns. Name one person who would say that to you besides your family, Setsuna challenged. Easy, he began, but Setsuna interrupted. That is real, she said, leaving him speechless. Read, Hisashi commented, recalling when Aizawa used to ignore his texts, leaving them unread. Now he was just used to it. Why must I respond if they forgot to do something themselves? Tokoyami questioned. That's what friends do? Kirishima replied. I see no point if they don't learn it themselves, Shoto added. Then just help them instead of giving them freebies. After all, we all grow if we learn from each other, Izuku suggested, trying to keep the younger students in check. Shoto stared at him, contemplating the possibility of doing that in the future. Is that how you got 9th place? Aizawa asked, activating his quirk and fixing his gaze on Mineta. No, Mineta stammered. Aizawa maintained his quirk for a moment before turning it off, looking back at the screen. I know. I always keep a watchful eye, he said calmly, making Mineta sigh in relief. Meanwhile, Mina rubbed her chin, deep in thought. He must have cheated. There's actual proof right there, she complained, recalling an image of Mineta peering over Izuku's shoulder during the test. Who dares say that about my wife, Miss Midoriya? Both AFO and All Might shouted, activating their quirks. She's adorable no matter what, All Might proclaimed. The image quality is terrible. Are you trying to protect this user? AFO questioned, furious as he sought the one who dared to slander his wife, completely ignoring All Might. No. Just too lazy to find a better resolution, JJ replied. Who would actually say that? She is the most adorable person I know, Uraraka commented, defending Inko. I swear when I find that person who posted that, I'm going to, Mitsuki started, but Inko covered her mouth. But she really is a downgrade, Mineta added, causing an awkward silence to settle over the room. Izuku asked the twins to get off his lap and told all the kids to turn away as he cracked his knuckles and neck. I may not be able to find the person who posted that, but I can teach you a lesson about being a decent human being. As Izuku activated his quirk in his right arm, Mineta panicked and tried to flee, but Izuku used just enough power to knock him down without causing lasting harm. He then returned to the kids, resuming his cheerful demeanor as he played with them. "Why didn't you stop him?" Even though what he said was rude, he didn't deserve that, Hisashi questioned Aizawa, who pretended not to know what was happening. "He's allowing a lesson to be taught. And what's wrong with that? We're teachers. It's our duty for our students to learn new things," Namuri commented, clearly annoyed by Mineta's remark, while Emi nodded in agreement. "Well, that's some perfect timing," Rumi chuckled. "He should really learn to respect women, otherwise, this is what happens," Sachikawa added, expressing her disdain for men like Mineta. Soon, most of the women began to voice their frustrations at Mineta, who could only groan in pain. JJ teleported him to the infirmary, not to heal him, but to prevent him from taking any more hits. "I guess he never grew up from being a baby," Mitsuki said, chuckling. "I'm going to show the difference between us when Katsuki started," but Kirishima quickly covered his mouth to stop him from saying anything more, mindful of the kids nearby. "I'm surprised he didn't respond to Monoma," Kamakiri snickered. Monoma was about to retort, but Itsuka intervened. "He's not a baby," she said, making Monoma smile for a moment until she added, "It feels like I'm dealing with a toddler," which left him silent, unable to respond. "Really?" Jiraiya questioned. "What?" "I realized my mistake," Kaminari said proudly. "So this did happen?" Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, making Kaminari widen his eyes and slouch his shoulders, thinking he was in the clear for once. "You really should test him for brain damage. His brain may not be able to handle the number of shocks he endures. When he fully uses his quirk," Chio suggested to Aizawa, who nodded, genuinely worried about Kaminari's mental capacity. People turned to Momo, realizing how formidable she could be. "You know I'll never do that," she reassured them. "Not unless someone has your quirk." They all glanced at AFO, terrified at the thought of someone wielding her powers. "I aim for the downfall of the government and the Hero Association. Not the downfall of civilization," he reassured them, but the truth was it only deepened their fears of becoming targets. "I may need to increase security around Dear Yaoyorozu," Nizu remarked, prompting many UA staff to nod in agreement. "At least he acknowledges his mistakes," Siro said to his friends, thinking it was a compliment. "Not enough to learn from them, though," Jiraiya added. "Oh yeah? How would you feel after taking a shot for every bad decision you made?" Kaminari challenged, but she chose to remain silent. "One shot. Not being honest with my feelings," she muttered under her breath, barely audible to those nearby. "Bakugo would be in worse shape than Kaminari," Tsuyu commented, which stirred Katsuki, but he stayed quiet, knowing it was true. "Or he could handle his alcohol well. Remember, he could just sweat it all out," Izuku added, making many envision how awkward it would be for Katsuki to sweat out the alcohol to stay sober. "Deku!" Katsuki shouted, feeling wronged by Izuku for planting that idea in everyone's heads, but Izuku was too distracted playing with the kids. "Bland?" both Hakigure and Ojiro exclaimed, surprised they had said the same thing. They quickly exchanged glances and turned away, embarrassed. "What is this?" Itsuka asked. "A list of reasons people use to avoid supporting a ship. It's really annoying to deal with," JJ complained. "I'll put the next meme right next to this one." "This shipping thing does not seem fun," Momo commented. "Trust me, it's not," JJ replied, feeling exhausted by the pro-shippers. "That's why I'm more open to any ship rather than being exclusive to one," he thought to himself. "How many more?" Eri asked, her eyelids growing heavy along with the other kids. "Just one more," JJ said gently. "Although the fire-breathing quirk is fake, he did inherit my ability to attract attention," Hisashi said seriously, making Inko laugh. "Oh, you and your jokes," she replied, catching AFO's attention. He looked back at her, startling her, and she quickly cleared her throat, trying to look away while sneaking glances to see if he was still watching. "Cough bottom cough," JJ said between coughs. "Did you just say?" But before Izuku could finish, JJ interrupted. "I guess we'll end it here for now as I need to take a break. See you later." JJ turned to face the camera, gave a wink, and vanished. The audience was suddenly left to their own devices as JJ had abruptly left them. So, the kid enjoys, Nemuri began, liking her lips with a smirk and playfully brandishing an imaginary whip, but Aizawa quickly silenced her with his scarf, showing his weariness at having to stop her from making inappropriate comments. The Shimano twins looked back at Izuku, curious about their surroundings, realizing they were in an unfamiliar place. Izuku did his best to explain where they were and why. So we are going to see different versions of Deku? Mahoro asked, to which Izuku solemnly nodded. Awesome, she exclaimed, flailing her arms in excitement. I can assure you you'll experience plenty of excitement, Ida told the kids, carefully avoiding mention of the darker aspects of the universes, as he genuinely enjoyed them. Too bad we can't see every single one since we aren't old enough, Eri pouted, prompting Izuku to quickly comfort her. There's a playroom for us, so we won't be stuck doing nothing, Koda added, catching Eri's attention. Yeah, she said, slowly smiling. And it's even better now that I don't have to be alone, she added happily, her big smile melting everyone's hearts. Koda blushed at Eri's smile, glancing away as he tried to hide his face with his cap. Suddenly, a vortex appeared on the podium where JJ had exited, and he emerged, looking exhausted and without his dog ears and tail. Are you okay? Itsuka asked with concern, mirroring the worry of everyone else, as they never expected a celestial being to appear so tired. Why yeah, JJ replied with a yawn. Just had to take care of some business for a few weeks, he explained, his eyes drooping. Weeks? But it's only been about half an hour, Komori pointed out. For you maybe. But I can manipulate the passage of time here, speeding it up so your world seems paused while I can still move slower than other places, JJ explained, leaving them in awe of his power. So what business did you have to take care of? Toga asked. Matters too complex to explain to those from a lower realm, he replied, which irked a few people at his implication. However, JJ had been helping another universe, maintaining balance across realms. It didn't matter if a universe had been destroyed, only disruptions that could affect the celestial planes were significant, and he needed to address them before they became larger issues. Alright. To make up for missing so many universes, I got you a little something, JJ said tiredly, snapping his fingers. The kids instantly loved the new attire they received from JJ. Why are hers the only ones that are different? Karo questioned why Mahoro was wearing something very similar to Katsuki's hero costume. Even though she appreciates Izuku for everything, she likes Katsuki more because his personality suits her style, JJ explained, leaving the Shimano twins confused since they were unaware of Katsuki's past actions. I'm sorry, Deku, she said sadly, feeling bad that he wasn't her favorite hero. Izuku, however, couldn't be happier that his friend had a little fan. It's okay. It's your preference, and I can't change that, he replied, gently patting her head to comfort her. So how does it feel to have a fan? Kirishima nudged Katsuki with his elbow. Of course I have a fan. Why wouldn't I? Katsuki replied with an air of arrogance, though inside he felt pleased to have support from someone he had saved. Now that I think we're ready, let's move on to the next universe, JJ said tiredly, prompting Emi to laugh at how much he resembled Aizawa, which he ignored. JJ snapped his fingers, causing the characters above the screen to spin until they stopped, spelling out Final Mission PT2. Many faces fell as they recalled the horrors of this universe, while the kids looked on in confusion at the adults' reactions. Looks like you get to see the playroom already, JJ said to the kids with an awkward smile. Katsuma looked down sadly. He had been excited to see a universe about Izuku. JJ felt bad for him as Katsuma followed Eri and Koda to the playroom, trudging behind his sister. Now that the kids are out, I should remind you that these scenes may not be suitable for everyone. There is a panic room if you need it. I'll give 10 minutes to those who don't want to see this universe, JJ announced. Inko was the first to leave. Although her son hadn't appeared yet, she didn't want to see the possibility of what might happen. Masaru followed, knowing his son was present but not wanting to witness anything distressing. Mitsuki decided to join them, despite the potential trauma, not wanting to be left behind. Alright then, let's get the universe moving, JJ said as he snapped his fingers. The remaining group, consisting of an older Katsuki, Shoto, Shinso, Kirishima, and Jairu, walked through the ruins of Muzutafu, quietly searching for something. Many felt down, recalling how their friends and comrades had perished, especially Jairu, who had lost both her best friend and the person she loved. "I'm really having it rough, huh?" she said sarcastically, trying to lighten the mood, but deep down, she was frightened by the thought of similar things happening to them. "I knew you could make jokes like that," Kaminari said excitedly, ignoring that he had already died in this universe. "Shut it," she retorted, irritated that Kaminari thought she couldn't find humor in tough situations. "Don't be like that. I think jokes are essential," Emi chimed in, siding with Kaminari. "Seeing others smile reassures us that we're doing our jobs in protecting them. Isn't that right, Eraser?" she asked, turning to Aizawa. "What kind of story ends right here?" Katsuki complained aloud, and many agreed, anticipating what was to come next. "Yeah. Where is the rest of this universe where the heroes lose their lives?" Shigaraki said, annoyance evident in his tone, which irritated Katsuki. "Like you guys will ever win," Kamakiri interjected. "What's that supposed to mean?" Shigaraki glared at Kamakiri, slightly angered. "It's a common trope that heroes always manage to win in the end. What kind of god would want their universe's story to end badly?" he pointed out. "Way to break the fourth wall," JJ thought to himself, staring blankly at him. "Do you want me to name a few?" he smirked. "Why would a god want their story to end on a sad note?" Tatsuma questioned. JJ shrugged. "Because it gets boring. If a person keeps winning, what's the point of their story? What makes universes great is that characters struggle to become better. They work hard to overcome obstacles to improve themselves. This is why Izuku is the main character. He started from nothing but persisted and hoped for his dreams to come true." Many turned to Izuku, causing him to blush as he shyly asked them not to look at him. JJ thought, although him attempting to be a quirkless hero would be cooler, feeling slightly disappointed with Izuku's development in the original universe. Katsuki remained silent as JJ explained why Izuku was the main character, unable to deny that Izuku had struggled to achieve his dreams. "So it's good if people struggle?" Dabi asked, irritation creeping into his voice, capturing everyone's attention. "People struggle for your amusement?" he continued, growing more agitated. "Do you know how much I've struggled in my life just trying to please someone who only cares about their own interests?" he yelled, standing up in frustration. "How many people have suffered because they struggled so much that they gave up?" he cried, tears streaming down his face as he continued. "How many people have turned because they struggled? How many have died because of it? How many have been broken?" Many of the villains resonated with his words, unable to deny the truth in his pain. Many heroes were shocked to see a villain break down like this, while others could sympathize with him, recalling the dark times in their own lives that they wished to forget. Spinner got up from his seat and walked over to Dabi. "Calm down, man. This isn't like you," he said, placing a hand on Dabi's shoulder. Dabi took a deep breath and sat back down, visibly shaken. Toga and Twice exchanged worried glances, wanting to ask if he was okay, but Dabi's stern voice cut them off. "Just leave me alone." JJ was also taken aback by Dabi's emotional state, but he sighed, knowing that everyone is responsible for their own struggles. "I'm sorry you're feeling this way." But Dabi interrupted him. "Just stop there and play the next universe," he said, sounding completely drained. The atmosphere in the room felt heavy with tension. Unsure of what to do next, JJ snapped his fingers to select the next universe. The characters on the screen began flipping through letters until they spelled out fake. The audience remained silent, the air thick with unease. "I'm just going to inform those in the panic playrooms that the next universe is ready," he said awkwardly, sending a thought message to the group. Inko, Mitsuki, and Masaru were the first to emerge from the panic rooms, surprised by the sudden shift in mood among the audience. "What happened to you guys?" Mitsuki asked, but no one responded. "Let's just say some unsettling things were said," JJ replied, glancing at Dabi as the parents took their seats. Soon, the kids came out as well, too excited to notice the audience's mood. Eri rushed to Aizawa, eager to spend time with him, while Koda returned to Shino. The Shimano twins were about to head to Izuku when Inko called them over, inviting them to hang out with her. Mahoro shyly looked at Izuku, who gestured for him to join their mother, and Mahoro complied, slowly making his way over. Katsuma, annoyed by her brother's slowness, gave him a gentle push toward Inko. Nana saw this and decided to get up from her seat. "Where are you going, master?" Toshinori asked. "It wouldn't be fair if my daughter got to enjoy all the fun with my grandson's kids," she replied with a smile, using her quirk to float over to Inko. Mitsuki and Masaru shifted down a seat to make room for her, and she smiled as she settled into the empty seat next to Inko. Mahoro took a seat on Inko's lap, while Katsuma sat on Nana's. The two then playfully teased the twins for a moment before JJ cleared his throat to get their attention. "Well then, now that everyone has settled in, let's get started," he announced as the lights dimmed and the screen began to play. It opened on an older-looking Koda, who seemed uninterested in what his teacher was saying. "Is it just me, or does he have Bakuga's glare?" Kaminari pointed out, noticing the resemblance in the older version of Koda, making everyone glance back and forth between Koda and Katsuki. "Love child?" Shoto suggested. "Oh my god. Katsuki. He's literally half my age. How do you expect me to have a child at that point?" Katsuki exclaimed, frustrated by Shoto's assumptions. Shoto merely shrugged and pulled out his notebook of theories. While the likelihood of them being parent and child seems low, there is still a chance they could be distant relatives. Considering Auntie Mitsuki's quirk, which secretes glycerin, and Kachan's focus on using his hands with his quirk, combining the two could create a quirk similar to Koda's. So maybe Izuku began to spiral into a muttering mess as others exchanged puzzled looks. "He will not harm my great-grandchildren, young Koda and young Eri." Nana, FO, and All Might shouted as they stood up, fists clenched, having witnessed the conclusion of fakes. "I will protect them," All Might declared. "If he dares to hurt my family, I will make him pay." FO and Nana said in unison, surprising All Might that his master shared the same sentiment as their arch-enemy. "Just to clarify, we're on the same side, right? No need to target me because I'm a different version of myself." Dabi asked nervously. "After all, that version of me claimed he was following orders from his boss, which means Shigaraki is to blame," he said, attempting to shift the blame, earning a glare from Shigaraki. "Don't drag me into this," Shigaraki yelled, while Dabi mischievously pulled down his left eyelid, stuck out his tongue, and raised his middle finger at Shigaraki, provoking his anger further. "Why don't you sit next to me?" Shigaraki said in an oddly polite tone. "So I can watch you struggle as you fade away." His eyes were wild with rage, ready to pounce, but Kurogiri restrained him while Spinner and Twice held back Dabi. As the League of Villains struggled to contain the two, a slurping noise caught their attention. Toga was sipping from a cup with a straw, filled with a mysterious red liquid. "Refreshing," she exclaimed, delightfully licking her lips. Noticing the confused stares from the League, Toga grinned. "What are you all looking at?" Dabi asked, concern creeping into his voice. Toga looked at her empty cup and then back at them, her smile widening. "It's blood," she declared cheerfully, causing an awkward silence to fall over the room. "Excuse me for interrupting, but whose blood are you drinking?" Kurogiri inquired. "Izuku's," she replied with a cheerful tone, her cheeks slightly flushed, making everyone turn to Izuku, who was bewildered by how she had enough of his blood to fill a 20-ounce cup. "How did she get your blood?" Ida asked, panic rising in his voice. I don't know." Izuku stammered back, equally alarmed, while Toga giggled at their reactions. "Toga," Ifo called out in a menacing tone, a dark aura surrounding him. "You didn't harm my son, did you?" His voice was calm, but the tension was palpable. Toga appeared unfazed. "Maybe," she teased, stretching the word playfully, which only intensified AFO's rage, causing the League to fear for their lives as they felt responsible for Toga. They quickly gathered around her, urging her to tell the truth, but Toga only giggled, enjoying the attention. JJ chimed in, "Come on, Toga. Just tell them, or I might have to take away your privileges." The thought of losing her favorite blood frightened Toga, prompting her to quickly respond. At the food bar, there's a drink dispenser that can make any liquid. I ordered Izuku's blood, and it tasted just like the real thing, she exclaimed in excitement, breathing heavily, which earned her disturbed looks from everyone. Hold up! Mineta shouted, grabbing everyone's attention. So you're saying there's a dispenser that can make any liquid? He was practically panting with excitement. Yes, JJ replied, his tone a mix of annoyance and concern. What part of a food bar where you can ask for anything do you not understand? Mineta's excitement only grew. Even MB Lady's bathwater? He asked, drooling slightly, prompting a wave of disgusted stares from the others. Nana, Inko, Shino, and Emi quickly covered the children's ears to shield them from Mineta's comments. JJ sighed, waving his hand in front of him, displaying Mineta's stats, and set his pain tolerance to a negative value. Ladies, if you will? JJ requested, overwhelmed by the situation. Mineta felt a mischievous presence behind him and slowly turned around to see a group of angry girls and women, ready to unleash their quirks. How would you like to experience the afterlife? Reiko asked, silver forks swirling around her. So you enjoy drinking something from a woman, huh? How about some of my acids? Mina challenged, her hands oozing acid that dripped to the ground, burning through it. Acid isn't edible. But mushrooms are. How about we feed him my mushrooms? Kinoko chimed in, poisonous mushrooms sprouting around her with an excited grin. Bye-bye, was all Pony managed to say, lacking the vocabulary for a proper comeback. Mineta could see his doom approaching, but being surrounded by passionate women didn't seem so bad. He stretched out his hands, ready to embrace them. I'm all yours, ladies, he said with a smile, which only fueled their irritation as they charged at him and began to pummel him. May the Lord bless this man to redeem himself, for he is too far gone in sin, Shizuku prayed, choosing not to partake in the chaos, though she secretly wished for his punishment. The three who had stood up earlier watched the scene unfold, forgetting their initial purpose as Mineta screamed in pain. No one made a move to save him, his words had crossed a line, and many felt no sympathy. The only one genuinely concerned for Mineta's well-being was Izuku. The onslaught continued for what felt like an eternity, the women unleashing their pent-up frustration on Mineta, who was on the brink of collapse, but JJ had ensured no one would actually die, only bringing them to the edge of near-death. Mineta was left in a sorry state, battered and bruised, leaving everyone to wonder how he was still conscious after that. JJ then teleported Mineta away to clear the scene. Now then, exclaimed as he clapped his hands together. Let's see what the next universe is going to be. He snapped his fingers, causing the panels above the screen to scroll through multiple characters until they spelled out, Origins PT. Great, FO muttered as he crouched over, trying to brace himself for the revelations of his past, having already given up on stopping it since he was no match for JJ. Not even going to try to stop it this time? Nana teased. The foe remained silent for a moment before straightening his back. No, he replied flatly, prepared to relive his haunted past, which surprised Nana. She expected a stronger reaction from him. The scene opened with Hisashi and Yoichi sitting in the back of their grandparents' car, a moving truck trailing behind them. Are you ready, kids? Their grandfather asked as he fastened his seatbelt in the front. Aye, Captain. JJ responded, a single tear rolling down his cheek as he saluted, leaving the audience puzzled. What are you doing? NG questioned, clearly confused by JJ's behavior. Just reliving some old memories, JJ said with a forced smile. But these are AFO's memories, Kaminari paused, thinking hard. Suddenly, a spark of realization hit him. You're a version of AFO, he exclaimed, prompting JJ to smack his forehead in frustration at the simplicity of Kaminari's deduction. No, it's just something from my childhood, okay? JJ replied, annoyed. Why yes, Yoichi said nervously, trying to hide behind his stuffed animal. Bye-bye house. See you soon, he said gloomily, waving goodbye through the window, unaware of the deeper loss he was facing. Hisashi gazed out the window, still burdened by guilt over his parents' death, having learned that his mother sacrificed herself for him. Is everything all right, sweetie? their grandmother asked, noticing Hisashi's gloomy expression. He simply nodded, unable to take his eyes off the passing scenery, which troubled her as she could only imagine the weight he carried as the sole survivor of the car crash. Toshinori felt a mix of empathy and anger toward AFO. He could relate to the feeling of helplessness when witnessing loved ones perish, but he also felt fury simmering within him, knowing AFO had killed his master right before his eyes. Gran Torino noticed the turmoil in Toshinori's expression but chose not to address it, believing he needed time to process his feelings. "Don't worry, kids. Even though it's an older house, I'm sure you'll have lots of fun there," their grandfather said as he started the car and drove off, the moving truck following closely behind. The drive lasted about 2 hours, during which Yoichi slept soundly while Hisashi remained fixated on the window. When they finally arrived at their new home, their grandfather seemed pleased to take on the role of a father again. "We're here," he announced excitedly, waking Yoichi from his slumber. "Can it, old man?" Fo blurted out, clearly displeased with his grandfather's enthusiasm. "That's no way to show respect for your elders," Toshinori said in his muscular form, causing AFO to raise an eyebrow. "I'm over 100 years old. I'm older than any of you, yet it's still fine for you to beat me up?" he questioned, leaving All Might puzzled, unsure how to respond. "Then what does that mean for Inko given the age difference?" JJ asked with a smirk, leaving AFO looking shocked and a bit disgusted. "My physical age remains the same while my mind is far beyond that," Fo exclaimed, trying to clarify the situation without making it awkward. "So it's acceptable for us to beat you up since you're technically not an elder?" Nana chimed in cheerfully, ready for a playful confrontation. Fo sighed, leaning back in his chair, surrendering to their banter. They all exited the car as the moving truck came to a stop behind them. The movers began unloading boxes into their new home while Yoichi, feeling adventurous, attempted to explore but quickly fell to the ground, exhausted. His grandmother rushed to pick him up, comforting him. "I'll take him to his room," she said, noticing Yoichi's heavy breathing. Hisashi could only watch from a distance, worried for his brother. "Hisashi," their grandfather called, prompting him to turn around. Crouching to Hisashi's level, he placed a hand on his shoulder. "I know you might be sad about your parents, but remember, you still have family. Can you hold on to that?" Hisashi nodded slowly. "Come here," his grandfather said, embracing him for comfort. "I just don't want to lose you guys," Hisashi thought to himself as he hugged his grandfather back, tears streaming down his face. "Another loving family. It really doesn't make sense why you chose the villain life," Nana complained aloud. "Yeah, another loving family," Vo echoed sarcastically, rolling his eyes. "If you can't be patient to see the full story, why not just leave?" he grumbled. Nana huffed, crossing her arms. "Why did you have to destroy my family when you get to have yours?" she whimpered, prompting Gran Torino and All Might to quickly comfort her, while AFO felt a pang of guilt. His grandfather released him and took his hand, showing him around the house. A week passed since Yoichi and Hisashi moved in. During that time, Hisashi experienced nightmares of his parents. The most recent dream featured them happily walking together while he held their hands, a bittersweet reminder of what he had lost. He could feel the intense heat radiating from his dad. Turning to see what was wrong, he was horrified to find his father engulfed in flames, half of his face charred and continuously burning. "What's wrong, buddy? Didn't you want to see the movies?" his father asked in a voice that sent chills down Hisashi's spine, prompting him to let go of his father's hand and cling to his mother instead. "What's wrong, sweetie? There's nothing to be afraid of," she reassured him, but as she extended her hand, Hisashi noticed the crimson stains on her arm. He instinctively backed away, realizing his mother was drenched in her own blood. "You better not be thinking that she looks appetizing," Vo warned Toga, glaring at her. "I'm not. I only enjoy the company of my friends," she replied cheerfully, causing the League of Villains to step back, while Uraraka, Izuku, and Tsuyu exchanged worried glances. Hisashi stumbled backward, tripping over something and landing on the floor. He looked away for just a moment, but when he turned back, his parents were gone. Feeling something unsettling beneath him, he glanced down to find the lifeless forms of his parents, which jolted him awake from his nightmare. The next morning he woke up gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. Disturbing, Sato remarked, and his classmates nodded in agreement. Is that why you have night terrors sometimes? Inko asked, surprising everyone as they turned their attention to her, then back to AFO. You have night terrors? Izuku asked, a mix of curiosity and concern in his voice. FO fell silent, reluctant to answer. However, with the topic now raised, he couldn't avoid it. He sighed before responding, I don't have night terrors about my parents. Those nightmares stem from something else. He hoped that would suffice as an answer. Besides, it's been so long since I've remembered their faces, he thought, feeling a twinge of gratitude toward JJ for helping him recall what his parents looked like. He rushed to the bathroom, lifting the toilet seat to throw up, feeling nauseated by the vivid images of his parents' demise. After a minute of feeling sick, he flushed the toilet, his stomach now empty. Stepping out of his room, he found his grandfather sitting at the short-legged table, engrossed in the newspaper, while his grandmother cooked in the kitchen. Ah, Hisashi, you're just in time. Breakfast is ready. Come sit with your grandpa, she called, gesturing to the seat beside him. Hisashi hesitated but eventually sat down next to his grandfather, and they waited in silence. His grandmother entered with dishes, placing some on an empty serving tray. I'll take this to Yoichi in his room. The poor boy can't come out again, she said with concern before heading off. Hisashi and his grandfather remained quiet at the table, not exchanging a word. Another nightmare? His grandfather asked, not looking up from his newspaper. Hisashi nodded slowly. His grandfather folded the newspaper and set it aside, turning to Hisashi. He enveloped him in a comforting hug and whispered, I know the image of your parents' deaths can be haunting, and there's nothing I can do to change that. All I can offer is my support. 2 years passed, and Hisashi was now 10, while Yoichi was 6. Hisashi had to switch schools due to the distance from their new home. Transferring mid-year made him feel like an outsider, as everyone else had already formed friendships, making it hard for him to connect with anyone. When one of his classmates asked where his parents were, he replied that he didn't have any. The room fell silent until another child blurted out how sad it was that he had no parents, no mother to tuck him in at night, just an old grandmother. Laughter erupted, and soon the entire school ostracized Hisashi. Those kids are so cruel. Who would do? Setsuna began to question, but then she stopped, realizing that someone had done far worse than that child. Her floating head turned slowly toward Katsuki. What? He shouted. Why is that a similarity between a father and son? Setsuna murmured under her breath as her head floated back down to her body, facing the screen. Despite the bullying, Hisashi kept his struggles hidden from his grandparents, believing they had enough on their plate with 2 extra mouths to feed. He focused on his studies, determined to honor his parents' last wishes. This is really too similar, Setsuna commented again, shaking her head in disbelief. As August approached, it was time to celebrate Hisashi's grandfather's birthday. Yoichi was in his room, crafting a card for him while Hisashi helped his grandmother prepare for the celebration. Can you get the candles for me? She asked, setting a bottle of bourbon on the table. Hisashi retrieved the candles from the kitchen counter and handed them to her. Now, if we can just find a lighter, she murmured, searching for one. Suddenly, Hisashi experienced a flashback, as if he were surrounded by 2 intimidating figures trying to light their cigarettes. This stupid lighter won't work, one of them shouted, slamming it against the floor. From Hisashi's perspective, he stood up. Relax. No need to be upset. I can help, he said, holding his hand near the cigarette and snapping his fingers to create a spark, igniting it and bringing a smile to their faces. Snapping back to reality, Hisashi wondered why he remembered such a moment. Hisashi! Hisashi! He heard his grandmother calling, her expression filled with concern. What's wrong? He asked. Are you okay? She replied, worry etched on her face. You started snapping your fingers, sending sparks flying. She leaned in closer, trying to catch the spark as it danced in the air. Hisashi was suddenly reminded of a traumatic memory the day his parents died. He recalled the men with jetpacks who had snapped their fingers, igniting gasoline and chaos. He didn't want to believe he shared a quirk with those villains. As his grandmother reached for his hand, he snapped his fingers. FO stood with his arms crossed, looking down at the floor. "Are you okay, master?" Kurogiri asked. "I am. Just can't handle this right now," he replied. When Hisashi snapped his fingers, a spark connected with his grandmother's hand, sending an electric pulse through her body. She collapsed, her eyes losing their light. Horrified, Hisashi rushed to her side, panic rising within him. Just then, his grandfather entered the room, only to find his wife on the floor and Hisashi looking terrified. He hurried to his wife's side, checking for a pulse and beginning CPR. After 3 agonizing minutes, tears streamed down his face as he realized she was gone. "What happened?" he asked sorrowfully, barely glancing at Hisashi as he cradled his wife's lifeless face. I don't know. She pointed out how I was making sparks by snapping, and it reminded me of the villain attack that took my parents. I tried it out and it seemed to shock her." Hisashi stammered, fear evident in his voice. "Sparks?" his grandfather said ominously. "How do you have meta powers?" he questioned without looking back. I don't know. My mom had meta powers that she used to," Hisashi began, but before he could finish, he was struck across the cheek, sending him to the ground in confusion. "You freak," his grandfather spat, his eyes filled with rage. The audience watched in disbelief, shocked that AFO's grandfather would lash out at a child. "If that's not real," Tatsuma said, struggling to comprehend the scene. Nana felt a wave of distress as she turned to AFO, who refused to look at the screen, his expression pained, confirming that this had truly happened. Hisashi was frightened and bewildered as his grandfather approached him. He wanted to flee but was grabbed by the collar and thrown across the room. "You brat," his grandfather yelled, grabbing a bourbon bottle. "Why is it always metas who cause trouble? First my son and now my wife." He swung the bottle at Hisashi, leaving bruises on his cheeks. "Gr grandpa. What's wrong?" Hisashi whimpered, utterly confused by the anger directed at him. "It's a good thing your mom died. This world has no need for troublemakers like you," his grandfather said, preparing to swing again. In that moment, Hisashi experienced a flashback to a time he didn't recognize. He saw a furious old man, drunk and yelling. "You can't do one thing right," the man shouted, throwing the bottle near Hisashi, who then heard a child's voice crying, "I want mom back." "That woman? You're lucky I even bothered keeping you because she found another man," he yelled, grabbing Hisashi by the collar. "Now do as you're told." Hisashi then noticed a small, trembling hand forming a snap near the man's face. "What are you?" the man started to question before the hand snapped, sending sparks onto his alcohol-soaked clothes, igniting them. The man dropped Hisashi, frantically trying to extinguish the flames. Hisashi saw himself running toward the front door, crying. Returning to the present, Hisashi saw his grandfather mid-swing. Instinctively, he raised his hand and snapped, sending sparks toward his grandfather's eyes, causing him to miss the swing and drop the bottle, which cracked open and spilled on his pants. His grandfather yelled in pain, blinded by the sparks. In a panic, Hisashi watched as his grandfather swung wildly, trying to apply pressure to his eyes. Scared, Hisashi's fingers grazed together again, sending more sparks to the ground where the bourbon spilled, igniting the flames further. His grandfather screamed in agony as he caught fire, rolling on the ground in a desperate attempt to put himself out. The fire spread quickly, consuming their wooden home. Hisashi stood frozen, watching his grandfather burn, memories of his father's death flooding back. When he regained consciousness, the room was engulfed in flames, and his grandfather was gone. He quickly got up and rushed to his brother's room, where Yoichi was coughing as smoke filled the air. What's going on?" he asked between coughs. "We need to go," Hisashi urged, picking up his brother and carrying him out. He quickly grabbed important documents before escaping the fire. They made it outside, coughing from smoke inhalation, witnessing their home burn to the ground. The audience was left stunned, speechless, grappling with another piece of AFO's past. Wife Nana tried to speak, but words failed her. "There's no need for you to say anything," AFO replied. Quirks were still unknown back then, so accidents like these can happen. Besides, it had been so long that he could hardly remember his grandpa's name. Just goes to show how insignificant he was in my past, he said with a smile to reassure her. Most people weren't sure if they could believe him or not, as they only knew him as a villain, and his actions didn't show much care for his past. Yet, they sensed that he had some feelings about it, especially since he seemed reluctant to reveal more. Inko glanced at AFO, checking in on him while listening to their conversation. When she saw his smile, she recognized it as a facade after spending so much time with him. "You know you're not very good at lying," she commented, surprising AFO and shocking the others who couldn't believe she could tell. "I can tell the difference between your genuine smile and your fake one," she added. AFO stared at her in surprise before sighing and chuckling, feeling happy that the only person who could see through his facade was the woman he loved. "That's what you think," he said with a smirk, not confirming or denying her observation. Inko's expression turned sad. She had seen him as a wonderful man when they were together, felt anger when his other identity was revealed, but now all she felt was sadness as AFO's past seemed filled with pain. The room fell silent as everyone struggled to figure out how to move forward, which upset JJ, who was unsure if the audience was ready for more of his past to be revealed. "I'm calling it. We're taking a break so everyone can recuperate," he announced, snapping his fingers to teleport everyone into a hallway filled with doors. Where are we?" Katsuma asked nervously, clinging to Inko's pants. "Hello there." An Ichi appeared right in front of him, startling him and causing him to cling to Inko even tighter. Inko soothed Katsuma, rubbing his back, while glaring at the HJJ that had frightened him, momentarily startling the hologram, forgetting that it was just a projection and she couldn't harm it. "There's nothing to be afraid of. It was only a hologram," Inko reassured Katsuma as she continued to comfort him. "But where are we?" Mahoro asked, being held up by Nana. "Just somewhere that has everything," Nana replied as more HJJs appeared beside their respective partners. One female HJJ popped up in a random location, noticing that Mineta was missing from the great hallway of doors. She received an update on his whereabouts and sighed in relief that he was just taking a break for now. "Master, where are you heading?" Kurojairi asked as he saw AFO trying to leave. "To find the bar. If he made sure there was room for everything, there has to be somewhere," AFO replied, pulling up a map to search for the bar, feeling the need for a drink. Kurojairi wanted to follow him but remembered his main orders were to stay with Shigaraki at all times. Besides, the air around AFO suggested he needed some alone time. Many people began to split off, with the kids being taken to a room where a play was being reenacted about their heroes saving the day. Enji tried to spend more time with his family, despite the atmosphere being mostly quiet and awkward. Shota wanted to connect more with Shino, still carrying mental scars from the fake universe. The League of Villains headed to the game room instead. Nana wanted to spend quality time with Inko and Izuku for some family bonding. By then, everyone had made their decisions on how to spend their time. Toshinori made his way to the bar room, noticing Hisashi at the counter, already having finished 2 glasses and busy pouring a third. "Mind if I join you?" Toshinori asked, knocking on the door frame, but Hisashi didn't respond. Toshinori walked in and took a seat next to him, pouring himself a cup of what Hisashi was drinking. "So you were hurt because you had a quirk while I was mistreated for not having one." "Times have changed," Toshinori said, but Hisashi continued drinking without a word. "I guess that's another thing we have in common," he commented just before taking a sip. "Wrong," Hisashi replied. "You're still living in a fantasy world while I'm living in reality," he said, continuing to drink his third cup. Toshinori fell silent, his attempt to bond with Hisashi thwarted. He took his first gulp of alcohol in years, only to choke on it as he spat it out. "All Might, what are you drinking?" Toshinori exclaimed, realizing the liquor was too strong. He grabbed the bottle to check the alcohol percentage while Hisashi smirked at Toshinori's reaction. Hours later, everyone returned to the theater. Toshinori tried to get closer to Hisashi to understand him better, but he couldn't fully commit, still haunted by the terrible things AFO had done. The gap between them had slightly narrowed, but it remained significant. I'm assuming everyone had a relaxing time? JJ asked, receiving a few murmurs of agreement from the audience. Good. On to the next universe. He snapped his fingers, activating the universe randomizer. The text above the screen rolled through different characters until it stopped to spell out OV, causing many to worry, as these universes often revolved around Izuku, and the thought of him being with the League of Villains was unsettling given how cunning and dangerous he could be. Our time to shine. Spinner yelled in excitement, slightly disappointed that his group hadn't had much chance to shine. I don't like it, Shigaraki complained, crossing his arms in displeasure. Does he have to be part of our group? Are you ignoring the fact that he's AFO's son and has analytical skills that could be useful to us? Dabi asked, his tone nonchalant, which only irritated Shigaraki further. If Izuku is going to join our group, then that means there will be a lot of chaos. Toga exclaimed excitedly, sipping from a straw shaped like glasses as she imagined the possibilities. She's our friend, and we should support her. Twice hesitated for a moment, but then his personality shifted. I'm not sure how to feel about this, Kaminari whispered to his classmates, who nodded in agreement. Moving on. JJ exclaimed, snapping his fingers to dim the lights as the screen flickered to life. It opened to a small convenience store where a hooded figure was browsing the snack aisle. As they deliberated over their choices, flashes of memory surged through them. They recalled their childhood, proudly telling others that their father was a hero. The memories shifted to moments of noticing someone special and recognizing their unique talents, before transitioning to a scene of being pulled from a house, catching sight of two golden peaks amid a cloud of dust. Shaking their head to clear their mind, they finally settled on some Shitori Chocos, Ramen, and chips. There were no hero-branded snacks to be found in any of the aisles. What kind of store doesn't have at least one hero product? Hisashi questioned, earning some curious looks from his friends. No, not like that, guys. I mean from a business perspective. Heroes are popular, so companies usually feature them on their products to attract customers, he explained, doing his best to clarify. Can't argue with that, JJ thought, recalling the times he bought Pokemon cereal just for the characters on the box. Maybe this universe doesn't have quirks to create heroes, like the zombie apocalypse one we saw? Ken suggested. Maybe, Hisashi replied as the screen continued. The hooded figure approached the cash register, where they scanned their items. That will be 980 yen, sir, the cashier said, as the hooded figure rummaged through their wallet for a 1,000 yen bill. Meanwhile, a television mounted in the corner of the store began broadcasting the news. In recent events, codename Endeavor has captured 3 more individuals with quirks this past month. They will be processed through the system, where the government will determine their fates. It has been over a century since quirks began to emerge globally, comprising 20% of the current population. Before the establishment of today's laws, these individuals caused chaos, but thanks to science and military intervention, we can now contain them and utilize their abilities, the news anchor reported before the cashier turned off the TV, looking annoyed. 20%? Mina exclaimed, surprised. Military, Ken said, his displeasure evident as he recalled how the military aggressively recruited combat-related quirk users. Don't tell me, Aizawa began in disbelief, but JJ quickly interjected. In this universe, quirks are rare and sought after for military purposes. Anyone with a quirk is swiftly taken from their normal lives and compelled to serve, JJ explained, horrified expressions spreading among his friends. The thought of being separated from their families was unsettling, and Ken felt distressed, recalling that at least the military he had been part of had not engaged in such unethical practices. Nizu wore the same expression as before, but the atmosphere around him was unsettling, causing many UA staff members to subtly distance themselves from the rodent. Hisashi suggested to Nizu, "Shall we team up?" This proposal raised eyebrows, as the sadistic rodent known for his ruthless tactics was about to join forces with the man of many talents, creating a potentially fearsome alliance. "It would be my pleasure," Nizu replied, a response that was both surprising and alarming. "They do know they can't enter this universe, right?" JJ wondered. DMN government officials. They just do whatever they want for power, A cashier grumbled as he placed the remote down. You agree, right? He asked. I hear what you say. They don't appreciate it when they're spoken about negatively, a deep, familiar voice responded as the man dropped cash onto the tray. Yeah, the cashier replied, accepting the money. I'm just tired of hearing about so many people being taken from their families. Why don't more people see that? He questioned, placing the change on the tray and leaving the bag of items on the counter. Fear, the hooded man replied as he took his change and belongings. As he exited, he accidentally bumped into a girl in a sailor uniform. Sorry, he said, continuing on his way. The girl, with long blonde hair, glanced back at him, initially surprised. But then her expression softened into a smile. The hooded man walked through the crowd with his hands tucked in his pockets, doing his best to avoid eye contact. Suddenly, he sensed something from a distance. He turned around suddenly, only to find nothing behind him. Quickly, he faced forward again, hurrying his steps. In the distance, a distorted light shaped like a human seemed to follow the hooded man. Target found, the figure said in a robotic female voice. Roger. Intercept the target and stall for time. Reinforcements will be on their way, a man's voice instructed. Roger, she replied, revealing herself and jumping into the middle of the sidewalk, startling many passers-by. Is that me? Siu asked, stunned by the sight. Am I? She began to question further, but Mei interrupted her. A cyborg? Mei exclaimed excitedly, breathing heavily. I need the... Excitement filled the air as they prepared to create a full suit, while Maijima sighed, anticipating a series of loud explosions upon their return. You've got to admit, though, she would look really cool in that suit, Kaminari remarked, and Shiro and Kirishima nodded in agreement. The fall created a powerful gust of wind that blew the hood off the mysterious figure, revealing a familiar shade of green. Izuku Midoriya. You are to come quietly and be judged under the law for obstruction of justice and evasion for quirk testing, the mechanical voice of Tsuyu announced. Yes, please, Namuri replied, her expression mischievous, prompting Hisashi to playfully swat her with a wiffle bat. Come on now. Let her do as she pleases. At least this one is an older version, Amy chimed in. How would you feel if I were attracted to an older version of you, even though the current you is much younger? Aizawa asked. You're thinking about our future together, she teased, causing Aizawa to turn slightly red. Not the point, he muttered, looking away and trying to cover his face with his scarf. I guess that universe about you being a model doesn't lie, Jiraiya teased Izuku, who blushed and tried to hide his embarrassment, while Kaminari shot her a jealous glare. Oh yeah, what about me? Kaminari asked, striking a dramatic model pose. Jiraiya couldn't help but laugh as she pulled out her phone to show him a photo of himself. Kaminari's confidence waned as he slumped back in his seat. You have a lot of photos of Kaminari on your phone, Mina remarked, glancing at Jiraiya's photo album. Just all the memories of laughing at him, Jiraiya replied, which made Mina raise an eyebrow suspiciously. Are you sure about that? Mina whispered, causing Jiraiya to blush slightly. What else could there be? Jiraiya complained, while Mina wore a smug expression as she returned to her seat. It's Froppy, one of the civilians shouted. This place is going to get destroyed, a woman screamed, and panic erupted in the crowd as people scrambled to escape. Izuku quickly joined the throng, trying to evade capture, but Froppy extended her tongue, weaving through the crowd like a serpent. Many gasped as it zigzagged, seemingly tracking something. Suddenly, Izuku felt Froppy's tongue wrap around his neck, and despite his efforts to pry it off, the grip was too strong. He was yanked backward, colliding with others as he struggled to breathe. Then he was flung into the air, landing hard against a car. That's going to leave a mark, Takami commented, taking a bite of fried chicken. That tracking feature is incredible. How did she do it? Mei exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she contemplated the suit's mechanics. Izuku muttered to himself, pondering if Tsuyu could achieve the same results with enough training and the right gear to adjust her tongue's trajectory. Froppy released Izuku, and he rolled onto his stomach, bruised but determined. Why are you doing this? Izuku groaned. It's not my place to explain. My goal is simply to capture those with potential quirks, she replied, approaching him. Just then, a knife flew through the air, bouncing harmlessly off her faceplate. She turned to see someone emerging from an alleyway. "Ah, I put all my strength into that," a familiar voice called out. "I need cover," she shouted. Froppy, confused, was soon enveloped in a cloud of purple smoke. Izuku, unsure of what was happening, felt the smoke creeping closer. "Don't breathe it in," a voice warned as they placed a mouthpiece on him, allowing him to breathe normally. He was then lifted onto someone's shoulder as they hurried away. "That won't hold her for long," they shouted, feeling Froppy's movements becoming sluggish, but the effects were fading quickly. They dashed into an alleyway, trying to put distance between them and Froppy, but Izuku, uncomfortable being carried, pushed away, tumbling to the ground. "Who are you?" Izuku demanded, removing the mouthpiece and getting a good look at his rescuers. "That's me," Toga exclaimed excitedly. "But something feels off," she added, noticing her future self appeared different. "Who's that guy in the dark suit and gas mask?" Momo asked. "I think you've met him briefly. Itsuka and Tetsu should definitely know him," JJ pointed out. Tetsu, surprised to be mentioned, examined the figure on the screen. "I don't remember him," he shrugged. "How dare you disrespect our ally like that?" Spinner shouted, angered that Tetsu had forgotten Mustard, the one from the training camp. JJ turned to the others. "Yeah, there are more members of the League of Villains. Besides Toga, Twice, Shigaraki, Spinner, Dabi, Mr. Compress, and Magna. Remember Mustard? How about Moonfish? Then you definitely remember Muscular, right?" JJ said with a knowing expression. "He's Mustard. The one with the sleeping gas, green gas mask, and gun," JJ clarified, prompting an aha moment for Tetsu. "Oh, the guy I defeated with one punch," he said, slapping his fist into his palm, while Itsuka sighed and face-bombed at his wording. "How dare you speak that way about our friend? Was he really a friend, though? I only knew him for a short time," Twice remarked aloud. "I'm Himiko Toga, and this is Mustard," Toga introduced with a gentle smile. "We're here to rescue you," Mustard added, leaving Izuku puzzled. Shigaraki wanted to suggest letting Izuku fend for himself, but with his master and grandmother present, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. "Why?" Izuku asked, still confused. "Because," Mustard began, but a blue streak of light shot past them, sending Mustard flying and knocking him out instantly. "Threat secured. Target found," a familiar voice announced as they stood tall. "Okay, can we all agree that his costume barely changed?" Kaminari declared, to which most of the class nodded, leaving Ida stunned. "That suit is a sign of honor," Ida countered. "We're not criticizing it, just finding it amusing that your suit looks the same as before, like you're a robot." Kaminari defended himself with a nervous laugh. "Sheet!" Toga exclaimed, drawing her belt, which was equipped with an array of sharp weapons. As she pulled them out, a long pink slimy thing snatched them from her hands. "Weapons secured," Froppy stated mechanically, now holding the belt and tossing it towards the building, causing Toga to panic. "Run this," she began to shout, but an ice wall suddenly erupted in front of them, blocking their only escape route. "Exit secured," the voice echoed as the camera revealed the source of the ice wall. Shoto was taken aback to see himself transformed into one of them as well. "That suit looks so cool," Kirishima exclaimed, pumped up by the sight of all the suits and eager to see when his alternate self would appear. Shadows began to envelop their area, prompting Toga and Izuku to look up. "Aerial secure," Uravity announced as multiple rocks and debris floated above the alleyway, all tethered to her by a cable. Toga turned to Izuku, who wore a worried expression. "Some rescue plan this was, huh?" she giggled, seemingly unfazed by the chaos. "How can you remain calm through all of this?" Izuku shouted, panic evident in his voice. "Closing in," the captors said in unison as they slowly approached. "Because," Toga replied, her face betraying no worry, as if everything would turn out fine. The ice wall began to decay, crumbling to the ground. "I have friends I can rely on," she said with a smile. "Don't tell me we're heroes," Shigaraki questioned, a mix of hesitation and disgust in his tone. No, JJ replied, causing Shigaraki to breathe a sigh of relief. But I do think you're something similar to vigilantes, which are technically heroes but viewed as villains by the public, JJ added with a grin, watching Shigaraki's mood plummet. Dabi, stall Shoto. Twice, create as many copies of yourself to slow down Ingenium. Toga, keep Midoriya and Mustard safe. I'll handle Uravity, he ordered, and the group nodded, moving to their respective positions. Hey, another rematch, Dabi said with a hint of enthusiasm, maintaining his cool demeanor. There is no point in a rematch if the victor has already been decided, Shoto replied in a flat tone. Which is going to be me, Dabi smirked. Illogical, Shoto countered, launching an ice attack that Dabi countered by melting the ice. Have you ever seen a demon, Silver Knight? Twice asked, curiosity piqued. No. But I will be slaying one, Ingenium responded mechanically. We'll see about that, Twice replied darkly, donning his Oni mask and rapidly multiplying into 10 copies. Ingenium revved his engine and charged through the clones, destroying them in his path. Toga, appearing weaponless, reached into her stockings, causing Izuku to blush and look away. She exclaimed excitedly as she pulled out a handle. With a swift motion, it expanded into a baton, which she used to block an incoming attack. Don't think that just because you're camouflaged means I can't find you, she said with a smirk, deflecting a kick with her baton, her excitement growing. Meanwhile, Shigaraki stood on the rooftop, eyeing Uravity. Your plan is illogical. I have ranged attacks and can fight from the air, while you can only engage on the ground, Uravity stated in a mechanical voice, questioning his strategy. Why don't you fight me and find out how wrong you are? Shigaraki taunted, removing his gloves. Let it be, Uravity replied, releasing one of her cables and sending a piece of rubble crashing down towards Shigaraki. In a fluid motion, Shigaraki evaded the rubble, which disintegrated upon impact, surprising Uravity, though she maintained her composure. Shigaraki smirked as he returned to his stance. Got any more? The screen then darkened, signaling the end of part 1. Finally! Shigaraki shouted, frustrated by how another version of himself acted heroically in LOV, now don't get too excited. We're definitely watching the next part after we take a break, JJ said with a smirk, leaving Shigaraki seething with rage as he yelled out in frustration. Do we really have to continue watching this universe? Uraraka asked, uncomfortable with seeing herself portrayed as a robot, a sentiment echoed by Ida, Shoto, and Tsuyu. Izuku felt disturbed as well, realizing that all his friends had become mere tools of the government, which his alternate self would have to confront. JJ thought to himself, not paying attention to the pleas to not continue the universe, sorry, but the only reason why it ended the way it did was that I stopped it, meaning we must continue if we want to move on to the next universe. Monoma raised his hand, looking surprised before his expression shifted to anger and then acceptance as he sighed. If we can't move on without finishing the universe, what are we doing right now? He questioned. Well duh. JJ snapped his fingers, changing the screen to a giant wheel. His podium lowered to become a stage, and his outfit transformed into a game show host suit. It's time for everyone's favorite game, Wheel of Randomness, he announced in a game show host tone. Mahoro and Shimano were confused about what was happening, prompting Inko and Nana to explain it to them. They began to understand, though they were still slightly puzzled, as they realized they would see images instead of videos of universes. But didn't you say, Monoma started to ask, but JJ quickly interjected. The Wheel of Randomness doesn't play through the universe. It takes a single moment from a universe and displays it, which is different from showing a whole other universe, JJ explained. His logic seemed flawed to some, but he added, don't question a celestial who can make you experience your worst fears with a single snap. His cheerful yet sinister tone sent shivers down everyone's spine, causing them to withhold their thoughts, except for Kaminari, who nodded along, pretending to understand everything. JJ smiled mischievously as he spun the wheel. It landed on Family Photos PT2 plus Possible Photos, which confused many since they had already seen some family photos, but the addition made it hard to grasp. Shiozaki was the first to ask, what does it mean by? Possible photos? She worried about how JJ might react, given his previous threat. Well, by possible photos, it means that in another timeline, this could have happened, not like the universe ones, where there is a drastic change, JJ answered calmly, which relieved many. Do we really have to go over our photos again? AFO questioned, clearly uncomfortable with his past being revealed. Inko noticed he said, our, which made her smile delightfully as she hummed a small tune to herself. Relax. You're not the main star right now. Instead, it'll be the Todorokis. JJ exclaimed excitedly, earning confused and disturbed looks from the family. I'm not sure if that's, Fuyumi began to comment but was interrupted. But first this. JJ shouted as the first image popped up. Katsuki fumed at the embarrassment of his younger self, while Mitsuki giggled at the baby fat he used to have. Masaru smiled gently at one of their peaceful family photos. Damn. Bakugo really puts the UG in ugly, Kaminari called out, struggling to hold in his laughter, which elicited a few chuckles from the Baku squad, while the rest of their classmates were too scared to laugh. Watch it, dunce face, Katsuki warned in a threatening tone, rising from his seat like a feral beast. Look at all that baby fat. Hawks laughed, pointing with his drumstick. Come on now. It's actually quite adorable since he looks so squishy, Tatsuma commented, smiling at the baby fat. I think it's funny because of how squished his face is, as if he's being squished to death, Emi added, giggling and nudging Aizawa to join in the laughter. Katsuki sat down, fuming and feeling disgruntled, unable to retort against the pro-heroes. FO flashed back to the moment when Izuku was born, carefully holding him as his wife rested. He looked at Izuku, amazed by the tiny being, and tears of joy filled his eyes, never knowing that having a baby could bring him such happiness. Izuku stared in shock, realizing that the number one villain, also known as his dad, could have such an expression. Nana and Tashinori smiled, happy that their biggest enemy could show such strong emotions for their young pupil. He's quite the crier, Rumi commented, surprising many, while Tatsuma quickly tried to retract her statement, recognizing the emotional weight of the moment for AFO. Now that's rude, AFO replied, crossing his arms. Are you saying you cry prettier? He challenged. I don't cry. PRD, Rumi smirked, crossing her arms as well, trying to provoke AFO while Tatsuma panicked, attempting to calm her down. Can you say the same for when you heard the news of Nana's death? JJ asked, knowing how much Rumi idolized Nana and how devastating her loss must have been for her. Rumi's ears drooped as she recalled how she first heard the news on television as a child, feeling grief for weeks before she could face the world again. No fair. No one can keep it together when death is involved, she whispered, while Tatsuma did her best to cheer her up. Many admired the image of a baby Izuku sleeping peacefully next to his dad, like a small rabbit beside a giant grizzly. Okay, how big is the crib? Or how awkwardly did he have to sleep? Kaminari questioned, prompting confused looks from others. What are you trying to get at? Jairu asked, trying to understand his thought process. Okay, hear me out. AFO is over 2 meters tall, so did they get a crib that was 7 feet long? Or did he position his legs in some strange way? How was he able to sleep then? Kaminari asked, raising both palms for answers. His question seemed silly at first, but it made others ponder how it actually worked. I hate the way you think, Jairu commented, face-palming, unable to deny it was a dumb but good question. It's just one big crib and I curled up in it. What don't you understand? FO asked Kaminari, giving him a puzzled look as it was clear from the image that his legs were curled. He wondered how Kaminari could be a hero in training if he couldn't see the obvious, unaware that other students were struggling to see it clearly as well. Wait, those are his legs? I thought they were pillows, JJ thought, squinting closer at the image and realizing it was actually his thighs and calves. He face-palmed, realizing he had made the same mistake as the others. Many people stared at the image, trying to identify the two figures on screen, while 3 others already knew who they were and what JJ meant by possible. One was annoyed, another felt sorrow, and the last one felt pity. Who are these two? Setsuna finally asked, her head floating around as she searched for any distinguishing marks that might help her identify at least one of them. "Here's a hint. Both are technically dead," JJ replied, leaving most of them stumped while others began to piece it together. Izuku muttered through all the possible audience members until he finally concluded, "Is it Shigaraki?" His question surprised many who hadn't figured it out. "Ding! Ding! Ding!" JJ exclaimed, summoning a bell to ring. Shigaraki wore an irritated expression, feeling annoyed that his deceased sister appeared so happy beside him. "I didn't know you had a sister." Toga squealed, excited to learn more about her friend. "Had," Shigaraki replied coldly, crossing his arms. "I killed her and everyone in my family with my own hands." His words left many students frozen in shock at how casually he spoke about such a tragic event. AFO was silent, having used Shigaraki's family as motivation for him to embrace darkness and escape guilt over their deaths. Nana also remained quiet, knowing her absence had contributed to Shigaraki's turmoil. "It's not your fault," Izuku called out, surprising many. "You weren't aware of your own quirk or how to use it correctly." He reflected on his own struggles with controlling One for All and recalled Gentle Criminal's story about his quirk leading to tragedy. "It was an accident," he added, causing Shigaraki to tense up. "My quirk is about destruction. I was born to be an agent of chaos," Shigaraki retorted, denying that it was an accident because admitting so would unleash a flood of guilt. "If only I had found him sooner," Avo thought, regretting many things from his past. Nana clasped her hands together, surprised and nearly in tears at the sight of herself, old enough to play with her grandkids. All Might felt joy knowing that in another universe, his mentor had lived long enough to experience happiness. Fo smiled faintly as he looked at the young Tenko, seeing him still scared and innocent. Meanwhile, JJ faced a personal challenge, repeating to himself, "Don't simp. Don't simp. Don't simp," as he crossed his arms tightly, aware that it wasn't the right moment to let his feelings show. Rumi glanced at the image, wondering how Nana could be so happy with two kids when she found them so annoying to deal with. Upon closer inspection, she noticed the joyful expression on Nana's face, unlike anything she had seen before, and wondered if those little ones could truly bring such joy. "Are you thinking about having kids?" Takami asked, leaning closer with a smirk. "And deal with loud, obnoxious, whiny brats?" "No way," she shot back, crossing her arms and adopting a sour mood while he laughed and returned to his seat. "Sounds like someone I know," he muttered under his breath, which Rumi's enhanced hearing picked up, causing her ears to twitch. She glared at Takami, who was sweating bullets while maintaining a fake smile, forgetting her heightened hearing. "Can we?" Takami began to suggest dropping the topic, but before he could finish, Rumi delivered a swift kick that knocked him out of his seat, steam rising from his face. Ryuko stood frozen, too scared to intervene. Dabi watched in shock, recalling a forgotten memory and feeling disgusted with his past self for wanting to be like that. "Look at that! A young endeavor!" All Might exclaimed with his signature laugh, prompting Sasaki to throw a seal at him, stopping the laughter as All Might rubbed his cheek where the seal had hit. "Why did you do that?" David asked, clearly confused, while All Might nodded in agreement. "That's Tuya Todoroki," Sasaki explained, leaving David still puzzled about the Todoroki family's issues. All Might struggled to remember, the name sounding familiar. Sasaki sighed and clarified, "It's his deceased son," shocking both of them. All Might realized his previous comment had been highly inappropriate as he glanced at Enji. Enji gazed longingly at the scene, a bittersweet reminder of when at least one of his children had adored him. He looked down in despair, knowing he could never return to that time. Rei placed a hand on his thigh, drawing his attention. "We all make mistakes," she said, recalling the time she had burned Shoto. "But it's how we repair them that allows us to move forward." He stood there, absorbing her words, and nodded in agreement. "Yeah, forget you," Dabi thought, wanting to express his frustration but knowing he had to keep his identity hidden. Many were stunned to see Enji with a warm smile. Natsuo was particularly shocked, struggling to remember a time when his father had been happy for him, the only memory being at his birth. This realization didn't change his feelings toward Enji, as he still harbored resentment for his past actions. Rei reminisced about the times when Enji had shown warmth, holding on to a small hope that the same man could return or at least help heal their family. Who knew the ever-stern hero could smile like that? I thought he was going to be similar to Todoroki, only showing one emotion, Siro whispered to his friends, who nodded in agreement, still in shock. He's not a monster. He's human too, so he has other feelings as well, Katsuki commented, surprising his classmates, as it was unexpected coming from him. Enji looked at the current image and noticed he wasn't present. He remembered that he had been busy fighting a villain, which caused him to miss Shoto's entire birth. As he looked again, he saw everyone smiling, leading him to believe that their happiness depended on being apart from him. He shook his head violently to clear his mind, rejecting that thought. He wanted to be closer to his family, and though it might be an obstacle, he was determined to overcome it. Many women pondered the possibility of having a child, particularly with a certain cinnamon roll, wondering if it truly was life-changing. They witnessed the sternest of heroes smile warmly at his son's birth, and even the most notorious villains break down in tears, making them curious about the experience of carrying a baby. Nope. Most of you are underage. You shouldn't be thinking about having a child at this age. JJ thought to himself, concerned about how deep this rabbit hole might go. JJ glanced behind him at the screen, his mind blank as he stared. He slapped himself on both cheeks, chanting in his head, "Don't simp. Don't simp. Don't simp." Rei looked at the photo and couldn't help but giggle a little when she noticed baby Enji's angry expression, which she found cute. "Is that you on the television?" Nana asked Gran Torino, squinting to get a better look. "Oh yeah. My first time being on the news," he said proudly, crossing his arms. Jairu was busy staring at a certain aspect of Tika while comparing her own, wondering how everyone could get as big as that. Kaminari burst into laughter, pointing at the screen and drawing everyone's attention. "Ha! Her son. Like the sun. Since she's lava and he's fire," he exclaimed, struggling to catch his breath. Jairu rolled her eyes at his simplicity. Kaminari eventually calmed down, taking a deep breath. "Man, what a woman. Funny and hot. Endeavor's father is one lucky man." This comment annoyed Jairu, who poked Kaminari's eyes, causing him to roll on the floor, whining about the pain. "That's so adorable," Inko commented. "Isn't it fun to dress your little baby in cute outfits like that?" she asked Mitsuki. "Yep. I still have a photo of him in an All Might onesie as a kid," Mitsuki replied, pulling out her phone. Inko eagerly leaned in to see, while Katsuki internally complained about how those photos should be private and too embarrassing. Rei found the onesie adorable, but when she turned to Enji to make a comment, she noticed his displeased expression. She thought it might be because he didn't like the outfit, so she decided not to bring it up. Rei looked back at Enji to see if his mood had changed, only to find him looking more troubled by the image. "Is something the matter?" she asked. "Just seeing another memory that's been forgotten," he replied, leaving her confused about what he meant. Efo felt a strong connection to this moment, imagining himself as a villain, his wife as the damsel, and his son as the hero, filled with laughter and love. Many people were surprised to see this, especially Rei, who looked at Enji's face, shocked to see the small pain hidden beneath his shock. Is that why?" Fuyumi began to question but struggled to find the right words. "Is that why you're such a JRK?" Natsuo asked, feeling bad for him but still unwilling to forgive his actions. Fuyumi panicked, trying to find another way to phrase it. As he said that, many were shocked that his son spoke to him that way, while Dabi struggled to hold back his laughter. Although Enji was surprised by his son's direct question, he remained calm as he answered, "Let's just say that my mom also lost the meaning of love." He seemed unbothered by it, but Natsuo was secretly surprised, as everything in Enji's past appeared to be so happy and loving, making him question how Enji had turned out this way. "Well then," JJ called out, clapping his hands together. "I think that should do it for now as we take an actual break before resuming the paused universe." Although JJ suggested a break, no one moved, still stunned by Enji's past. "Boo. What? My dad died, and my mom was no longer the same," Shigaraki mocked in a baby tone, shocking everyone with his insensitivity. Save me from your sob story. You know how many people go through the same things you did? You're not special, he called out, annoyed at the sympathy being shown for NG while no one had comforted him during his own struggles. Tenko, Nana tried to interject, but Shigaraki shot her a harsh glare, silencing her. Don't you dare call me that. Shigaraki said threateningly. It's Tenko Shigaraki. And for you, it's Shigaraki. Don't act like we're close. This made Nana feel dispirited, prompting Mahoro to comfort her as she sat on her lap, while Inko did the same to cheer her up, small tears visible on her face. All Might didn't like how Shigaraki had made his master cry. He was ready to give him a stern talking to, but Gran Torino had a similar plan. Hey, you brat! That's your grandmother you're speaking to! Gran Torino shouted, waving his cane angrily at Shigaraki. So? Does that mean anything if I never met her in my life? Shigaraki retorted, which only fueled Gran Torino's anger. Listen here. You have no idea the difficult decisions she made to keep you and your family safe. The sacrifices she made for the world. Gran Torino exclaimed, as Toshinori did his best to hold him back, trying to prevent any harm as Gran Torino was ready to confront Shigaraki directly. JJ slowly munched on some popcorn, enjoying the unfolding drama. Takami noticed JJ and shot him a disappointed glare, causing him to tense up. However, Takami smiled and pulled out a drumstick, playfully pointing at JJ with a teasing expression, which made JJ smile back as Takami began to eat his drumstick, both of them watching the scene unfold. Well, maybe she should have been more selfish and protected her own world instead, Shigaraki muttered under his breath, crossing his arms. The silence that followed was palpable, leaving many stunned by his words. Confused by the sudden quiet, Shigaraki looked around, only to see heartbroken expressions on everyone's faces. What? Shigaraki asked, irritation creeping into his voice. They heard you, Spinner replied, offering him a supportive hug, which Shigaraki pushed away in annoyance. The greatest magic trick, Mr. Compress said, holding a marble between his fingers, is not making something disappear. He twisted his wrist, making the marble seem to vanish, but the ability to fool others. He pointed downward, letting the marble drop from his sleeve. Would you like to join my poetry group? Tokoyami suggested to Mr. Compress, who considered the idea, intrigued by the thought of sharing his writing about magic. Can't you all just be quiet? Shigaraki yelled, frustration evident in his tone. I don't need anyone's pity. I've been fine with my master and the League of Villains. I don't need anyone else. His words warmed the hearts of AFO and the League members. Nana shot AFO a fierce look, which he noticed, feeling the weight of her gaze. He turned to her, sensing the anger she held for him, knowing she blamed him for how her grandson felt. With a sigh, she turned away, allowing him a moment of relief. At least he acted like the father he needed, Nana thought, recognizing the complexities of their situation in a corrupt society. JJ continued munching on his popcorn, thoroughly entertained by the drama. Are you seriously eating right now? Katsuki shouted, pointing at JJ, causing everyone to turn their attention to him as he froze mid-bite. I'm not the only one. He began, but a red feather covered his mouth, muffling his words. The nerve of this guy, Takami remarked, arms crossed in disapproval. Tatsuma looked down to see a spilled bucket of fried chicken in front of Takami. Why is there? Tatsuma started to ask, but Takami quickly interrupted, no reason, leaving Rumi curious as she peeked over to see the chicken. You hip, Rumi began to scold him, but Takami sent a wave of feathers to cover her mouth and restrain her arms and legs to her seat. Shocked and angry, she struggled against the restraints, gradually managing to break free. Well then, Takami said, standing up. I can't stay here any longer with that emotionless celestial. I need to cool off until I'm ready to return, he claimed, trying to escape Rumi before she could regain her strength. Just as he reached for the door, he felt the restraints break, leaving only the mouthpiece. You think you can restrain me? Let's try that again. Rumi yelled, ripping the feathers off her mouth. Takami was terrified, having used most of his feathers to restrain her, leaving him with little ability to fly. He quickly opened the door and dashed away. A chase, huh? I love a good run. Rumi exclaimed with excitement as she leaped from her seat and landed in front of the podium, starting her pursuit. JJ watched the scene unfold, lifting his right arm to snap away the mouthpiece. Well then, JJ began. Don't think you're off the hook, Aizawa warned, but JJ snapped his fingers, creating a puff of smoke where Aizawa had been sitting. In his place was a black cat with a familiar scar and a small scarf around its neck. Before Katsuya could comprehend the situation, Eri picked him up. Kitty? Eri asked, puzzled about Aizawa's sudden disappearance. Emi couldn't help but laugh at Aizawa's predicament, earning an annoyed look from Katsuya. Emi smirked as she lifted Eri onto her lap, still holding Katsuya. Yes, Eri. It's a kitty cat, which I'm sure would love some pets, she said with a mischievous smile, unaware of Katsuya's irritation. He decided to play along, pretending to be indifferent as he enjoyed a long nap. Meanwhile, Namuri and Hisashi couldn't resist taking multiple pictures of Katsuya. Does anyone else have something to say? JJ asked cheerfully, though his smile was unsettling, prompting everyone to shake their heads. Good. Now let's resume the universe. JJ snapped his fingers. In the midst of the chaos, Izuku felt a surge of fear. He was about to crawl away when Toga spotted him. Hey, Greenie! Toga called out, startling Izuku as she dodged another attack, leaving a crater in the concrete below. Could you grab mustard for us? She asked, leaving Izuku puzzled about why a condiment was needed at that moment. The guy with the gas mask, Dabi added as he dodged a flame attack from Shoto. Izuku had no choice but to comply, making his way over to Mustard, who was near the battle between Twice and Ingenium. Just as he reached Mustard, a clone was sent flying over his head and crashed into the wall, dissolving into a puddle. Izuku glanced back at the chaos, witnessing Ingenium's impressive moves as he zigzagged, executed sweeping kicks, and tackled swarms of Twice clones, sending them flying. Awesome! Kaminari shouted, drawing curious looks from others. I mean, it's our friend doing all these things. These guys are older versions of us, which means we can do these things in the future too. It would have been great if that Ingenium had been taken out, Dabi remarked casually, leaning back in his chair. I really wonder what goes on in a villain's mind to say that so easily, Itsuka commented, slowly backing away from them. Blood! Toga exclaimed cheerfully, her gaze fixed on Izuku, making him feel uneasy as he tried to hide his face. That's just Toga. We all have our issues. I want to see change in society, and I have no problem making sacrifices for it, Spinner clarified, prompting Kirishima and Tetsu to cheer, believing Spinner's resolve was admirable, even if they thought there might be better ways to achieve goals without violence. Your clones are a nuisance, Ingenium declared as he executed another sweeping kick, taking down 5 more clones. That's the point, Twice replied, noticing Izuku's frightened expression as he approached Mustard's unconscious body. Hey kid, he called out, startling Izuku. Make it snap. But before he could finish, Ingenium dashed through the clones and reached Izuku unexpectedly. Target acquired, Ingenium said, extending his hand toward Izuku, who instinctively backed away in fear. Just before Ingenium could reach him, a burst of blue flames erupted, separating them. This is such a hassle, Dabi muttered, using both hands to create a firewall to stall Shoto. Get him under control. And you, Greenie, take Mustard and get back to Toga, he shouted, just as a powerful ice attack came for him, forcing him to drop the firewall and evade. Before Ingenium could react, Twice clones leaped onto him to restrict his movements. Go now, they commanded in unison as one by one, they were knocked away by Ingenium. Out of fear, Izuku quickly grabbed Mustard and dragged him back toward Toga, who was skillfully evading or blocking Froppy's attacks. The nerd is such a scaredy cat, Katsuki laughed, making Izuku want to hide in embarrassment, as the older version of Ingenium reminded him too much of his younger self. Katsuki, that's not nice, Mitsuki scolded him. What? I'm just stating facts, Katsuki retorted, irritated. Oh really? Mitsuki raised an eyebrow, crossing her arms. If we're just stating facts, Then I can mention how I had to constantly change your sheets when you were little because you kept making them wet. Katsuki was taken aback, hearing snickers from Mina, Jiru, Shiro, and Kaminari. It's not what you think. Katsuki shouted at them. No, we get it. It's normal to wet the bed when we're little, Shiro said, placing a hand on Katsuki's shoulder, struggling to hold in his laughter. But seriously, constantly, he burst out, making Katsuki fume. He quickly grabbed Shiro's wrist, tightening his grip to stop the laughter. It was my sweat, you idiots. Because of my quirk, I tended to sweat when I was asleep, Katsuki explained, infuriated. Got it? He tightened his grip until Shiro nodded vigorously, trying to pull away. Katsuki finally released Shiro's wrist, rubbing the bruised area to soothe the pain. He looked at Shiro's wrist and thought, hey, you can hear me, right? Surprising JJ, who wasn't expecting a mental call. Accelerate Shiro's healing so he no longer has a bruise on his wrist. Katsuki then took a seat. JJ smiled and snapped his fingers, making the injury disappear, leaving Shiro amazed. Thanks, dude. Shiro called out, but JJ just smirked. It's not me you need to thank, he replied, leaving Shiro confused while Katsuki shot JJ a glare to keep quiet. It seems my team is managing just fine, Shigaraki said to Uravity as debris fell around him. He moved fluidly, decaying the obstacles in his path. No matter. Your defeat is only a matter of time, Uravity declared, sending more debris down. What are you talking about? Do you need your HUD adjusted? So far, Shigaraki paused mid-sentence, piecing together what she meant. He quickly scanned the area while decaying the debris. In the distance, he spotted the sun, but just below it was a smaller, orange orb. This realization shocked Shigaraki, as he understood the implications. Guys, we need TO, Shigaraki tried to warn his friends, but was met with an onslaught of debris, leaving him no time to breathe as he focused on avoiding being crushed. Everyone was occupied, neither side gaining an advantage. Shigaraki panicked, needing to alert his friends about the impending threat. I wonder what made him so anxious? Who could it possibly be? Hisashi pondered, trying to piece together a guess. What do you think, Katsuya? Nemuri asked in a playful tone, turning to see Eri playing with Katsuya, who was acting like a rag doll. Emi asked Eri if she could join in, and Eri happily complied, lifting his paws and playing with him like a puppet. Emi did her best Aizawa impression, saying, I don't know. I'm too silly. All I know is that I really love. Then Katsuya hissed as he tried to playfully swat at Emi, causing her to quickly pull her arms away in surprise. Katsuya shot her an annoyed look before giving her legs gentle taps with his paws and then spinning around to rest. Both Eri and Emi adored the scene unfolding in front of them. Wait, if Aizawa is the cat, and he's sleeping on your lap, doesn't that mean you're giving him a... Hisashi began to point out before Katsuya playfully leaped at Hisashi's face, swatting at him while Emi tilted her head, curious about what Hisashi was going to say. She realized what he was implying and felt a slight blush creep onto her cheeks. Nemuri couldn't help but smile smugly as she pulled out her phone, capturing pictures of Katsuya playfully attacking Hisashi while he tried to pull him off and called for Nemuri's help. Shigaraki couldn't waste any more time. He didn't care if the building got damaged. His companions mattered more to him. He quickly decayed the ground beneath him, falling through it as he continued to decay through the many floors of the building, debris piling up on the roof and causing the structure to slowly collapse. Once Shigaraki reached the ground floor, he noticed that the floor was thicker than the previous ones. He quickly ran and decayed the wall leading to the alley, spotting each of his friends still engaged in battle, unaware of the impending danger. Guys, we need to, he tried to call out to his friends, but it was too late. A bright light illuminated the alley, causing everyone to look away. As the light slowly dimmed, the members of the League of Villains knew exactly who it was. Escape is no longer an option, Endeavor declared, his body enveloped in flames, striking fear into the hearts of everyone in the League. Enji couldn't help but stare in disbelief, realizing not only that his son had been turned into a cyborg, but that he had as well. Many others were equally shocked, even the number one hero unable to resist the transformation, making them question the power of this other universe's technology. Serves him right, Dabi thought to himself, his hatred for Enji burning fiercely. The League of Villains felt paralyzed with fear as one of the elite heroes confronted them. Dabi was especially horrified, his expression filled with pain at the sight of Endeavor. Soon, all the pursuers grouped up with Endeavor, forming a line. It would be in your best interest to surrender. Based on previous records, none of you are capable of handling all of us, Endeavor stated in a mechanical tone, while the League pondered their escape options. Shigaraki tried to devise a plan. He heard a muffled sound of water flowing near the area where he had landed. If there was a strong enough stream from the decayed crater, that meant a sewer lay beneath the building. Guys, I have a plan to escape, Shigaraki whispered to his friends. Good, Dabi replied, moving over to Izuku, who looked afraid and confused about the situation, and Mustard's unconscious body. He picked them up and tossed them to Shigaraki, who caught them but fell to the ground as Dabi unleashed a blast at Endeavor and the others. What are you? Shigaraki began to yell, but he saw Twice already making copies of Dabi to bolster their firepower, while Toga ripped off her high knee socks to reveal vials of blood strapped to her leg, each labeled differently. You need to go, Toga urged Shigaraki as she selected one of the vials and drank it. Some of us have to be left behind if we want this mission to succeed. As she spoke, her body began to transform into a large, muscular figure. Muscular? Izuku questioned, recalling unpleasant memories of that foe. Oh right, I forgot he existed, Toga remarked, remembering her dislike for him. Muscular, Toga, then activated muscle augmentation, clapping their hands together to create a powerful shockwave that pushed everyone back, including Shigaraki, Izuku, and Mustard, sending them closer to the crater. Many were shocked that Toga could use Muscular's quirk, including Toga herself, as she had never attempted to use anyone else's quirk before. This realization sparked Izuku's analytical mind, and he began muttering to himself, if Toga were to ingest All for One's blood, would she be able to take others' quirks like he can? What happens when her transformation runs out? Would the quirk disappear just like that? Would Toga still have it? Would it only appear when she transforms into All for One? His friends around him grew worried, concerned he might forget to breathe. Shigaraki gazed back at his allies through the broken wall, witnessing them slowly being overwhelmed by Endeavor while still putting up a good fight. He wanted to help them but heard a groan from his side. He looked to his right, seeing Izuku in pain and struggling to rise. Torn between saving his friends or the mission, he chose the latter, despite the pain it caused him. He quickly decayed the ground, opening a pathway to the sewer system below. He donned his gloves, lifting Mustard and Izuku as he jumped into the hole, running with all his strength, a pained expression on his face. Back in the alleyway, Toga and Twice were down for the count, covered in bruises, cuts, and burns, leaving Dabi as the only one barely standing, nearing his limits as his body struggled to contain his flames. It seems the target has been taken through the sewer system, Endeavor informed his partners. Froppy, go through the sewer system and find them, he instructed, and she promptly obeyed. No you don't, Dabi shouted, pouring all his energy into burning everything around him. Nice attempt. But what about your friends? Shoto replied, shocking Dabi as he quickly glanced at Toga and Twice, groaning in pain as the flames neared them. He abruptly halted his attack to save his friends. It's been a wild ride, he said to his unconscious companions, a sad smile on his face before he was knocked out by Ingenium, who dashed in and punched him squarely in the jaw. 3 additional targets captured, Ingenium reported to Endeavor as the camera panned over to reveal the 3 unconscious figures. What? Shigaraki yelled, furious that his team had lost again, despite being the so-called heroes of this story. How do we keep on losing? Maybe you're just not very good, Kaminari said with a smirk, which only frustrated Shigaraki further until he was interrupted by one of Jairu's jacks. How dense do you have to be to not realize the mood in the room? Jairu questioned, sighing in disappointment as Kaminari looked away awkwardly. I thought if I brought some attention to myself, people would forget the bad things that happened, either by being angry at me or laughing at me, Kaminari whispered under his breath, forgetting that Jairu could hear him while no one else could. This left Jairu in awe, and she slightly blushed, looking away from him. Shigaraki continued running through the sewers. He heard Mustard groaning as he slowly woke up, causing him to stop immediately and set Mustard down. "Mustard, are you okay?" Shigaraki asked, while Izuku observed from behind. Mustard groaned before speaking. "What happened?" he asked, leaving Shigaraki momentarily speechless as he hesitated to deliver the news. "Toga, Twice, and Dabi have been captured," he said, pain evident in his voice, shocking Mustard. "We need to—" Mustard started trying to get up, but stumbled, lacking strength. "What do you want with me?" Izuku asked, receiving looks from both of them. Shigaraki stood up and approached Izuku, stating, "It's simple. You're our mission. We need to ensure you don't fall into the hands of the government." Izuku was taken aback, speechless. But I'm no one special. Why am I involved in this?" he questioned, prompting Shigaraki to slam his hand against the wall behind him, startling Izuku. "You tell me. Why does the government want you? Why does my master say you're the key? Why is your life more important than my friends?" he yelled, slowly crumpling to the ground. "Just give me a reason so that my friends' lives aren't in vain," he said, dropping to his knees, near tears, as he treasured his friends like family. That's so sweet," Twice cooed, attempting to hug Shigaraki, but he raised a hand, stopping him. "I hate hugs," he said in a threatening tone, making Twice droop in sadness while Toga comforted him. "So you're not denying that you consider us family?" Dabi questioned with a smirk, startling Shigaraki, who glared back at Dabi but did nothing else, remaining seated. Dabi chuckled, sensing he had won the argument. Izuku didn't know what to say. He had been hiding for so long, evading everyone he met, afraid to get close to anyone. Yet this entire event revolved around him. "Listen. I don't," Izuku stuttered, which only angered Shigaraki. He quickly stood up and grabbed Izuku by the neck, pinning him against the wall. "Don't tell me my friends' lives were all for nothing," he asked, rage in his voice, while Izuku felt a surge of fear. "Why you can't hurt him," Mustard said weakly, but it was enough for Shigaraki to hear. Shigaraki's hands trembled, torn between wanting to hurt Izuku for the trouble he caused and recognizing his importance for some reason. Instead, he threw Izuku to the ground, yelling out his frustration. "Screw it. I'm going to save my friends. I don't care about this mission anymore," Shigaraki yelled as he turned to Mustard. "Once you feel better, take him to the base." With that, Shigaraki started running back the way he came. Mustard tried to muster all his strength to stop Shigaraki but couldn't. Izuku coughed, finally able to breathe again. He wanted to leave, which didn't go unnoticed by Mustard. "Don't even think about escaping. My quirk can put you to sleep before you can see the light of day," Mustard called out, making Izuku halt in his tracks. Giving up on escape, Izuku slowly walked to Mustard and sat beside him. Meanwhile, the police force and the cybernetic group were loading Twice, Dabi, and Toga into a van, preparing to transport them to a facility for modifications. Suddenly, Froppy's body, with bits of her armor damaged, was sent flying towards them, startling the police, but the cybernetic group remained unfazed. Shigaraki burst through the hole in the wall, looking furious. "I'm here for my friends," he called out, prompting the others to activate their quirks and get into battle positions. "It was unwise for you to come back," Uravity said as she floated into the air. Shigaraki charged at them without hesitation, and the opposing side did the same, clashing against each other. Back in the sewers, Izuku curled up next to Mustard, still shaken by the events unfolding. "Can I ask you something?" Mustard inquired, but Izuku remained silent, which didn't deter Mustard. "Is there really nothing special about you?" Izuku stayed silent again, causing Mustard to lean against the wall in frustration. "I'm not special, I'm a curse," Izuku finally replied, surprising Mustard. "What do you mean by that?" he asked further, but Izuku fell silent once more. "Can I ask you a question?" Izuku said, surprising Mustard. "If I can answer," he replied. Izuku paused, calming himself before asking, "Why do you fight?" This caught Mustard off guard. "What do you mean by that?" he questioned. "The government is too strong. They have the weapons and armies to take down anyone. People have tried to fight back but always get caught. So what's the point in fighting such a losing battle? Izuku asked, shocking Mustard. This is definitely a different Midoriya. No way he would think that negatively. He's the one who believes in hope, saving others no matter the risk, Mirio commented, feeling sorry that the Izuku thought that way. I'll crush anyone who made him think that way, both Nana and AFO said in unison, making the Baku squad worry for Katsuki as they exchanged glances that said they would miss him, which only irritated Katsuki. Mustard paused, searching for the right words. It's because we have the ability to change that, he said, surprising Izuku. Although it may be dangerous, we still have to try. If we don't, who will? Mustard added, offering a hopeful smile through his mask. Although they're on different sides, they're still the same coin, Nizu commented, sipping tea. Sir, what do you mean by that? Uraraka asked. That they're fighting for change. Although their reasons differ, they're both striving for change in society, Ken explained, helping Uraraka see the League of Villains in a different light. Izuku flashed back to his childhood, remembering a stranger walking out of the dining room as they thanked his dad. Dad! Izuku called out, and the camera panned to Hisashi, who looked delighted to see his son. He lifted Izuku from the floor and settled him on his lap. What is it, sport? He asked with a smile. Why do you help people? Isn't it dangerous if you're caught? Izuku asked, concern etched on his face. The news keeps talking about how people with abilities are getting captured. Hisashi was momentarily speechless, glancing at Inko, who shared his surprise. Hisashi guided Izuku to the chair beside him and looked into his eyes. I know you're worried about me, but think about everyone else facing the same dilemma. My gift helps save others so they don't end up like those on TV. If I don't try, who will save them? Young Izuku paused to think. So you're like a hero then? He asked, excitement bubbling in his voice. Hisashi chuckled, lifting him into the... Yeah. Your dad is a hero, he said, beaming with pride. Soon, Inko entered with dinner, and they all enjoyed a happy meal together. Back in the present, Izuku's hair shadowed his eyes as he bit his lip anxiously. In the alleyway, all the policemen were down, but Shigaraki appeared in worse shape, breathing heavily, his body marked with injuries. Yet, his determination shone through as he focused on rescuing his friends. It's time to end this charade, Endeavor declared, raising both hands, ready to unleash his power alongside Shoto, who mirrored his stance. Shigaraki couldn't decay the flames, but that didn't stop him from charging forward. Just as Endeavor and Shoto prepared to attack, their flames extinguished, leaving them stunned as they were forced to the ground, just like the other cybernetic individuals. Confused, Shigaraki sensed a presence behind him and turned to see Izuku with Mustard on his back, arms outstretched. Get your friends back, Izuku said, pant. Shigaraki nodded and dashed toward the van, decaying the doors. He quickly tried to wake his friends, who groaned in pain as they regained consciousness. Meanwhile, as Izuku dealt with the pursuers, Endeavor glanced at him. Don't think you won. Remember what happened to your father, he warned, triggering a flashback in Izuku's mind. He recalled the moment something crashed onto their apartment roof, his father urging him and his mother to escape. His mother scooped him up, and as they fled, Izuku called out to his father, catching a glimpse of him preparing to fight amidst the dust. Izuku screamed, the nightmare overwhelming him. He quickly gathered everyone in his grasp and hurled them far away, surprising Shigaraki, who was carrying his friends. Nice job, kid, Twice said weakly, but Izuku looked at his trembling hands. He was suddenly reminded of his mother, flashes of her lifeless form haunting him as young Izuku cried out. No. It's not nice, he replied, shivering from the memory, leaving Twice confused. No matter. You did well, Toga said cheerfully, patting his head. Come on. We need to get back to base, Dabi urged, limping toward the hole in the ground. I know this is late, but who are you guys? Izuku asked as he approached them, curiosity evident in his voice. Is that really important? Shigaraki replied, annoyance creeping into his tone. Yes. I need to know who I'm getting involved with, Izuku insisted, prompting a sigh from Shigaraki. We're LOV, also known as the screen then faded to black, revealing a title card that read, League of Vindicators. League of Vindicators? What kind of name is that? Shigaraki complained, clearly displeased with the group's new title. I don't know. I kind of like it. Instead of League of Villains, which sounds bad, League of Vindicators feels more like a group fighting for what they believe in, Spinner commented. The whole point of this organization is to clear up the misconceptions surrounding so-called heroes. This only deepened Shigaraki's irritation. But murder is still no excuse. Ida interjected, punctuating his words with karate chops. Shut it, you hypocrite! Stain shouted as he was wheeled in, restrained, to a dolly. His sudden appearance startled everyone. You tried to kill me. What does that make you? He yelled at Ida. Spinner's eyes sparkled with joy at seeing his idol, while Ida looked away, feeling ashamed. I was in a dark place and am still reflecting on my actions, he replied. But thanks to someone, I'm now back on the righteous path, he added with determination. Oh really? Dabi said, intrigued as he leaned forward, capturing everyone's attention. There are villains who are often in a dark place. Would you help them? He asked. Of course. Ida began, but Dabi interrupted. Even us? He pressed, leaving Ida surprised and hesitant. I'll try, he finally said. Try? Dabi questioned, displeasure evident in his voice. Why were you hesitant? Didn't you say you were going to help villains? Ida struggled to find words, knowing his bias was showing. Just admit it. When it comes down to it, you just want to beat us down. Dabi accused, his frustration palpable, and the other members of LOV echoed his displeasure. No, Ida attempted to defend himself, but Dabi cut him off. Shut it. All heroes are all talk. You claim to act for the greater good, but in reality, you do as you please, Dabi complained, crossing his arms. Just then, the dolly moved, placing Stain next to the League of Vindicators. The next person to emerge from the hallway was Mineta. Miss me? He says with a playful lisp, biting down on his bottom lip. Kaminari quickly rushed over to Mineta, covering his mouth as he whispered, Not the time, man, glancing nervously behind him at the disapproving glares aimed at Mineta. Mineta nodded slowly, following Kaminari back to his seat while avoiding eye contact. What did I miss? Rumi asked as she burst through the door, dragging an unconscious Takami behind her. Is he okay? Izuku inquired, concern evident in his voice. Rumi glanced back at Takami, who was drooling slightly. He's fine. He's been through worse, Rumi shrugged, indifferent as she continued to pull him along. That's the number 2 hero? Many wondered, surprised at how easily he had been subdued by the rank 6 hero. Remember, children, rank doesn't define strength. Many factors contribute to a hero's abilities. This is why learning to utilize your quirk in various ways is crucial, Nizu announced, seizing the moment to impart a lesson while the kids awkwardly watched Takami being dragged to his seat. Is everyone finally here? JJ pondered aloud, checking if he had forgotten anyone. Technically, yes, but could you turn Aizawa back to himself? Nizu asked, glancing at Katsuya, who was peacefully sleeping on Emi's lap as she gently petted it, with Eri watching curiously. Sure, Jay smirked, snapping his fingers. Katsuya transformed in a puff of smoke back into his human form, curled up on Emi's lap. Aizawa's eyes flew open as he felt something odd. He looked up to see a flushed Emi, caught off guard by the sudden change. Namuri and Hizashi quickly seized the opportunity, pulling out their phones to capture the moment as both Aizawa and Emi appeared flustered. Eep! Emi exclaimed, pushing Aizawa away, causing him to tumble to the floor while Namuri and Hizashi erupted in laughter. Aizawa, now standing, glared at them, wrapping his scarf around the two. Delete those. Now, he commanded angrily, prompting them to hurriedly erase the photos. Aizawa checked their phones to ensure they complied, then tossed their devices into the air, making them scramble to catch them as he wearily returned to his seat. The two exchanged quick glances at Aizawa. You have backup, right? Namuri whispered to Hizashi, who smirked and nodded. One of the rules of taking pictures of Shota is always to have a way to store them as backup, he replied. You know it, Namuri cheerfully responded. Shall we send it to everyone on our contact list? Hisashi suggested with a grin, and Nemuri nodded enthusiastically. They quickly shared the photos with nearly everyone in the faculty, excluding Shota, ensuring he would never live this down. Now that everyone is here, I think, he added quietly, let's start the next universe. JJ announced, snapping his fingers. The text on the screen began flipping through characters until it finally settled on the word nightmare. I assume we need to put the kids in the playroom for this? Nana asked, to which JJ nodded. Come on. Let's go, she said to Mahoro, gently setting her down as they held hands on the way to the playroom. Soon, Inko, Shino, and Emi followed suit. After a few minutes, they returned to their seats. Before this universe begins, I want to warn you to prepare yourselves. This universe has a darker tone and leans more towards horror, he announced, causing concern among the audience about what was to come. Who would create such a thing? Nijire asked, her expression distressed. JJ reflected on humanity's darkest moments, questioning why people commit such vile acts. Greed? Belief? Pride? He dismissed these as mere excuses for humans to reveal their true demons. I don't know, he admitted, sounding broken. I just don't know, he repeated, looking down at his console, visibly pained. Well then, let's move on, JJ said, trying to lift his spirits as he snapped his fingers, though many in the audience remained worried for him. The screen opened to the sky of Mizudafu, and AFO's voice began to play. What is the devil? Are they as people say? With horns, fangs, wings, and tails, whispering temptations into their ears. Shizaki appeared to have something to say but held back, not wanting to impose her excitement on others. Tokoyami nodded along, appreciating the poetic tone. Dude, you'll grow out of this phase one day, Sato remarked to Tokoyami, who shook his head defiantly. I will forever live in the darkness, as the darkness will forever live in me, Tokoyami replied, prompting Sato to sigh and facepalm, wondering why he had to sit next to him. You really need to let go of this, Dark Shadow chimed in, popping out of Tokoyami and surprising those nearby. Tokoyami scoffed, crossing his arms and closing his eyes. It seems the darkness is calling me, he muttered, irritated, while Dark Shadow rolled his eyes and quickly returned to Tokoyami. Why am I narrating this story? AFO questioned. You'll see, JJ responded, turning his attention back to the screen. Or are they just an idea, as we see the devil in people? AFO continued, as the screen shifted to an inaudible scene of a younger version of himself, laughing maniacally atop a pile of defeated heroes, all in distress, some bloodied and bruised, stripped of their quirks. Many in the audience were disturbed by the sight of fallen heroes, gaining a clearer understanding of AFO's true capabilities. Some were even amazed that All Might had managed to defeat AFO at the cost of his own hero career. AFO appeared uncomfortable, clearly not wanting his family to witness this dark side of his past. He glanced over at Inko and Izuku, noticing their expressions filled with dread. AFO quickly turned away, clenching his fist, pondering what might have been if he had met Inko before becoming AFO. But sometimes, we don't even see the devil at all, he mused, as the scene shifted to an inaudible moment where Katsuki burned Izuku's notebook and tossed it out the window, saying something that turned Izuku's hopeful eyes into despair. Sometimes, the scene shifted to Katsuki's friends laughing as they exited the room, leaving Izuku alone. He rose from his seat, still engulfed in despair, and left the classroom, heading upstairs. There are worse creatures than the devil itself, Aho remarked, as the scene cut to Izuku standing on the ledge of the school's roof, gazing down at the ground below. Many watched in shock, understanding the gravity of the situation. Some were terrified, hoping Izuku wouldn't act on his thoughts, while others glared at Katsuki, blaming him for Izuku's current state, especially recalling how he had once told Izuku to take a leap off the roof. A few wore brave faces, trying to mask their feelings, lost in thought as they faced the harsh reality of their lives. Katsuki and Izuku were the most affected, unable to meet anyone's gaze. Katsuki was burdened by guilt, while Izuku struggled to accept the dark path his life had taken. The audio returned, the sound of the breeze filling the air as Izuku continued to stare at the ground. In the next life, He questioned himself, suddenly bursting into loud laughter, a sign of his unraveling mind, before breaking down into tears, overwhelmed by the pain of realizing he might never become a hero. He stepped off the ledge, letting his foot dangle, before leaning forward, surrendering to the fall. Gasps filled the air as Katsuki looked up, horrified to see Izuku plummeting. He gritted his teeth, unable to watch any longer. Jumping from his seat, he rushed through the aisles towards the panic rooms, unable to bear the thought of a reality where he was responsible for Izuku's fate. A loud thud echoed as Izuku hit the concrete. Those remaining for clubs turned to investigate the noise, only to be met with a scene that left them horrified. The camera panned to Izuku's still form, his limbs twisted unnaturally. A wave of nausea swept over the onlookers. Uraraka was the first to react, retching at the sight. Inko fainted, caught by Mitsuki, who looked pale and shocked. Aizawa's expression darkened as he clutched his goggles, memories of Shirakumo flooding back. Nana turned away, struggling to maintain her composure, unable to bear the thought of another family member suffering. Screams erupted, alerting the staff, who rushed to the scene only to be met with the shocking sight. They quickly evacuated the area to assist the traumatized students and called for emergency services. As Katsuki made his way home, an ambulance sped past him, sirens blaring, heading in the direction of the school. He paused, wondering what had happened, but shrugged it off, convincing himself it was none of his concern. Time passed, and the scene shifted to an old factory building where nomas were stored in water tanks. Fo sat at his desk, monitoring the progress of his creations. Suddenly, a ringtone echoed from his suit. Recognizing it, he eagerly reached for it, ready to answer. "Hello, sweet," he began, but was interrupted by the sound of crying on the other end. Azuzu, Inko managed to say, sending a wave of concern through F. "What happened? Is he hurt? Is he okay?" he asked urgently, only to hear a muffled no. "He committed suicide," she cried, collapsing to the ground. Many struggled to comprehend the pain she must be feeling, trying to convey the devastating news of her son's death to her husband. Enji looked down, memories of losing Tuya flooding back. He reflected on his own reactions. Was he this devastated? Did he even care? Questions swirled in his mind as he faced the reality of his past decisions. In that moment, he realized he had avoided responsibility, focusing instead on the dreams he imposed on Shoto. He glanced at Shoto, who was lost in his own thoughts, unaware of the turmoil within his father. "Sheet," Enji muttered under his breath, covering his eyes to hide the tears threatening to fall. He had thought of himself as a bad father, but now he understood he was far worse. Rei noticed Enji's tears and felt a surge of confusion. She wanted to comfort him but hesitated, unsure of how to approach him. Ultimately, she decided to let him have his moment to process his emotions. Fo stood in shock, unable to believe what he was hearing. He held the phone to his ear, listening to Inko's sobs, slowly processing the reality of the situation as it sank in. He quickly crushed his phone as his body began to tremble. "Oh!" he shouted, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that caused the entire building to shudder and collapse inward, leaving AFO as the only figure standing amidst the chaos, panting and consumed by his rage. Bystanders watched in confusion and fear. "KKKI," he bellowed, his voice shattering nearby glass and sending civilians fleeing, alerting heroes to the scene. Moments later, a portal opened beside AFO, and Kurogyri stepped through. "What is the ma?" Kurogyri began, but AFO seized him by the shoulder. "Take me to Mustafu, Aldra Junior High. Now," he demanded. Without hesitation, Kurogyri teleported them to the front of the school gates, still bewildered by the unfolding events. "Master, you seem," Kurogyri started, but AFO strode inside, hearing the sounds of police officers taking statements. Those who first spotted AFO either fled in panic or drew their weapons. Ignoring them, he lifted an unaware officer closer, radiating an aura that left everyone paralyzed with fear. "Where is the body of the boy who committed suicide?" he demanded, but the officer could only tremble in silence. "Worthless," FO muttered, releasing the officer to the ground as he turned to the others. 6 more to go, he said ominously, intensifying their terror. It took him 2 more attempts to extract the information he sought. "Kurogyri," he shouted, turning around. "Right away, sir," Kurogyri replied with a bow, a portal appearing beneath them as they vanished from the scene, leaving the officers in a state of confusion and fear. "Why is he searching for his body?" Kaminari asked, tears welling in his eyes. "Sometimes it's hard to believe things until you see them for yourself," Itsuka replied, sniffling. Nizu, however, had a different perspective, watching intently and hoping he was wrong. AFO and Kurogyri materialized in a morgue, startling the morticians. AFO swiftly pushed them aside with a blast of air. "Sir, what are we doing at a morgue? Are we here to collect another specimen?" Kurogyri inquired, but AFO remained silent as he approached the body the morticians had been about to examine. Even with infrared vision, he saw no warmth radiating from the disfigured body. Gripping the edge of the table, he bit his lip, fighting back tears. They weren't kidding about naming this a nightmare. "FO is going through hell," Rumi remarked, trying to maintain her composure while feeling the weight of sorrow. "That's not why," JJ countered, leaving them puzzled about the true nature of the nightmare. Kurogyri stood by, still trying to grasp the significance of the boy on the table. After a few moments, AFO gently lifted Izuku's body and approached Kurogyri without breaking his gaze from his son's face. "Take me to Dr. Garaki," he ordered, caressing Izuku's cold cheeks. Kurogyri nodded and opened a portal to Dr. Garaki's laboratory, where the doctor was pleasantly surprised to see his master. "So good to," Dr. Garaki began, but AFO interrupted, clearly not in the mood for pleasantries. "Turn him into a Nomu," AFO commanded. "Are you insane?" All Might shouted. "What would you have done then?" AFO shot back. "He's your son," All Might exclaimed. "Exactly. And I would do anything to bring him back. Wouldn't you do the same for Nana if she wasn't here right now?" AFO yelled, startling All Might as he glanced at Nana, knowing he would do anything to bring her back. He clenched his teeth, preparing to argue further. "That's not the same. They won't be the same. They'll just be mindless creatures." All Might retorted, his voice wavering. "How would you know?" AFO yelled back. "There's a chance they can retain their intelligence and will if their body is compatible with multiple quirks," he argued, surprising many. Nizu noted this, observing Kurogyri, as there must be an example for AFO to make such a claim. Dr. Garaki looked at the body AFO held, shocked to realize it was his son. "Master, are you sure? He'll just be brain dead," as the Dr. Garaki began, but AFO cut him off. "He won't. He has my blood in his veins," AFO insisted, causing Dr. Garaki's eyes to widen as he grasped AFO's intent. Slowly, he reached for Izuku's body, making AFO flinch and pull back, causing confusion. "Take good care of him," AFO pleaded as he reluctantly handed over Izuku's body. "Don't worry. I'll make him perfect," Dr. Garaki replied happily, immediately getting to work. AFO walked over to Kurogyri, who opened a portal. Before stepping through, AFO glanced back at Izuku's body, hoping for the best, then walked through the portal, disappearing from the lab. The screen faded to black before reopening to the raid at Chisaki's base. Chisaki was about to grab Eri from her room when he opened the door, horrified by what he saw. The scene shifted to the shadows on the walls, revealing Chisaki and a towering creature with what appeared to be bunny ears looming over Eri. "Did you get back?" Chisaki shouted, terrified as he extended his hand. Chisaki plugged her ears and started humming. The shadow of the creature loomed over her, and Chisaki's own shadow trembled, wanting to retreat. The creature let out a chilling laugh, prompting Chisaki to attempt an escape, but the creature swiftly closed the distance, its presence overwhelming. Chisaki's cries filled the air as he felt the creature's grip tighten. He pleaded for help, but the creature only cackled in response, its laughter echoing ominously. Shadows danced around them, hinting at the chaos, while Eri continued to hum, blissfully unaware of the turmoil. The audience watched in horror, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Mirio felt conflicted, believing that Chisaki deserved punishment for his actions towards Eri, yet the brutality of the scene was too much to bear. Nijire covered her eyes, unable to handle the horror, though her curiosity led her to sneak peeks. Tamaki was in a state of shock, lost in his thoughts. Eventually, the screams faded into silence. The creature's shadow stood tall, letting out a triumphant screech. It hesitated for a moment, glancing back at Eri before darting away, sensing the approach of heroes. When the heroes arrived at the scene, some were overwhelmed by the sight before them, unable to stomach the aftermath. After regaining his composure, Mirio noticed the soft humming coming from the room. He peeked inside and saw Eri sitting on the ground, her ears plugged. Rushing to her side, he enveloped her in a comforting hug. Eri flinched at first, trying to push him away, but eventually relaxed as Mirio spoke soothingly to her. "What happened?" Mirio asked gently. "A boy with fluffy green hair played with me." She paused, fear creeping into her voice. Is he okay?" she exclaimed, tears welling in her eyes. "He told me everything was going to be okay and to turn around." Mirio glanced back at the other heroes, hoping for answers, but they all shook their heads. "I don't know, but I believe he's okay," Mirio reassured her with a warm smile. Really?" she sniffled, looking up at him. Mirio nodded, doing his best to calm her. He suggested she close her eyes to avoid seeing the chaos as they exited the room with the other heroes, wrapping up their mission. A few nights later, Katsuki tossed and turned in his bed, clearly troubled by a nightmare. In his dream, he found himself in his hero suit, trembling as he armed his grenade gauntlets. What are you?" he stammered, fear evident in his voice. The scene shifted to reveal a tall, lanky creature with rabbit-like features, its ears protruding from its head, a menacing mouth, and glowing green eyes. "Retreatin'," it hissed, charging at Katsuki, who screamed and instinctively pulled the pin from his grenade. He jolted awake, drenched in sweat, as his classmates rushed to his side, having heard his screams. They asked what had happened, but Katsuki was lost in his thoughts, unwilling to revisit the nightmare. Outside the dorms, a bush rustled, revealing the creature watching Katsuki's room. For a brief moment, the screen flickered, and the creature was replaced by Izuku, only to return to the creature again. "How's everyone feeling today?" JJ asked cheerfully, despite the somber atmosphere. The audience wore disturbed expressions, having just witnessed Izuku transform into a monstrous figure. "That was awful," Momo finally spoke, breaking the silence. "I think the final mission was worse," JJ replied nonchalantly, recalling other dark moments that left the audience feeling uneasy. "Anyway." "No," FO interrupted angrily. "Why do most of these universes have some kind of dark element to them?" He was visibly upset about the suffering his family had endured. "Although I hate to agree with," she hesitated, "son-in-law," she said begrudgingly, surprising Gran Torino, Toshinori, and AFO. "Why are there so many tragic stories embedded within them?" she questioned, prompting JJ to ponder. "Is it really that dark?" JJ asked, confused. "Yes." The audience responded in unison. "Okay. I'll see why this is happening," JJ said, adjusting the settings on the console, initially thinking it was just bad luck. However, his expression shifted to shock as he realized the truth. "What seems to be the matter?" Aizawa inquired, raising an eyebrow. "Well," JJ stretched the word nervously, "it appears that during one of my headbangs on the console, I accidentally activated a filter focused on dark settings." "Oops," he added playfully, trying to lighten the mood, though he could sense the tension in the room. "There's a filter?" Mitsuki exclaimed, cradling her unconscious friend. "Why? But I can fix it." "Just let me to." TJ was about to deactivate the filter, but Mitsuki was furious. "No," she shouted. "I think after all of this, how about you put on a filter that can give us a nice calming universe?" Her complaint was met with nods of agreement from others who were tired of the dark-themed universes. "Okay," JJ said in a nervous tone. Despite being a celestial, he gave in to their demands, deselecting the dark setting and choosing a more cheerful one instead. "That should change that," JJ announced proudly, raising his hand, ready to snap his fingers. It better be. If I see my family suffering again, I'm taking you down. AFO warned menacingly, punching his palm in preparation for a fight. JJ nervously nodded, momentarily forgetting how easily he could handle AFO, and then snapped his fingers. The characters above the screen began flipping through random options. JJ was sweating nervously as he glanced back at the audience, seeing people like AFO, Nana, Aizawa, Rumi, and others giving him intense looks that made him squeak and quickly avoid eye contact. He focused back on the letters as they finished spelling out what they were about to see. Slowly the characters stopped, one by one, until it spelled out, Festival Cafe. Oh, thank the boss. JJ cheered, which drew a confused reaction from the audience. Realizing his mistake, he quickly recomposed himself. I'm assuming that this one has a happier theme? Tatsuma asked, to which JJ nodded vigorously, relieved that this would be a more comedic universe. So I can bring the kids in? Shino inquired. Yeah. I'm sure the kids are going to love this. JJ exclaimed, his excitement evident in his wide smile. Shino, Mirio, and Nana stood up and headed for the playroom, casting a quick, uneasy glance at JJ. Soon, the kids all settled with their respective guardians. What happened to her? Katsuma asked, pointing at the unconscious Inko as he sat on Nana's lap, right in front of his twin sister. Let's just say that a very foolish person made a mistake. Nana replied with a warm smile, patting his head while emitting an intimidating aura directed at JJ, causing him to tug at his collar as he felt a bit warmer. Shigaraki looked longingly at Nana, observing how she gently patted Katsuma's head, which made him smile happily. Meanwhile, Mahoro began to pout in jealousy. Have any regrets? Mr. Compress asked, noticing Shigaraki's expression, startling him. No. Why should I care about someone I never met? Shigaraki retorted defensively, crossing his arms while sneaking a glance back at Nana. His stern demeanor faltered as he wondered what might have happened if she had been there. Mind telling us what the premise of this universe is? Shiozaki asked. Just watch and see. JJ replied enthusiastically, though his excitement made the majority of the audience feel uneasy. The scene opened at the festival at UA, where students were still setting up with only a few days left until the big day. Why am I in a dress? Katsuki's furious yell echoed throughout UA, surprising many students, but they continued their preparations, accustomed to the daily chaos of Class 2A. The camera panned to Katsuki, who was wearing an orange maid dress and looked furious, foam practically forming at his mouth. Come a minute. It's not all that bad. Kirishima tried to lighten the mood, appearing in a red maid dress with his hair down. Mina, Kaminari, Siro, and Jairu were laughing uncontrollably at the sight of Katsuki in a maid dress. Bakugo in a maid dress? Even the buttons are struggling to hold it together. Kaminari laughed, pointing. Jairu quickly stopped laughing, taking a second look at Katsuki's outfit, her expression shifting to disbelief as she leaned back in her seat, arms crossed and looking annoyed. It's a good thing Bakugo isn't here to see this. Otherwise, he would have blown up. Literally. Siro said, still laughing and holding his stomach. I can't. My sides are hurting. Mina gasped, trying to catch her breath as she clutched her side. Come on guys. It's not funny. Kirishima said, trying to calm the group down. It just doesn't suit him. That's why it's funny. Kaminari laughed again. A few others couldn't help but agree, finding it slightly amusing, though they were annoyed by Baku Squad's constant laughter. Come on, Bakugo. We all agreed that everyone would dress up for this event. Tsuyu chimed in, appearing in a butler suit. Oh, look how adorable you look in that suit. Tatsuma called out to Tsuyu, making her blush with embarrassment. You look awesome. Nijire added, supporting her friend. I wonder what else she can pull off, Mineta said creepily, earning disgusted or disappointed stares from those around him. What? I'm just saying what other men's clothes she could wear that she can pull off. Mineta protested, but no one was convinced. Seriously? Like a loin? Before he could finish, Tsu Tung uppercut him, sending him flying into the ceiling, his body dangling there. No one questioned Tsuyu's actions. At this point, It was natural to deal with Mineta's pervy comments, and some even considered doing the same to Kaminari, who merely watched with a shocked expression. But I'm the cook. No one would even see me in this thing, Katsuki complained, tugging at the skirt of his dress. Uraraka said, stepping closer to Katsuki and inspecting him closely. What? Katsuki snapped, still fuming. We may need to readjust your bust. It seems to be bursting, she noted, causing Katsuki to grow even angrier. Yamamoto, we'll need another one of Katsuki's dresses but with a bigger bust this time. The camera panned to Momo as she nodded in response, turning around to get the new dress ready. Jairu quickly covered for her, acting as a bodyguard against any lingering eyes from the boys. JJ suddenly face-planted into his console, surprising everyone. Why am I a switch? JJ thought to himself, feeling overwhelmed by the allure of women in suits. He better not have changed the filter with the faceplant, Aizawa commented, hoping Eri would enjoy the universes for a little longer. JJ quickly got up to check the settings, and upon seeing that nothing had changed, he sighed in relief. You look amazing in a suit, Yamamoto, Jairu exclaimed, admiring Momo's appearance. Thank you. You look cool in yours too, Momo replied, both of them smiling at each other. Hey, that's not fair. We haven't even seen me in a suit yet. Mina interjected, feeling left out. Is this a cross-dressing cafe? Setsuna's detached head asked excitedly, and JJ nodded. Setsuna's headless body stood up, cheering. Time to see some handsome guys in feminine clothing. This caused Itsuka to playfully smack Setsuna on the back to get her attention. Behave, Itsuka said sternly. And if I don't? Setsuna's floating head teased, her headless body playfully bending over and wiggling in front of Itsuka. Itsuka's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. There are many guys behind me who can see what you're doing, she said, looking away. Setsuna turned to see the surprised expressions of the guys behind her, and her face turned red as she quickly sat down and lowered her head back to her body. Aizawa and Hizashi exchanged glances at Nemuri, as Setsuna's antics seemed familiar. What are you looking at me for? She complained. I don't teach students that kind of behavior. Both Aizawa and Hizashi raised an eyebrow, knowing her character might have influenced the students. Fine. I'll minimize how often I do it, she pouted, crossing her arms. Aizawa and Hizashi looked at each other, contemplating whether to reprimand her, but knowing it would likely be futile. Whose idea was this anyway? Katsuki asked, still recovering from a recent mission. Who do you think? Tsuyu replied, pointing to the two boys behind her, who were wearing maid dresses. They shyly waved, recalling how things had gone awry during the planning phase. Flashback to a month ago. Okay, classmates, we're doing something different this year for the festival, Ida announced at the front of the class, with Momo by his side. After the disaster in Inashima from the tsunami, the school has decided that each class should find ways to raise money during the festival to help the city rebuild. The class nodded in understanding, missing Izuku, Katsuki, and Shoto. Hawks and Nizu were surprised by this news, considering the potential for natural disasters in their future. They began brainstorming plans to better prepare for the next UA festival. Many ideas were proposed, and Momo diligently wrote them on the board. Soon, both Kaminari and Mineta raised their hands simultaneously. Ida hesitated but remembered his earlier statement that no idea was a bad idea, so he reluctantly called on them. Let's do a maid cafe, they announced excitedly. Didn't you suggest this last year? Jaira commented, annoyed. Yes, but based on my research, maid cafes are popular with fans and have been since the early 2000s. Even if not everyone likes them, we can dress up as servants, and who doesn't enjoy being pampered? Kaminari explained, putting on fake glasses and reading from his notes, shocking the class. Am I in a mirror world? Tokoyami remarked, surprised by Kaminari's words. Well then, Ida said, adjusting his glasses nervously. It seems you've done your research. Anything to see women in maid outfits, Mineta said boldly, as if it were his greatest wish. Why is it always women who wear the outfits? Why can't it be the other way around? Hagakure complained, sparking an idea in Mina. Ooh! Mina exclaimed, raising her hand energetically. Yes, Mina? Ida called. How about we do a cross-dressing cafe? The guys wear dresses and the girls wear tuxedos, she suggested excitedly, shocking the boys while the girls cheered. It'll be fun dressing up as a man, Momo said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I'm not comfortable with, Kaminari stammered, trying to back out. What's wrong? You're okay with the ladies wearing dresses but not the guys. Jaira shot back, glaring at him, which made Kaminari nervous as other girls joined in. I'm assuming no one has objections since no one rejected these ideas? Mina asked the class, making the boys uneasy about voicing dissent, fearing they would face the same treatment as Kaminari. I am not suggesting a maid cafe next year, Kaminari declared, shaking his head. Too late. Already have the proposal ready for next year. Mina exclaimed, causing Kaminari to slide down in his seat, hoping to avoid being seen in a dress. At least I know who to blame when all of this is over, Katsuki said, clearly frustrated, making Kaminari tremble while Mineta hid behind him. No threatening or hurting your fellow classmates without permission, Bakugo. Aizawa's voice came from off-screen as the camera panned to reveal him in a cat-maid outfit, looking mentally exhausted by his students' requests. Namuri and Hisashi burst into laughter at the sight of him. So the students have outsmarted their master? Hisashi shouted, unable to believe his eyes as he quickly pulled out his phone to take pictures. Come on, Emi, isn't this hilarious? Namuri nudged Emi's shoulder, but she remained silent. Emi was too captivated by how striking Aizawa looked in that outfit. Her cheeks flushed as she imagined a scenario where the servant playfully disobeys his master. Namuri waved her hand in front of Emi's face, calling her name repeatedly. Emi! Namuri finally shouted, snapping Emi back to reality. What? Emi replied, confused about what was happening. What do you think of the scene? Namuri asked again. Emi glanced between the screen and Namuri, unsure how to respond. Adorable, she blurted out, surprising Namuri and causing Emi to turn completely red as she covered her face, prompting Namuri to comfort her. Meanwhile, Aizawa blushed as he overheard Emi's comment. Hisashi scooted closer to Aizawa, throwing an arm around his shoulder. Do I hear wedding bells? Hisashi teased, pretending to listen for tiny bells. Aizawa, not amused by Hisashi's antics, pushed him away and buried his face in his scarf. Hisashi couldn't help but laugh at Aizawa's reaction. Aizawa longed for a cup of coffee, but the students had confiscated his entire stash at school, unaware it belonged to him. Ida, Aizawa called. Yes, sir? Ida responded, appearing in a blue maid outfit with bunny features. Where's the problem child? Besides Bakugo, he should be out of the hospital by now, Aizawa said tiredly. The girls had a special costume for him, along with accessories, so Mina and Hagakure are helping him change, Ida reported, and Aizawa nodded in understanding. Tetsu asked his classmates, what do you think they're going to do to Midoriya? That cinnamon roll is way too innocent. I bet he'll end up in a shrine maiden outfit, Shiozaki suggested. A Chinese dress? Itsuka added. A silk lace robe? Setsuna chimed in, imagining the chaos that could ensue. A wedding gown? Kamakiri suggested, not thinking much about it. Everyone turned to Kamakiri in surprise at his suggestion. What? It's the only dress I know, and it's the one I think of when I think about my ideal woman, he defended, surprising his classmates with his reasoning. The girls giggled among themselves, finding his perspective endearing. Kamakiri, thinking they were mocking him, became frustrated and began to yell, unable to stand being teased. We're back, Mina said tiredly, followed closely by Hagakure, both of them slumping against a chair. I didn't know dressing up Midoriya would be so hard. I thought he would be easy to handle, Jaira commented, handing the new dress to Katsuki, who angrily snatched it from her and grumbled his way to find a changing room. That wasn't the problem. Dressing him and accessorizing him was the easy part, Hagakure said wearily. Then what was the issue? Uraraka asked. Young guys? See, can I come in now? Izuku called nervously. Yeah. Mina shouted back, her face planting into the table. As everyone turned to look, Izuku slowly entered the room, and shock spread across their faces as they struggled to believe it was the same Izuku. How does it look?" he asked shyly, rubbing the back of his neck in embarrassment. No one responded, still stunned. "Kya?" Namuri exclaimed, "Shota, can I please take over your class?" "Midoriya's too adorable to let go," she cried, overwhelmed by Izuku's cuteness. "Is this what it's like to have a girl?" Fo wondered, feeling a sudden protectiveness over Izuku in his outfit. Mitsuki was busy snapping photos of the cross-dressing Izuku. "Don't worry. I'll make sure to get enough pictures for both of us," she said to her friend Inko, who was asleep from the shock of the situation. Rumi's foot tapped anxiously as she resisted the urge to jump up and tease Izuku. "He really does look like his mother," Momo giggled, trying to take a discreet photo. But when she glanced around, she caught Jairu grinning at her, causing Momo to quickly hide her phone, her face turning bright red from embarrassment. "Wow, Midobro can pull off anything," Kirishima said aloud, complimenting Izuku, who turned crimson. "And yet he has the fashion sense of a dog, just grabbing whatever he likes," Aoyama remarked with a sigh, along with the rest of Class 1A, who were disappointed in Izuku's clothing choice. Izuku panicked, looking back and forth at his classmates, surprised by their reactions. The girls and guys stood in awe. "Is that really you?" Kirishima began to ask, still in disbelief, but was interrupted by a chorus of gasps. "Oh my god!" the girls shouted, crowding around Izuku. "He's so adorable! Look at his eyelashes. His waist. But what I would do for that," were just a few of the excited comments directed at Izuku, who quickly turned red. "I know," Mina exclaimed, sounding a bit sad, "but this is only for today. We won't ever see this again after the festival is over," she lamented, admiring Izuku's current look. Mina's comment brought a wave of sadness to the girls as the reality set in. Soon, Uraraka stood tall, her hair partially covering her eyes, as she marched over to Aizawa. "Sensei, there is a competition between classes to see who can raise the most funds for the disaster relief, correct?" she said, adopting a soldier-like stance thanks to her internship with Gunhead, with whom she still kept in touch. Aizawa looked up from his usual drowsiness, already anticipating her request, but he nodded, knowing it was his duty as a teacher to support his students' aspirations. "If we want to secure the top earnings, would it be possible for Deku to wear that outfit once a week for class?" she asked, her excitement contagious among the girls. "If you achieve the highest earnings, then I'll allow it for a semester," he replied, igniting a fire of determination in the girls as they quickly dispersed to strategize and improve their chances. "Sensei? Don't I get a say in this?" Izuku nervously spoke up, causing Aizawa to turn sharply in his direction, startling him. "This is a lesson for you for every time you ignored my warnings and created more problems, problem child," he replied, standing up and walking away, not wanting to be seen by his more outgoing friends. "Eraser really does whatever he wants with his students, huh?" Emi joked to Namuri, both of them sharing a laugh. Isn't this unfair?" Izuku murmured, only to be met with a chorus of responses from the girls. "And oh," they all shouted in unison, "what kind of torture do you want us to endure if we can't see you in a dress?" Mina asked dramatically, shedding crocodile tears while Hakigura comforted her, playing along with the act. "Tea torture?" Izuku questioned, surprised that not seeing him in a dress would be so painful for them. Despite his reservations, he didn't want to disappoint his friends. With a resigned sigh, he said, "Okay, I'll wear a dress when we get back," his voice tinged with sadness. The girls gasped in excitement, quickly trying to contain their enthusiasm. "All right, Ponytail. I got the new dress on," Katsuki shouted, not paying attention to where he was going. "Now take this." He was about to throw the old dress at her when he bumped into something, letting out a startled yelp. Katsuki didn't immediately recognize who it was. He only caught a glimpse of the dress and a feminine voice, leading him to assume it was just some random girl. "Watch where you're," he began to yell at the person for being in his way, but once he realized it was Izuku, he froze in shock. Keika-chan?" Izuku called out, worried about Katsuki's reaction. "Bwahaha!" Katsuki burst out laughing, finding it hilarious how well Izuku suited the dress. "You should wear that every day, Deku. It suits you more than your actual uniform," he exclaimed, still pointing and chuckling. "Actually, we just made an agreement with Aizawa that if we get top earnings, he'll wear that for a semester," Tsuyu chimed in, smirking at Katsuki. "Let's do this," Katsuki said, his tone suddenly serious as he placed a maid's headband atop his head, which he had initially refused to wear, and marched toward the open kitchen. "Ta!" Mitsuki laughed, unable to take her son seriously in a maid outfit. Katsuki walked back to the theater, feeling better only to hear laughter from his mother. He glanced at the screen, seeing himself in the maid outfit, looking serious. "What is this?" Katsuki yelled, a mix of confusion and embarrassment washing over him. "Oh, you're back." JJ greeted cheerfully. "I thought you wouldn't make it in time," he added with a mischievous smile. "Come take a seat. Tell me what's happening?" Katsuki demanded, grinding his teeth in frustration. "Don't worry. I can fill you in, Baku bro," Kirishima called, waving him over. Katsuki took a seat next to Kirishima, who quickly recounted the events so far, making Katsuki laugh in the process. "What?" Izuku responded, confused and stunned. "Well, if Bakugo is getting serious, I guess it's time for us to step up our game too," Siro said with a grin, flanked by Kirishima and Kaminari, who were equally enthusiastic. "I was going to give it my all no matter what." "This changes nothing," Ida declared, adjusting his glasses, a hint of blush on his cheeks from wearing the maid outfit with bunny accessories. As excitement built among everyone, they were all determined to give their best effort. Meanwhile, Izuku was left bewildered, unsure why they were so eager to see him in a maid dress. In the few days that followed, they poured all their energy into ensuring their plan would succeed. Soon, the UA festival opened, and outside the gates, as citizens began to enter, a familiar trio made their way through. "Ooh, it's us," Nijire exclaimed, recognizing her periwinkle hair from anywhere. "Of course we would be here. Why wouldn't we visit our kuhais on such an important day?" Mirio said proudly. "Then would you bother seeing us as well since we're your kuhais too?" Monoma asked suspiciously, feeling irritated that Class 1A seemed to get more attention. "Of course. Why wouldn't I? It's always fun to see young heroes in training," Mirio replied, surprising Monoma, who then received a playful punch from Itsuka for jumping to conclusions. Mirio took a moment to look at the screen more closely, noticing a small hand being held by him. "Oh, Eri, looks like you're here too," he said enthusiastically, adjusting Eri so she could see herself, thrilled to be included. "There are so many things to see this year," Nijire said excitedly, holding the map and leading the way, constantly turning it to find the best angle. "There's an art exhibition, an area for crafts using quirks, an escape room." Nijire continued to list all the attractions she saw on the map, her excitement palpable. Mirio happily followed along, holding Eri's hand, while Tamaki glanced around nervously, avoiding contact with anyone. "Wow. Class 2B is doing a haunted house while Class 2A is hosting a maid cafe. What a contrast in themes!" Nijire exclaimed. "A maid cafe?" Eri asked, intrigued as it was something she had never encountered before, especially since it was associated with one of her heroes. "Do you want to check it out?" Mirio asked, and Eri nodded enthusiastically. "All right then," Mirio declared, lifting Eri onto his shoulders. "Let's go," he shouted, running through the crowd, making Eri feel as if she were soaring. Nijire followed closely behind, and Tamaki trailed after them, not wanting to be left out. "It's so sweet how he looks after that little girl," 13 remarked, enjoying the cheerful scene. "Absolutely. A smile is a sign that things are going well," Mirio replied as he lifted Eri into the air, causing her to giggle. "And I plan to keep spreading that joy," he added, making playful airplane sounds as he moved Eri through the air. Aizawa and Izuku, witnessing the heartwarming moment, felt a twinge of jealousy, wishing they could share in the fun with Eri as well. When they arrived, Mirio noticed a surprisingly long line of mostly women waiting to enter the maid cafe. Curiosity piqued, he could hear their excited chatter. "This place is quite popular," Nijire noted as she caught up with Mirio, with Tamaki trailing behind. Overwhelmed by the crowd of girls, Mirio instinctively hid behind his friends, prompting a shared laugh between them. "I'll go see what's going on," Mirio said, gently setting Eri down and asking her to stay with Tamaki and Nijire. He made his way to the front, eager to discover the source of the excitement. There, he spotted a maid with red hair promoting the cafe. Mistaking her for a classmate, he called out, "Excuse me. I'm looking for me," but before he could finish, the maid turned around, and both of them were taken aback. "Kirishima!" Mirio exclaimed. "Mirio! Great to see you, bro." Kirishima replied, pulling him into a friendly hug. "What's going on here?" Mirio asked, both confused and amused. "Our class is running a cross-dressing cafe. Everyone's participating," Kirishima said with enthusiasm. "That's fantastic. I know everyone will love this," Mirio said, stepping back to gauge the length of the line. "But it looks like it might take a while for us to get in." "Not a problem. We made a reservation list for guests we want to invite, so we'll always have 2 tables open for 4 people each," Kirishima explained, making Mirio visibly excited. "Thanks. I'll let the others know we have reservations," Mirio said, jogging back to his friends. The 4 of them entered the cafe, intrigued by Mirio's summary of the event. The waiter who approached them was Uraraka. "Nijire!" Uraraka shouted in delight. "Ochako!" Nijire replied, rushing to hug her after a month apart due to festival preparations. "You look amazing," she said, stepping back to admire Uraraka's outfit. "Thanks. But I think you'll really like your server," Uraraka teased as she led them to their table, sparking curiosity among the trio. Once seated, Uraraka handed them menus and left to greet other customers. The 4 eagerly awaited their server, wondering what Uraraka meant. "And nice to meet you. May I take your order?" Izuku stammered nervously, his face flushed as he partially hid behind his clipboard. The trio was taken aback, not expecting Izuku to look so charming in a dress, and they found his shy demeanor endearing. "So pretty!" Eri exclaimed, her eyes lighting up at Izuku's appearance. "Thanks, Eri," Izuku said, gaining a bit more confidence as he lowered his clipboard. "And now, what can I get for you?" he asked, mustering his courage. The trio remained captivated by Izuku's look, and Eri eagerly pointed at the menu, making Izuku chuckle at her enthusiasm. It took a moment for them to finalize their orders, still mesmerized by Izuku's appearance. After he took their order, he headed to the kitchen to pass it along to Katsuki, who was working alongside Mineta. "So, how are you liking your server?" Uraraka asked with a smirk. "What do I need to do to see that every day?" Nijire exclaimed, shaking Uraraka with excitement. Realizing she was getting dizzy, she quickly let go. "Sorry," she apologized. It's fine," Uraraka replied, trying to regain her balance. "To answer your question, we have a deal with our teacher that if we earn more than any other class, he'll make Izuku wear that for a semester." This prompted Nijire to step aside to make a phone call. "What are you doing?" Tamaki asked. "Calling my sister," she replied, holding the phone to her ear, waiting for her to pick up. "Hey, big sis." Nijire greeted cheerfully. "Would you mind coming to the UA festival today?" After a brief exchange, she continued, "There's something I want to happen, and it might be possible with you here. Can you also bring a friend?" After a few more moments, Nijire hung up with a big smile. "My sister is coming," she cheered. On the other end of the call, the person sighed as they put their phone away. "Hey Rumi, want to go to a festival with me?" The camera zooms out to reveal Tatsuma. "Why would I want to go to some boring festival?" she replies, just finishing off the last criminal from the group and adding them to the pile. "I'll join you," Takami said as he swooped in, surprising both of them since they didn't expect him to be nearby. "How did you?" Tatsuma began to question until she felt a quick draft beneath her dress, noticing a red feather floating in front of Takami. "It might be a good idea to check on my pupil," he said, placing the feather back with his wings before Rumi, furious about the surprise, playfully knocked him out for planting a secret feather on them, especially with Tatsuma looking so flustered. "Let's go," Rumi grumbled as she, dragged Takami behind her. "If the two of you are going, I don't want to be left out," she added, continuing to walk. The scene ends with the camera showing their backs as they walk further away from view and out of the alleyway. Emi could be seen struggling to contain her excitement, knowing what was about to happen next when the other Rumi and Tatsuma met the cross-dressing Izuku. The thought of their faces turning red was too priceless to imagine, making her eager for their next visit to this universe. "That was quite something," Uraraka proclaimed happily, crossing her arms. Izuku looked over at her, surprised by the sudden nosebleed. Uraraka, are you okay?" he asked with concern, oblivious to the downpour. "What's wrong, Deku?" she asked, still smiling. Izuku pointed to her nosebleed, and she quickly turned around, embarrassed, to stop the bleeding. While Izuku was focused on Uraraka, several other girls were having similar reactions, their minds filled with bubbly thoughts of cross-dressing Izuku. "What an enjoyable spectacle," Monoma said with glee, receiving confused looks from others. "How laughable that the men were easily subdued by the women of the class. That should never happen," he smirked, irritating many of the female students who were ready to confront him. "And what's that supposed to mean?" Yui questioned, maintaining her composure while hiding her irritation. "That the class has no synergy," Monoma stated proudly, shocking the female students who hadn't expected such an answer. "A class with no synergy that only obeys others is doomed to fail. They may have the spotlight now, but soon will be the ones shining brighter than ever." Monoma shouted, laughing maniacally, while Itsuka sighed tiredly, not wanting to deal with him. Monoma expected to be confronted soon, but nothing happened. He looked around, still cackling, noticing the relieved expressions on many women and the frightened looks on his male classmates. "Why are you all the way over there?" he asked, puzzled. "You have no idea how lucky you were," Kuwaro replied, making Monoma even more confused. As he processed the situation, he realized he had narrowly escaped the wrath of the women. This realization frustrated him, as he thought his classmates would have known better. "Come on, guys. I would never say that men are superior to women or that women should only follow commands. You know me better than that." Monoma complained, but his classmates avoided eye contact, genuinely believing he might say something along those lines. "Really?" he said, slightly dejected, slumping in his seat, leaving an awkward silence in the air. JJ then cleared his throat to grab everyone's attention. "Well then, I think that was a good universe for everyone," he said, hoping it had appeased both AFO's and Nana's anger over the accidental filter setup. "You're not off the hook, boy," Nana said to JJ, making him gulp nervously as cold sweats formed. "The next universe," JJ stuttered, snapping his fingers to roll to the next one. The characters above the screen began to morph into different shapes before finally settling. After 10 seconds, the letters above the screen stopped morphing and spelled out, Vigilante Symbol. Vigilante? Those wannabes who are nothing but failed heroes. Katsuki criticized, expressing his disdain for vigilantes and most heroes. Not all vigilantes are bad. Some may be misguided but show the capabilities of a true hero. With the right guidance, they can be recognized as official heroes, Nisa commented, aware of the many vigilantes in Japan. "Sounds like you're domesticating heroes to me," Spinner replied, criticizing how the essence of being a hero had been lost to society, making it just a job now. "Vigilantes shouldn't even exist," Aizawa complained, recalling his monthly patrols dealing with them. "Well, let's watch to see if this changes your mind," JJ announced as he started the next universe. The scene opened with a downward view of the tall buildings in Tokyo. As people went about their daily lives, a green blur zipped overhead, momentarily stopping to reveal a human figure who shot something from its wrist before resuming its swinging motion. "Is that Zero?" Kirishima asked, noticing the white string emerging from the figure's arms, reminiscent of Zero's abilities. "No, it's not. Interestingly, Zero's powers are inspired by this hero's abilities, though not this specific character, but another version of them, as the creator of your universe admired this character," JJ explained. "My life is a lie? I'm not my own person?" Zero questioned, struggling to accept that he was merely a reflection of another character. To be fair, there are countless individuals with powers like yours. Some are clones from different timelines or alternate universes. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if you were an alternate version of yourself, JJ replied, prompting Zero to spiral into deeper self-doubt about his existence. Great, now you've broken him, Katsuki shouted as his friends tried to comfort Zero. Suddenly, a wave of heat swept over the citizens as Endeavor charged through, trying to catch up with the green figure. Stop, Vigilante. Using a quirk in public without a license is against the law. Given your other unlawful actions, you're under arrest. Endeavor shouted, increasing his speed. Did you really think that would work? Just announce their crimes and hope they comply. Natsuo chimed in, seizing the chance to tease his father. Criminals have the right to know what they did wrong before I can enact justice. If they resist further, that only adds to their crimes, Enji replied sternly. JJ thought to himself, it would be such a relief for law enforcement in a certain world I know to ensure suspects understand their rights, allowing them to prove their innocence rather than face false accusations. I bet no matter what crime they committed, you would still take them down, Dabi criticized. If they're a danger to the people, I will do everything I can to stop them, Enji responded. Then why didn't you stop yourself if you were a danger to your family? Dabi thought, still critical of Enji. Endeavor managed to catch up to the green figure, but the figure skillfully outmaneuvered him, shooting off in another direction and quickly escaping capture. The audience had finished watching Vigilante Symbol. Many were visibly troubled by the pain Izuku was enduring to be a hero. Sniffles echoed from Eri as she clutched Nijire's shirt, looking up at her with tear-filled eyes. Mr. Deku isn't sick, right? She asked, her voice trembling with concern, which only deepened the sadness around her. Oh no, she was here. How could I forget Eri was here? JJ panicked internally, realizing he had lost track of time in his mind, where it felt like months had passed, while only seconds had gone by for the audience. JJ felt a sense of relief that Aizawa was knocked out, sparing him from dealing with his anger. Suddenly, he felt something tugging at his neck, tightening around him. He turned to see the stretched-out scarf from the man he thought he was safe from. I thought Namuri put you to sleep. JJ gasped, struggling to catch his breath. Do you know how many times she has used her quirk on me? Aizawa replied, barely standing as he used all his strength to restrain J. Why are these fatherly instincts kicking in now? JJ thought, realizing he might still be asleep if not for the chaos around him, which unfortunately included Eri's tears. JJ's eyes pleaded with Namuri to put him to sleep again, but she shook her head firmly and walked over to Eri to comfort her. Barely a minute passed before Aizawa slowly collapsed, exhausted from resisting Namuri's sleep gas. JJ took a deep breath and scanned the audience, noting their troubled expressions. Some were crying. Clearing his throat, JJ attempted to regain their attention. Listen, I know I said no more sad universes, but a flurry of blasts was fired at him, and he barely dodged them. You're such a liar, Hisashi shouted in frustration. It's random, JJ retorted, just before another wave of attacks came his way. Shut it, Hisashi yelled, silencing JJ before he could say anything further to provoke him. Why would someone do that to themselves? Why would you willingly endanger your life? Mina cried out. Isn't that what a true hero does? Spinner interjected, drawing their attention. A hero is self-sacrificing, not selfish. It's supposed to be about overcoming obstacles, not taking the easy route. He concluded his small lecture, adding, You so-called heroes in training are nothing but fakes if you can't recognize what true heroism looks like. Spinner expressed his admiration for the universe, tired of the superficiality of aspiring pro-heroes. The students couldn't disagree. They found the Izuku from Vigilante Symbol admirable, yet they struggled to accept that someone could endure such hardships. JJ allowed them time to console each other as the staff groggily began to wake up. He soon brought Nana back into the audience, where she appeared strangely calm for someone who had recently tried to confront a god. Master? Are you okay? Toshinori asked with concern. I'm fine, she replied cheerfully, though her mood quickly shifted to a frown. I'm fine, she repeated, this time with a hint of sadness. She reminisced about the happiest moments of her life during her absence from the audience, which only deepened her longing. Being back among them made her miss those moments even more. Maybe that wasn't the best way to calm her down, JJ thought to himself. Now that everyone is here, JJ said cheerfully, shaking off his earlier thoughts. It's time to start the wheel of randomness, he announced as 4 universes had passed. With a snap of his fingers, the wheel appeared, and he spun it, making the audience wait in anticipation until it finally stopped on family photos. Again! Hisashi shouted, clearly displeased. This particular choice reminded him painfully of what he had lost, unable to return to his family after his transformation. Ugh! I love these. They really capture that beast-to-prince vibe. Mina exclaimed, playfully pretending to be a ferocious beast before striking a princely pose. Grandpa looks nice in these, Eri said shyly, still grappling with the reality of Izuku's serious illness. Hisashi clutched his chest and fell from his chair, overwhelmed with shock and joy. Jirenpa, he thought, his mind racing. Kurojirai quickly helped Hisashi back to his seat, calming him down, aware that he couldn't show such vulnerability as a top villain. I think you lost your villain dignity a long time ago, JJ mused to himself as he tapped on his console, causing the family photos to appear. As the preview flashed on the screen, JJ couldn't help but grin mischievously. The lively chatter in the room faded into silence. No one dared to breathe as they processed what they were seeing. Inch, was the collective gasp from the audience, while those closer to Hisashi and Nana were even more shocked. Master? Tashinori stammered, slowly turning to Nana, his arm trembling as he pointed at the image on the screen. Ditch, this isn't true, right? He asked in disbelief, noticing Nana's refusal to meet his gaze. The thought of his master and his worst enemy together was a nightmare he never wanted to confront. Torino, ghostly pale, felt as if his spirit was leaving his body from the shock. A spirit resembling JJ appeared, playfully tugging at his ghostly tail and nudging him back into his body. Shigaraki sat completely still, his mind racing. Dabi, however, was laughing uncontrollably, rolling on the floor, clutching his stomach at the absurdity of Shigaraki's master having a fling with his grandmother. Hisashi was speechless, glancing at Inko, expecting her to be horrified. To his surprise, she looked back at him, her expression shifting to one of fierce intensity, her eyes narrowed. The audience was unsettled by what AFO had to say. NG understood his rage, his cries, and his pain, as he too had once aspired to be like All Might. No matter how hard he tried, he could never surpass him. Despite being the #1 hero, he felt it was undeserved, a title handed to him rather than earned. It served only as a reminder of his limitations. Izuku experienced a whirlwind of emotions, struggling to believe that the #1 villain had returned because of him, seeking to reshape the world in his image. AFO stood up from his seat, capturing everyone's attention as he made his way toward the door. Tashinori frowned, weary as he watched his archenemy walk away. He stood up, wanting to apologize for everything he had said about leaving his family, knowing it must have been a difficult choice. You better not say anything foolish, Nana muttered under her breath, feeling an unexpected pang of sympathy for AFO. Mirko rose silently and strode toward the door. Where are you going? Tatsuma asked. I'm going to burn off this strange feeling in my gut, she replied, pausing briefly before continuing toward the gym. Sounds like a good plan, Kirishima said sadly as he followed her. Wait up! Siro exclaimed, startled as he quickly got to his feet. Soon, everyone headed toward the doors, seeking any distraction from AFO's words. The only ones left in the theater were Nizu, Aizawa, Takami, and Gran Torino. At least we understand AFO's reasoning for returning to society, Nizu said, trying to break the silence and lighten the mood. His reasoning doesn't excuse his actions. He's still a monster, Gran Torino shot back, his frustration evident. Come on. You can't still be against him after seeing him break down like that. Takami challenged, causing Gran Torino to cross his arms. Blame it on old age. I'm stubborn, he replied, though a hint of sadness crept into his voice. I just can't believe he would do all of that for that boy, he said, still in shock. Humans are complex beings driven by emotion. They're willing to take on the world if their feelings are strong enough, Nizu remarked, chuckling lightly. In AFO's case, he was willing. There's someone else I know who would do the same for his friends and family, Nizu added, glancing at Aizawa, who remained unresponsive. Does this change our plans for when we return? Takami asked, to which Nizu shook his head. Sadly not. You're aware of his crimes. There's no way those can be forgiven. He's even more of a threat now, fighting for something and someone he wants to protect, making him fiercer than before, Nizu explained, leaving them somber about what lay ahead. After their conversation, a week passed, and everyone felt ready to return to the theater. JJ appeared at the podium, looking somewhat stressed. Are you okay? Momo asked. Yeah. JJ replied, straightening his hair. Just, new challenges are coming up that I'll have to deal with. But you know what? It's nothing I can't handle, I'm just a bit anxious about when it will happen, JJ replied, causing concern among his friends about what could frighten a celestial being. Unbeknownst to them, JJ was preparing to receive some lessons to ascend the celestial hierarchy. Anyway, let's jump right back to the photos. JJ exclaimed, ready to snap his fingers. Wait! Ida called out, standing up and raising his hand, prompting JJ to pause. Are we really just going to dive into this without discussing what happened with AFO? He asked, puzzled by their lack of conversation about the recent events. You had a week to calm down. For some, it felt like months, depending on their circumstances, JJ replied. Besides, I doubt AFO is ready to discuss what he said out loud right now. If you didn't take the chance to sort it out, why are you back here? JJ continued, and before Ida could respond, he snapped his fingers, resuming the halted photos. So beautiful! Nijire exclaimed, clasping her hands together in delight at the image. I remember him making that flower crown after teaching him the day before, Inko said fondly, cupping her cheek as she reminisced about the past. Doesn't the crown look a bit off? Hizashi whispered to his friends. So what? It's the thought that counts, Namuri countered, frowning at Hizashi's complaint about the photo. Sorry. It's just that something about that photo feels strange to me, he replied, retreating back to his seat. Does no one care? Ida questioned, bewildered by the group's reluctance to discuss AFO. When one's darkness comes to light, it can spread to others. Instead of bringing it to light, it's often best left in the dark, Tokoyami said, subtly urging Ida to quiet down. Ida sighed loudly as he returned to his seat. JJ smiled and showed the next image. Oh, it's that one guy with long hair next to a red-eyed man, May exclaimed. I can understand forgetting the long-haired one's name, but how could you forget him? The one who made a big fuss about Hero Society. Shinso asked May, who ignored him. Laughter erupted from a corner, revealing Emi, who was laughing so hard she was clutching her stomach. Ha! Even his own brother doesn't want her to be with him. Emi pointed out, still giggling. Preposterous! What other man is better suited for her than me? Fo exclaimed, clearly annoyed. No man is ever good enough for my daughter. Not you. Or Toshi. Nana shouted. Shish. I always wondered why you never had a boyfriend in high school despite all the confessions, Mitsuki whispered to Inko, who giggled in response. She was always strict whenever I was with any boys, Inko recalled, remembering how Nana would suddenly appear, questioning boys she had just met. I guess I held her standards as my own. After that, no one else seemed like a perfect fit for me. So what made you choose Mr. Villain over there? Mitsuki asked curiously, causing Inko's face to flush red as she felt embarrassed discussing her feelings for Hisashi. I don't know, she stammered. It's just that when I first met him, he seemed vulnerable and lost. I took care of him until he got better. She paused, recalling the many memories they shared. But the more time I spent with him, the more sides I saw, and the more I fell in love with him, she admitted, feeling heated and embarrassed, which made Mitsuki chuckle. Well, I guess you found your perfect man, just as I did, Mitsuki said, and Inko glanced at AFO, a subtle smile on her face. Yeah, she replied quietly. Wow. I guess what they say is true. There's the good, the bad, and the ugly, Hizashi chimed in, barely containing his laughter. And he's all three of them, he exclaimed, bursting into laughter, which caused Nemuri and Emi to join in. Which one is bad and which is good? Nemuri asked, snickering. Because they're all ugly to me, she yelled, laughing harder. A few chuckles and snorts echoed around the room as they couldn't contain their amusement at Nemuri and Hizashi's boldness in teasing AFO. FO frowned deeply, clearly unamused by the jokes. This time, All Might's laughter rang out, finding the situation hilarious. Can't handle a baby? Toshinori teased, irritating AFO. I haven't dealt with anything like a baby in hundreds of years. The last time, my solution was to make sure they were out of my sight forever, AFO groaned, which made others concerned as they instinctively tried to protect Inko and Izuku, the two biggest crybabies they knew. Noticing their caution, FO sighed. I didn't harm them, I just had them relocated. They still had their uses. Besides, you should know by now that I wouldn't hurt my family, he reassured them, though they remained on guard. Well, it looks like you handled it normally, All Might said to FO, snickering. Before AFO could respond, he was smacked on the head with a cane. Like you're one to talk. The last time you were near a baby, you woke up the entire nursery with your loud voice, Torino retorted, annoyed by All Might's gloating. Setsuna paused to think before exclaiming, is it just me, or does it look like he could be a dad everyone admires? This shocked everyone who heard her. Itsuka smacked Setsuna on the back of the head with a giant hand. Are you insane? She yelled, shaking her. What's a dad everyone admires? Nijar asked, confused. A term I dislike, Mineta replied. Speak for yourself. They can be quite attractive, Ryuko said, unabashedly expressing her feelings, not caring how shameful she might seem as long as she found a man. I should have done this in the first place. Momo created a phone using her quirk, attempting to search for the meaning only to find out that she had no internet access or cell service. Sorry, but we're in another plane of existence. Things that regular people have or need don't exist here unless I create them. And for your safety, I think it's best if no one has internet access in the theater room, JJ explained, to which she shrugged her shoulders in understanding, considering the scenes they had witnessed. But could you explain a little bit? Nijire asked, and JJ was about to refuse until a mischievous idea struck him. Sure. Aizawa is seen as quite the attractive figure in other worlds, JJ said, not providing a clear answer. He then glanced toward the readers, eyeing some of them. Meanwhile, Emi's expression turned fierce as she prepared to defend her man against those calling him attractive. Aizawa could only stand frozen in shock, not expecting others to view him that way. Eri, turn around, the creature commanded in a voice that was both eerie and distorted. But, Eri began, fear gripping her as she thought of her friend. It'll be okay, the creature reassured her. Trusting her friend, Eri did as she was told. Now cover your ears, the creature insisted, its tone growing more intense. Eri complied, feeling a chill run down her spine as she followed the command. The atmosphere thickened with tension, and she could sense the creature's power surging around her, a force that was both terrifying and mesmerizing. Eri's heart raced as she braced herself, knowing that whatever was about to happen would change everything. She focused on her breathing, trying to remain calm amidst the chaos that surrounded her. The creature's presence loomed large, a shadow that danced at the edges of her vision, and she felt an electric charge in the air, a promise of something monumental about to unfold. With a deep breath, Eri steeled herself for the unknown, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead.